of a new defense coordinator after the resignation of Jim Schwarz, whereas the Browns have asked to talk with Panthers defensive pass game coordinator Jonathan Cooley, Giants interim defense coordinator Charlie Bullen, and Falcons pass game coordinator Mike Rutenberg. Pitchers and catchers who are playing in the World Baseball Classic reported to the Guardian Spring Training Camp in Goodyear on Monday. Today, the rest of the pitchers and catchers show up. First workout for the entire group is set for Thursday. This Winter Events in Italy update is sponsored by MGM Northfield Park. Find your fun at MGM Northfield Park. Curling mixed doubles, the gold medal game happens a little bit after 12 o'clock today in the United States. Taking on Sweden, the U.S. triumph for its first ever gold medal in mixed doubles curling. Meanwhile, in the bronze medal game this morning, Italy topped Great Britain 5-3. Ice hockey for the ladies this afternoon. The United States taking on Canada. Face off at 2:10. Team USA off to a 3-0 start. Have outscored their opponents by a margin of 15-1. Don't miss the 92.3 The Fan off-season special. Get the latest in the Browns this off-season tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
I'm trying to make sure that I am open and honest with myself this year. Honesty is the best policy. I hope they do well. I really, really, really hope they do well. But I need reasons. I need tangible evidence of why they'll do so sensationally well this year. Based on just because you saw two teams go out to a defensive struggle in the Super Bowl, like we are still a little bit of a ways behind here.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, come on now. The Cavaliers went from window shopping, waiting for the playoffs, to must-see TV. Again last night, Cavaliers with the James Harden, the new James Harden look, are now 2-0 with a nice win last night against the Denver Nuggets, where they were trailing after the first. They were trailing at halftime, trailing in the third, going into the fourth, and then boom, they exploded for 32 points in that fourth quarter last night to go on to beat Denver 119-117. What a show we have in store for you today. We're going to get into the NBA and talk about where the Cavaliers are with Frank Isola from Sirius XM NBA Radio. He's going to join us at high noon. Mary Kay Cabot's going to talk Browns with us at 11. What's going on with the defensive coordinator position? And we've got all kinds of other fun stuff, including the Olympics. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Jeff Phelps. Good morning, Jeff.
Can I go basking on you?
Sure.
Great bit of information, Cleveland.com. I've been wondering it. I couldn't find it. They printed it for us.
What was it?
Longest stretch of days without being above 32.
Is that going to end?
Northeast Ohio.
Does that end today?
Since 1899.
Wow.
Cleveland.com, way to go.
I love when you bring this weather information to all of us.
Isn't that serious?
Yeah, it is serious. I'm tired of looking.
Not today, baby. We break it today.
This is the time of year I don't like because, okay, when snow falls, it's okay, it's pretty, it's cool.
No, it's not.
And then you get some more snow, and everything looks pristine, blah, 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 blah. Then you walk in from Euclid Avenue into the station here at the Halley Building or in your own neighborhood. First of all, you're driving through your own streets, and you've got everyone's car is completely full of salt, and the sides of the roads are all like dirty snow, which is gross. And then, I don't know, there was just the entire way from our walk-in, from where we park, a lot of yellow snow. And they say don't eat that. I believe
That's what they say.
So a lot of that. So that just makes our city look beautiful. That's all I can say.
It sure does. All I know, James Harden's here, man, and here we go.
Jeff, I'm not going to give you all the credit in the world, but I give you a lot of credit.
Why?
Because when they made the move, I was hesitant. I am not hesitant at all. Not one iota.
We'll see.
I know it's early,
and they played really well.
I know.
Played really well.
Jeff, to me, they went by, okay, I'm waiting. I'm going to wait for the playoffs. I'm going to see if they get healthy. This is going to be okay. We'll be all right. To I now feel like I need to be glued into everything. Like, I've got to be there for it all. Now, before it was like, and maybe because that's a byproduct of last year, and maybe nobody does care if you go 82-0, But I think with Harden, it's just changed things. And I don't know if that's having another gigantic name in the NBA on the roster and wanting to watch him and see what he could do with Donovan Mitchell and see what he could do with Jared Allen, especially with those guys, and wait for Evan Mobley to come back. But right now, I don't know. And it's late night, too, so it's not easy sometimes to want to watch some of these games that are on super late. But, oh, man, you want to talk about fun? This team's fun. I like watching them. Well, I love what I saw yesterday. You know what I saw at the end of the game, Jeff? Team that wasn't desperate for threes. Yes, Harden did hit a three late in the game. I get it. And they did miss a three inside of 2 minutes. But it doesn't look like it's here we go. The game's within 5 points. Let's start just chucking up threes. That's not how they're playing. They're moving the basketball. To watch Donovan Mitchell, glide into the hoop down by the paint. I mean, this is basketball. They're moving the ball.
Yeah.
And they're doing the things that I think make you appreciate the game.
The thing that I thought was most important yesterday was they just played really good fundamental basketball in that fourth quarter. I mean, that's how you're supposed to play. You're supposed to space. You're supposed to move. And that's exactly what they did. That's the way to do it right there.
All right, so give me, beyond that, give me your other optimism for this team right now. Because I truly feel like
I can't wait to see Evan Mobley and see how he can fit back in with these guys.
Jared Allen ended up with 13 boards last night, 22 points, played 35 minutes. And then, Mitchell ends up with 10 assists last night. They are moving the basketball. That's what's important. And that's what intrigues me about wanting to watch this team. Intrigues me about wanting to watch them play. Makes me feel like, somewhere down the road here, this thing's going to get even better once they get to know each other. I mean, let's not forget. I mean, you're talking about 2 games with James Harden, and Harden said he was rusty in that first game against Sacramento. So the more this, I don't know, the more this comes to an easier flow, I guess is probably the best way to put it, the more fun it's going to be to watch.
Yeah, they're guys who know how to play the game, and that sounds really trite. Sounds really kind of silly, but I think it's absolutely true. James Harden knows how to play. There are times that he plays and drives Dan nuts for obvious reasons. There have been times in James' career where it might not look the way you want it to because he has the ball too much. Donovan, willing to share the ball. You know who's really benefited from all this? Jared Allen.
Oh, for sure.
He's played 2 games with James Harden, and we've already, we've just kept hearing, well, he's so good at getting the ball to his big guys. Yeah, last 2 games, James Harden, Jared Allen, 29 points, 10 rebounds. Last night, 22 points, 13 rebounds. That's pretty darn impressive. It's 25.5 points a game and 11.5 rebounds a game. Why? He's getting the ball where you can do something with it. I mean, it's real simple, Andy. It's nothing drastic. All it is basketball. Just basic basketball. That's what's going on now. Ooh, I have a big guy. Let me get it to him. In the last 2 games with James Harden and last night Donovan really moving the ball, 14 of 20 shooting the ball for Jared Allen. That's 70%. Thank you.
The other part of it too.
Oh, I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong thing.
Oh.
It's 27. It's more silly. It's 21 of 28. 21 of 28. That's 75%.
Look at you. Nice.
Well, you get rid of the sevens. It's batting average stuff.
Yeah, I know. Sam Merrill's the only guy that kind of seems to be out of the double-figure club, but who cares? I mean, he ends up with 9. They still get the win. Tyson ends up with 16 last night. So 4 of your 5 starters end up in double figures. The rebounds are huge, too. Harden ended up with 10 boards last night. Allen had 13. So the more you kind of dig into this, you can kind of see what I don't. Can you see what Kenny is seeing as far as a rotation here? Again,
the rotation's the same.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just you. The one thing that is interesting a little bit so far, I think it's a little tighter, maybe rotation wise than we thought. Though he's going, deep enough. I don't know that he's given the guys a ton of minutes. He played 9 guys last night, played 10 guys, and 3 of them played under 14 minutes. So it's been heavy minutes for Jarrett, James, Donovan. Sam Merrill hit a couple of nice shots last night, and Jalen Tyson's getting a lot of playing time. I have no problem with what they're doing, and they've and let's not just think about James Harden. Dennis Schroeder's been impactful. Keon Ellis looks like the kind of guy you want coming off your bench because he's disruptive. It's a different looking team, Andy, and it's a feistier bunch.
It's fun. I'm just enjoying it. Take a look at the standings too. Cavs are the hottest team in the East. They're 9-1 in their last 10 games. I know the Hornets are 9-1 in their last 10 games, but they lost their last game. So the Cavs on a 4-game winning streak. That's the longest in the Eastern Conference as well. In fact, that ties San Antonio for longest winning streak in the NBA right now at 4 straight. So, again, and playing tough on the road. This team has been good on the road, and I get back-to-back road wins. You know as well as I do, Jeff, when you hear West Coast swing for any team out east, that normally you end up losing a game you probably shouldn't because either tired or it's something about being out west that's not an easy swing to do for the folks out other than like when we had LeBron here the second time. It always felt like the Cavs are going out west. Let's see, they have 5 games. Let's see if they can win 3. Right, that's how you feel. So you look at the last 2 games. They've been impressive, and it's fun. I mean, I can't think of a better word to describe what we're witnessing right now when it comes to this team.
Our buddy George Thomas, who writes for the Beacon Journal, is listening. George sent me a text and said, "And remember, they really haven't had any practices yet."
He's right.
George, you're right.
I don't, what else do you want to see? What else would make you
nothing? I want to see Evan Mobley.
Is this the way you thought it would start, though? I mean, you said
no, Andy. I think James Harden is a heck of a basketball player. I mean, that's the stupidest thing I might have ever said. Yeah, he's a heck of a basketball player. People might not like all aspects of his game. We'll see how it goes. All he's done, and I like, I mentioned yesterday what he said was, "Hey guys, you just go do your thing, and I'll figure out where I fit in." It looks like you have added a very professional player to this team who performs at a Hall of Fame caliber level. And if he continues to do that, and, I want him to be selfish while also being unselfish. You know what I mean? I threw this out before. I believe he's 9th all-time in scoring in the NBA and 12th all-time in assists. There's only one player who's ahead of him on both of those lists, and that's LeBron. So Harden has done this throughout his career. He scores while passing. And if he continues to have that balance, I mean, Donovan thrived last night. Jared Allen is just scorching hot. How does Evan get back into this? Does it affect Jarrett, or does it just multiply even more? You know what I mean?
I look at the end of the game from yesterday, Jeff. I know. Do you see what I'm talking about at the end of the game? I mean, I don't know. I wasn't alone. I just felt like there were so many games. Like last night would have been one of those games where Donovan Mitchell felt like he would have to put the team on his back, or somebody else, or Garland would feel like they had to put the team on their back and start just shooting 3 after 3 after 3 after 3 after 3.
Yeah, but you know how did it happen last night?
They move the ball around. And Donovan I got to go back and look at the play-by-play for the last 4 minutes of the game, but he was inside. Harden did hit a 3 inside the 2-minute mark. But, they moved the ball around. They got the ball outside the arc a couple times, and still Mitchell said, "Nope, I'm taking it to the hole." And to me, that's just smart basketball. It's the ability to move and pick your battles and not have to feel like you're sitting here and you're just completely weighing on the fact that you're going to have to start shooting threes at the end of the game. I hope I don't ever have to talk about this again, about what we watched and how the team just seemed desperate at the end of the game. Like, they didn't even seem like they were being coached. They were like, inside out. Oh, who's out there for the 3? Move it for the 3. Let's keep trying to. Doesn't matter if we're up 2 and we're going to blow the lead. Nope, we'll still keep trying to get 2s. Or keep trying to get 3s. Don't forget about 2s. Keep doing that. I'm so glad that I'm not watching that right now. and it's fun. And you can't tell me it's not. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. What'd you think of what you saw last night? Harden playing that true point guard spot, and it's working. All right, what are you seeing? What are you enjoying? Is this going to work? Do you feel better about the team right now?
92.3 The Fan off-season special with the latest in the Browns this off-season. Tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Looking forward to that USA women's hockey game up against Canada. Yesterday,
Canada.
They took care of Switzerland. USA and Canada always have great games. Always have great games. Layla Edwards still playing pretty tough. She had like 3 assists going in to yesterday's game against Switzerland. So the pride of Cleveland Heights, pride of Northeast Ohio, doing her job for the U.S. women's Olympic hockey team. And it's just fun. It's fun to watch them. Looking forward to seeing the men play next week too. Plus, we've got some other locals that we're going to be talking about, and actually have on the air here with us over the next couple of days. So I'm pretty excited about. I love talking about the winter games. Have you been watching it all? I mean, kind of sneaking in.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Did you catch anything yesterday or no?
Yeah, there's way too much figure skating on for me, but that's okay.
We got to change the channel. I got to tell you, Jeff.
I know.
Peacock is.
I live with 2 women.
Oh, is that all they want to do is watch that?
Not all, but you know.
I don't even
see enough of it.
I'm not. I mean,
figure skating is great.
I'm okay with figure skating. I'm just okay with it. I'm not exactly. I watch it. I can enjoy it. I can respect it. I don't know how they don't get ill sometimes when they're doing spins and axles and stuff like that. I mean, they defy gravity sometimes when they're.
I don't get it.
And so I don't know how they don't get sick. I mean, watch them. I'm like, what are these? Oh man, how do they do that? But it's been amazing to watch. I know we're going to talk more about the Olympics here coming up in a little bit, but Peacock is Dan. Have you Stephen Dan in there? I don't even see him. Dan, Peacock has been amazing.
Oh God, yeah.
I like. Do you have Peacock?
Yep.
The streaming apps are the best things that's ever happened to the Olympics. I mean, even back in the day when it first started with the NBC Sports app, it is one of the best things that's ever happened to the Olympics.
It's so. I mean, you just sit there and you can watch everything too. And I don't feel like I'm locked into just watching Team USA either. I do want to watch Team USA. I want to root for us, but I do like watching to see what others are doing. And it's amazing to me how much we used to miss, how much we didn't actually get to see. And now you see everything, and you're like, oh, I get it. Even Jeff Thomas has got me excited about curling. It's amazing. We're bringing him in later. We get him here at some point. Oh, we do have a Jeff Thomas curling update coming up a little bit later in the show. All right, let me go back to what we were talking about before when it comes to the Cavaliers. Big win last night, 119-117 over the Nuggets. Take a look at the NBA standings. They're still sitting in that 4th spot. They're a game and a half behind the Celtics and the Knicks, and the Pistons have a 7-game lead in the Eastern Conference. Does that even matter, though, Jeff? Do we care? We just want them to be in the top 4, right?
Cavs? Sure. Yeah. Get that home court in the first round. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, it's not – and I think we learned our lesson last year with having this amazing hot start and, saying, oh, look how good we are, look how good we are. I wonder how the Pistons are going to be able to handle that as they head towards the playoffs. A little bit of was that last night? It was in Detroit, wasn't it? A little bit of fisticuffs last night?
Yeah.
It was a little –
those Pistons getting feisty.
That's who they are, though.
Isaiah Stewart had a problem there.
Next thing you know – could have been worse. Could have been much worse, right? The fight could have been worse. No? Yeah, maybe.
Fights can always be worse.
That's true. That's a good point. All right, let's take some phone calls because we're asking this. You watched James Harden play last night. Is this working? You've seen it through 2 games. I don't know how you can say it's not, but what do you think and where are we going with this thing for the Cavaliers? And again, I say it went from, kind of wait and see and let's see what happens to the playoffs to must-see TV right now. Jeff is in North Olmsted. Hi, Jeff. How are you?
Guys, good morning. Thank you for
you.
taking my call first. Very much appreciated.
You got it. You won the award.
Like a spring day out here, and I'm feeling great, rejuvenated. What a win last night. I'll go as far as to say I feel like it is one of the signature wins of the season last night, and for multiple reasons. But, the narrative before the trade and even when Harden was traded was that how are these guys going to play together, a lot of ISO ball. You had 2 guards score 54 combined, 11 rebounds, and 17 assists from your guards last night. What I find so fascinating about Harden and just these 2 games, and albeit 0 practice still, and James reiterated that in his interview again yesterday, they still haven't practiced together. I'm seeing such great ball movement, and I heard you guys highlight it a little bit. You know, when you're watching a game and you're like, one more pass. They're making that one pass. I don't even have to call it out on the screen. I'm like, come on, one more. Get it to the corner. You know, Ellis missed 3 from the corner yesterday on wide open looks, and they still kept feeding it to him. Why? He was wide open. You got Tyson still shooting lights out. They're spreading the floor so much that it is going to be a nightmare for teams to defend once they actually gel and get some games under their belt. If anybody's upset about these first couple games or has something negative to say, I question your Cavs fandom. You know, it just doesn't make sense to me. This has moved the needle. I feel like the floor is higher, but the ceiling is definitely higher. I'm not calling finals, guys. I'm not going to go out and go on that limb yet. But I will say that the Eastern Conference Finals is definitely in the picture. And, you know, you guys did bring up Detroit and them being up 7 games. Yeah, there's some distance there. But that fisticuffs you brought up is looming with suspensions. Yeah. Duran's going to get suspended.
Especially
and
for Stewart
off the bench could be up to 25 games now with the new rules. So, guys, that's going to matter with that lead. And come playoff time, Detroit's lacking some toughness. I mean, we're mid-50s games in, so if that 25 games is legitimate, we're talking about right up until playoff time. That's a big deal, guys, and it could swing momentum. Nobody wants to play the Cavs in the East the way that this looks so far, and I got to tell you, every game I'm tuning in, I'm trying to get tickets to tomorrow because I can't wait to hear the beard called in front of those fans tomorrow. It's going to be electric.
Thank you,
Jeff.
Great day, gentlemen. You too. Do you feel like, and do you feel like the Cavs are tougher now with Ellis and with Schroeder?
Oh, I don't know.
They seem a little tougher.
Barely seen him, Andy.
But there's a little edge, maybe.
Yeah, they're different,
I know it's
they're different types of players than Darius Garland and DeAndre Hunter. You know, they traded away 2 good players. You know my whole contention about the guys that they traded away. Mm-hmm. I still can't figure out why DeAndre Hunter didn't work better here. And
this year. It seemed like he was working last year.
Yeah, and Darius is a really good player and didn't like the fit. And Schroeder's nasty. I've always liked Dennis Schroeder. He's scrappy. Ellis appears to be the same kind of player, and James Harden is capable of some really, really big things. So let's give it a little time. They have the All-Star break. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I kind of don't want the break right now. It's weird.
I do, and it's for this reason.
I don't.
It's for this reason. Get Evan Mobley back in there.
Okay.
And then figure out how that's all going to work. I think it'll work beautifully myself, but I am curious. I mean, look what Jared Allen's done in 2 games with James Harden. That's not a coincidence, Andy.
No,
the guy gets the ball where he can do something with it. And it's not just James. You know, it's Donovan Mitchell
I want to know what he's going to do with Mobley. Well, I want to see what Mobley looks like
that's
here.
That's exactly
with
right.
Yeah.
But that's the thing I want to see.
Rick, how are you?
Hey, guys. How are you doing? Thanks for taking a call.
Thank you for calling.
Thanks for straightening Jeff out the other day about Doylestown being in Wayne County.
No worries. I was, sometimes I gotta do the old Northeast Ohio geography game.
Right on the border, though, isn't it, Rick?
It is right on the border.
It is. Yeah. It is. It's right on the corner. We're a skip away from Barberton and about another skip from Akron, so we're right up in that
area.
You should
see, when I have to chastise him about Tuscarawas County and making sure he knows the difference between Bolivar, Zoar, and Strasburg, it's not good.
Got to go down to the tree farm in Doylestown, Rick.
The Gale House has a great tree farm out there. You got to go see it sometime.
He's all
I've purchased trees there.
Anywho. Absolutely. Good place. Very excited. But I'll be honest, like you, Eddie, I was a little skeptical at first because of the reputation of what Harden's had brought. But I think one of the unsung things that you guys missed last night, did you see who was guarding Jokic in the post on that last play for Denver?
Harden.
Did you see how the body up him and he couldn't move? Absolutely, it was Harden, and he couldn't move. Where he had been moving Allen around all night because of the weight factor difference. But James was down there bodying him up, and Jokic had to pass the ball. And I'll take a Hardaway shot any day over a Jokic shot. So that was just a very unsung play on his part. Very impressed, and like I was telling the guy on the thing, my concern, and Jeff, I think you brought this up, was where is Mobley and Allen going to fit together on this?
Yeah.
I don't want Mobley out there hanging on the wing, shooting outside jumpers, man. They work together, as a great team on the post. So keep them down, maybe stagger them like they have been all year. You start the game with them both down there, but you take one out, you bring one in, and stagger them back and forth. But the future, man, is looking really good. And Ellis and Schroeder, they're pests. They're just little, they're good hands, they're good defense. I don't like Schroeder's shot, man. He was like 2 for 9 or something last night. But all in all, this is looking very, very promising, man. We got nothing to fear. This time off will do great for Harden and Mitchell. And if Harden keeps his attitude of being just he wants to fit in, this team can go. We could really do some special things.
It's fun. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Take care.
You got it, guys.
Yeah, I see it. I see it, man. You can feel it. Like when you talk to people, there's just a new energy about the team. And I don't think, and I thought the 2 calls ago, the whole thought of, cheering on the Beard at home maybe takes on a new life. Because I don't know that when they first picked him up that people were like, oh, well, it's Harden. Right? I mean, you were that guy, Dan. You're that guy. You're like, I don't know.
It's
Harden,
an NBA superstar.
Worried about this. Worried about that.
Let him figure it out. Let him fit in.
Dan, how are you feeling on your
superstar?
Call me in the second round of the playoffs.
Oh, you don't even feel a tad better. A tad better.
Call me in the second round of the playoffs. If this continues where he plays true point guard, as I said, I will eat the giant bucket of crow.
Of what?
Crow.
Giant bucket of crow.
CROW.
Yeah,
that is correct. And we've decided it's going to be marinated overnight, and we'll roast it somehow. It'll be nice. It'll be enjoyable. I like the giant bucket of crow if he continues to play true point guard. That's what he's doing right now, and that's where he's the best fit. This is what he did with Brooklyn for a month before that team imploded. If he sits back and just plays true point guard, he's awesome. It's just all the other stuff that's going to follow its way. So, yeah, call me in the second round of the playoffs if things get tough and he starts chucking shots and disappears.
All right. Not even a little bit better. Not even teeny little bit better.
Call me in the second round of the playoffs when the going gets tough.
Do you feel like you're going to have roasted crow?
Call me in the second round of the playoffs when the going gets tough.
You're not listening to me. You're
no, I'm listening to you
all the way
loud and clear. I'm saying what's happening right now is really nice. I hope he continues to do that, and I hope in the second round of the playoffs he's still playing true point guard.
All right.
And I have to eat that bucket of crow.
Really nice is an upgrade for you. The fact that you've said that's a good deal.
Oh, this is in his arsenal. This is how he should play. The question is it going to stay that way? Or is it going to turn into step back three after ball dominance, kicking for threes, rolling your eyes when people don't hit their shots?
That's what I did the whole beginning of the season.
And loafing on defense.
It didn't have to be him. It could have been anybody else on the team. 3. Oh, 3. What are we going to do next? Hey, you guys got a game plan? Should we move the ball? Shoot it free.
Too young to be this bitter.
No, he's not. He's got an old soul, right?
Well, he does have an old soul, but I think he's too young to be this bitter.
Old soul, Dan Mennigan. That's who he is. So we work with it each and every day.
Good parenting from his folks.
That's true. I don't know why I keep thinking of Old Crow Medicine Show. Even though,
one of the finer bluegrass bands out there.
Yeah, I'm not going to get in the argument over the remake. We won't do that. All right, let's come back. Let me ask you this. Can you now see what Kobe was going after? Does it make sense now? I know it's only 2 games. I'll keep saying that over and over. But what we're watching right now, is this what you think he saw? 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish.
the latest on the Browns this offseason. Tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us a little bit more than 15 minutes from now. Top of the hour, we'll talk about what's going on with the Browns, what's going on with the defensive coordinator position, and David Njoku, who appears to have said goodbye to Northeast Ohio. So we'll talk to Mary Kay Cabot coming up at 11 o'clock. Right now, continue our conversation about the Cavaliers. Nice win over the Nuggets last night. Impressive the way they were able to come back. Again, first quarter, down 4. Second quarter, now you're down, well, it was 20, 21. They were down a couple. Third quarter, it was an even draw, 33 all. Then in the fourth quarter, they outscored Denver 32-25. Some key buckets late. James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, big free throws at the end of the game with 0.9 seconds to win last night. Jared Allen with a nice night last night, 22 points. 13 rebounds, 9 defensive rebounds. So playing team basketball. And then what'd you get? 10, 16, 18 points off the bench. A couple of guys. Tomlin ended up with 6 to lead the way off the bench last night. So your Cavaliers continue to grow, continue to get better. Do you think that now that we're in the post-trade deadline era of this team with Harden on it now, do you think that the team is starting to fulfill the vision that maybe Kobe saw before he made the trades? Or is this, with Harden, at this point, did it just kind of feel like a no-brainer that they were going to go after Harden and go get him and see what he could do, despite age and contract situation?
I just think they decided that what they had wasn't working. And the best way to get out of it was to trade contract for contract. And they ended up getting a big-time player historically in return. Andy, I look at this as nothing but a short-term move. I don't know how you can look at it any other way. This is a guy with a track record of being on a lot of teams, and he's 36, and he can opt out. So I thought they did a great job in bringing in a guy who can really play at the age of 36 to help the team now. But the big picture to me is they moved on from a contract that wasn't working. And they moved on from a fit that wasn't working. And, Darius might be phenomenal with the Clippers. Might be a better fit. I didn't like it from day one. And apparently Kobe Altman didn't like it 3.5 years in, if not before. But Darius wasn't on the floor often enough, making a lot of money. And it just didn't seem as smooth as it should be. And in 2 games with James Harden, it looks better.
If you were James Harden, wouldn't you feel like you wouldn't give up your no-trade deal with the Clippers to go to a team that you thought you might have a future with? Like, I got to believe that he felt that he had, or at least talked to the Cavaliers about something beyond this season, don't you?
Maybe. It doesn't matter. And
I do a little bit.
He's playing at a really high level. Somebody's going to give him a 2-year contract for, $70 million?
Yeah.
He's going to make a lot of money. Somebody will give him a 2 or a 3. I think it might be more of a 2. But I think they had a chance to give him more money in Los Angeles before, and they didn't. And at that point, and Dan can argue this point accurately. All right, well, he wanted something more. What did he want? He wanted to get paid.
Yeah.
He still wants to get paid. So I can't imagine him opting in. And if the Cavs aren't the team that can give him the big contract, he'll go somewhere else, which will be okay because the Cavs will have more room to wiggle with and can do things to improve their team. I think this gives them a better chance short-term this year. If it works, maybe Harden comes back. Maybe he doesn't come back. Who knows? But it gives the Cavaliers, opportunity to improve the team in other ways and get out of something that wasn't working. And that's not Darius personally. It's all about basketball fit and dollars. Because I think Darius is a really good player. But That's what it is to me. Short term, hey, we got a chance to maybe do some things this year. Long term, boy, we have a lot of chance to do better and bigger things because we couldn't have before with all the financial restrictions that we have.
Yeah, I don't know what it would mean to bring him back as far as trying to avoid the second apron, which is I can't remember the number where they $4 million or something like that, or somewhere around $4 million, trying to get out of that second apron. I just can't see this team. I don't want to say walking away from Harden, but man, if they have great success, and I mean like great success, like Borat would say, that if they have that, I can't see them not wanting to bring him back or trying to figure out a way to keep him on the roster for next season. But we'll worry about that when we get there.
Yeah, I wouldn't fret it.
Kevin is in Cuyahoga Falls. Hi, Kev.
Kevin.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Outstanding. What a win last night.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. Hey, quick Olympic take before the Cavs. Speed skating. I am now a speed skating junkie. I'm loving that. Oh, my gosh. Oh, wow.
Wait till the short track stuff, Kevin. You've seen that, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
It's
Ono
insane.
back in the day, right? Wasn't that our guy back in the day?
Apollo Ono?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Eric Heiden?
It's insane.
Oh, my gosh.
Short track.
Oh, the short track stuff. I'm telling you, if you're really into it, keep your eyes on it. Every once in a while, Cleveland Heights, they have a big rink there where they do short track speed skating. And if they can get it again, we had it a couple of years ago. Apollo Anton Ono was here right before he was on Dancing with the Stars. And it's cool to watch. You know, the other thing to do, and I'm just saying, if you have a weekend where you feel like going for a little ride, Lake Placid's awesome. And you can see where they have the Olympics there for short track speed skating. Although it'd be better during the winter because it would actually be up. During the summer, it's actually a track for the high school. All right, what do you got for us, Kevin?
Hey, fun stuff, but even more fun is the Cavs. I mean, wow, James Harden is amazing. I would think at this point in his career, his age and years in the league, he is at maximum motivation to put a ring on his finger, and he's certainly playing like that right now. And I really hope that is why he picked the Cavs to come to. I mean, you're talking about all the stuff he gave up in L.A., which he did. I mean, to me, it seems like a guy who's looking around the horizon and saying, you know what, a ring on my finger is the whipped cream on top of my career, which has been a really good career, and the Cavs are a perfect fit for me and the right position to get there. So I think it's been a great move. It's a win-win. Rarely do you see win-wins in the NBA, but this has been a win-win. We got a guy who's motivated, playing like he's 28 and 26 instead of 36, and he's doing the little things and all the stuff that we hoped he would. He's doing it all. So, and my hope for the rest of the season is two things. Number one, I never see Mobley shoot another three-pointer again for the rest of the season.
You will.
And
you will.
Yeah.
That's part of the game now. And he's actually okay at it, Kevin. He's really improved.
Sorry, Kevin.
Leave it.
Oh, go ahead.
And then last hope, I get to bring a big heaping hot pile of crow pie and personally serve it to Dan. That's what I'm looking forward to.
I think everybody wants to.
I'm all in.
Kev, thank you. All right.
Save the drippings for gravy.
Thank you. All right, let's turn the corner here for a second. I wish that we could play the music. I don't think we have the rights to it, so I'll just make it up. I'll be like, no.
Oh, no. We have an opening,
we do? Okay,
yes.
All right.
Let's give the Olympics a miracle.
But this time on...
That's Sweden.
Word.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Thomas with a Olympic update, and not really an Olympic, it's a curling update.
Well, yes, it's the most important
is not official.
sport. No,
this
it's not official.
This is nothing official. This is us having
There's
fun.
no sponsorship. I'm not collecting extra gobs of cash for doing this.
Good
I
point.
should, but I'm not.
Of course you should.
Jeff
All
will
right,
pay you.
so the big to-do is
see the cashier on the way out the door.
Yes, I have my invoice ready. The USA mixed doubles competition in curling, the gold medal game at 12:05. The U.S. going for the first ever gold in this competition. The U.S. trying for their third medal ever since the sport was brought in full-time back in 1998. Corey Dropkin and Corey Tisi going to be taking on the siblings of Isabella Vrano and Rasmus Vrano from Sweden.
Oh, man. They're like the most hated people in curling, aren't they?
They're tough. Rasmus has been on the men's Swedish team for a couple of Olympics. He's pretty good. Isabella, she is unfortunately, this is her first Olympics. They say that she could be on any women's team in the Olympics, except the trouble is the Swedish team is so good, she can't get on the team.
Wow.
We did beat the Swedes earlier in the round robin 8-7, so we know what it feels like to knock those bastards off. So
8-7.
Well, no. This is do or die, Phelps. This is gold medal time.
Was that a
You don't
walk-off?
fool around.
Was that a walk-off?
They don't do walk-offs in curling. They do
Wouldn't that be
slide-offs.
awesome? Are they called slide-offs? If you win at the end, it's a slide-off?
It's called the "Hey Sucker, we beat you." It's what it's
I
called.
would love to see somebody in curling do a walk-off at the end.
Just drop the broom and just go.
Oh, like champions pose, like run around on the carpeting or on the outside of the ice, and then
we'll make a big shot, like do a Tony Batista and you just throw the broom into the stands,
and then
like that.
Chug the best beer of their nation.
Yes.
Yes. I love it.
I thought, what's wrong with you, Phil? Oh, by the way, I did research.
Yeah.
Before the show, Jeff was asking me about Jeff, you need a cap for curling. Get a USA curling cap. I said, okay, $50 for a U.S. curling cap.
You're in.
I'll pass. No, I'm good.
Wait,
my hair's too pretty. I'm fine. You want to buy it for me? I'll send you the link. In fact, I'll take two.
Move along.
Is it just a baseball? Wait, is it a baseball hat or is it like a toque?
It's a baseball cap.
Oh, that's all okay.
It's not a toque. They're not playing outside.
Yes.
But yeah, so it's a big day, and then the men's competition gets going tomorrow in Italy.
It seems to never end. The curling lasts a long time.
Why should it?
That's my point.
It should continue past the Olympics, which is fine by me.
The joy on your face, Jeff, is just something to behold.
It was so. By the way, this morning for the bronze medal game, Italy beat Great Britain 5-3. So the Italians, who were the defending Olympic champs,
it was a
got
great
the
final
bronze
shot.
Well, it was.
They kicked some butt.
They did. And the thing about Great Britain, they were 8-1 in the round robin, and they kind of sucked in the playoffs. Sweden, in fact, beat them 9-3. And in curling, you lose by that much, you played really bad.
That's not good.
Wow,
it takes a lot to
9-3.
lose by 6.
That's like
it's like losing like 15-0 in hockey. It's an ass whooping.
42-0 in football.
Yes, something like a Browns game. So yes, it's very rough.
Good. I was worried about that.
Wow, I got that.
You told me to come in here, so don't give me that.
Wasn't me. I'm glad you did, though.
I'm glad.
I want you in
Sure.
here. We could have you every segment. To
No,
give us curling
we're
updates.
good. Well, that's fine.
We could be 92.3 the curl. Yes.
That's a cap I'd buy.
Now, see that
that's a cap I'd buy.
You know, we could have our own curling team.
We could.
We need one more. Oh, with Dan
Yeah.
Ewan?
No, I don't mean you and me.
I'd do it.
We can get Jeff, and Jeff can pick his team. Maybe we'd have to try out. He'd be the captain.
Yeah, I'd make you guys do the sweeping. That'd be fantastic. Oh, that'd be great.
No way.
I just chuck it. Go, sweep boys, go.
That was me falling out of
I'd
the ice.
I'd have to be the hurler. Come on now.
Well done, Jeffrey. Thank you, buddy.
Curler, not hurler.
What did I say?
Hurler. That's a different sport entirely.
Hurling?
Yes. You've not heard of hurling?
Of course I have.
Yes,
That's
just
why I said
checking.
it.
Yeah,
I
you're
just
fun.
wanted to
I
tease
love the jokes Andy tells himself. They're so good. Yes.
As long as you got it.
I did, and I wish I didn't.
Wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it wasn't
All
that
right,
great.
Jeff Thomas has an update here coming
Bye,
up as well,
boys.
too.
Go USA.
Bye. Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for Choice Cabinet 40.
From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Oh, what's going on with the Browns? They have a defense coordinator yet? Who are they going to hire? What are they going to do? Oh, only one person we know has all the answers, or at least can send us in the right direction. She is Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland.com, and of course she is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. She joins us every Tuesday at 11 o'clock, and there she is. Hi, Mary Kay. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
We are doing good. Mary Kay, as we before we get to the Browns here, I need to ask you a question. If you were a Winter Olympian, what would be your sport? As we're watching, what's that? No,
luge.
Luge is on now. Would you ever go 70 miles an hour down a frozen track
on a flexible flyer? 2
big ice skates.
No, I would not do that. I would probably say, for me, figure skating is.
I can see it. I can see it. Triple axel Mary Kay. What do you think? Or a quad. You could be the new quad god.
Better than downhill skiing.
I've covered some figure skating internationally back in the day, so I really do enjoy the sport.
Better live or better live than on TV?
Yes, I would say so, definitely.
All right, there we go. That's been our Winter Olympic moment with Mary Kay Cabot.
So who told David Njoku to find a new home?
Yes.
Well, it sort of seems like the writing was on the wall throughout the year. He was very relieved after the trade deadline that he was still around. He just didn't have the targets. He didn't have the production. It just seemed like it was headed this way. They never really made any overtures to him to extend him. So I think the writing was definitely on the wall, and you could see that it was going to happen like this.
How much of it is Harold Fannin Jr.? How much of it is who knows how much Todd Monken's going to throw to tight ends moving forward in the future? We know Kevin liked it. It's a good place to be as a tight end in a Kevin Stefanski offense. How much do you think kind of had the go with the flow for this season?
Well, I don't know if it had as much to do with Todd Monken as it does with the fact that it was just time. I mean, he's probably going to get paid by someone else. His production had dropped off a little bit. He's been injured over the past couple of seasons, and they are moving and transitioning towards a younger offense. And you can see that. You can see that that's what they're doing. They're going faster. They're going younger. They're going new. And, it was just kind of time to move over to Harold Fannin Jr., who had a tremendous rookie season. And, unless something changes drastically, that was goodbye for David.
Do you where do you see him landing? And I'm thinking Atlanta. They have Kyle Pitts. He's a free agent. Could you see Kevin bringing David down there to be an extra tight end? Or do you think David is thinking, I'm going to go somewhere and be the starter?
Well, it will depend on what kind of opportunities he gets, but Kevin ended up on a great note with David Njoku. They got to know each other very well, and they developed a appreciation for each other over the years. If you remember, when Kevin first showed up, that's when David was asking to be traded, and it wasn't because of Kevin. It was because they had brought on 2 other tight ends, but those guys found their peace with each other over the years, and they came to really appreciate each other. So that could possibly be an option for him. But the thing about David is he's a tremendous blocker. I still think he has plenty left in the tank. He ended up, it looked like he put on a little bit of weight last year, and maybe they wanted him to do some of that for the blocking. But I think if he can take off some of the weight and maybe knock off 10 pounds, get a little bit of his speed back and stay healthy, I think he's got plenty left in the tank.
Mary Kay, are we expecting, who do you think are we expecting to maybe pen some more letters on Instagram, veterans that have been around here for a while saying thank you to the fans?
Well, Wyatt Teller has already pretty much said that he knows that he's going to be gone. And then there are some of those guys on the offensive line, their contracts are up, and I don't know how they would go about their farewells, but we certainly know that Joel Bitonio is one that will be contemplating retirement again this offseason. We will have to be hearing something about that before they get to free agency. So within the next couple of weeks, we should be hearing about Joel. I'm hoping that Joel comes back for a lot of different reasons. But, you know, he came to tears the last time we talked to him on locker cleanout day. So it seemed to me like he was really trending towards hanging it up. Again, I hope that's not the case, but it seemed like it was leaning towards that.
And probably Jack Conklin too, right?
Possibly, yes. Yes, he's in the last year of his contract as well. So it's going to be quite the overhaul for the offensive line.
When Todd Monken had his introductory press conference, he made some comments about the defense and Jim Schwarz, and it just kind of struck me, wait a minute. That doesn't sound like the guy's going to be back. You wrote all about their meeting that they had the day before that, so apparently Todd was well aware of that. Are you surprised it worked out that way, Mary Kay, or did you expect that when Jim Schwarz didn't get the job?
Well, I was a little surprised, actually, because I knew that the two options for him were going to be either retire or at least sit out the next 2 seasons or come back and coach the Cleveland Browns. And I really thought that he would come back, coach the Browns, give himself an opportunity after this season to maybe get a couple more head coaching interviews, have another season with Myles Garrett and Carson Schlesinger and Denzel Ward, have another season or 2 with those guys, earn some more money, coach one of the best defenses in the NFL. But he just wasn't able to bring himself to do it. He got very, very close to getting that job. And it was very hard on him. It was very, very hard on him not to get that job. But Todd did try to talk him into it. And, from everything I've heard, he felt that those 2 guys would have worked well together. Unfortunately for Jim, he just wasn't able to bring himself to, put the disappointment behind him and come back and coach his team right now.
What if the Oakland, now Las Vegas Raiders have an interest in him? Do you think the Browns would say, sorry, Jim, you're sitting out? Or do you think they would let him coach?
Well, I know the feeling, over the past 2 weeks was, no, he's our defensive coordinator and we want him here. I don't know if that will change with time and they would consider it, but I really don't think that they want him coaching anywhere but the Cleveland Browns. He's under contract with the Browns, and that is how they want it to end up.
Do you think Jeff has said petty was the word? Do you think that would be? And I don't want to put words in your mouth, Jeff, but
I think if the Raiders wanted to hire him and they said no, it would be petty.
If the Browns didn't let him go.
If the Browns really wanted him, they'd named him the head coach. I know they wanted him as the DC, but only way to really guarantee that, Mary Kay, was to give him the head coaching job, wasn't it?
Well, you also can't have players and coaches that are under contract dictating their future when they've signed a contract to fulfill a role. You can't send a message to the NFL that, you can come here, sign a contract, tell us that you're going to be here through 2027, and then just go do what you want to do after that. It didn't work that way for Myles Garrett, and I doubt it's going to work that way for Jim Schwarz. I think that they want him to be the defensive coordinator of the Cleveland Browns, and I just don't think they're going to make it that easy on him.
If he called today and said, I'm back, what would they say?
I would say, go put everything back away in your office and let's go to work. That's what I would say. And, I was saying yesterday on our podcast that I think he should do that. I think Myles Garrett should reach out, although I think Myles is probably at the Olympics now. Myles and Denzel and all those guys should reach out to Jim and say, hey, man, what are you doing? Come back and coach us like you're supposed to do. Let's roll.
I think Myles should.
It's not going to happen. I mean,
I don't think so.
Not going to happen.
I think Myles should be a bobsledder. Could you imagine him pushing that bobsled?
Herschel Walker did.
Yeah, I could totally see that. I don't laugh at me on this one, okay? I'm going to go back to free agents for a second. As much as it pained me to watch the special teams, Corey Bjorquez, the punter, I thought had a great season. I think he's been great since they've had him. He's also a free agent. Odds on him sticking around?
Well, I would think that they would jump to re-sign him. He's been amazing for this football team. So he's definitely going to be on the radar for getting a new contract is what I would think.
And how do they overhaul special teams too? I mean, how do they make this better?
Well, they have to have players. They have to have players on special teams. You have to make sure that you're committing some really great resources to special teams. And as far as I know, they don't even have a special teams coordinator yet.
Right.
So we'll have to see. But, Todd Monken is coming from the Ravens, where, of course, John Harbaugh was a special teams coordinator before he became a head coach. And so Todd understands the importance of special teams, and the Browns do. So I'm sure they're going to find the best coordinator that they can and then commit some players and resources to it.
I can't believe how quick Bubba Ventrone got picked up by the Rams when it was all said and done. I'm just like, and then to hear some of the things, I was like, wait, am I missing something here? Did he really do something that was above and beyond special while he was here? Because I think from the outside looking in, to see all the things that went wrong on special teams, I was shocked to see how quick he got a job.
Well, I think a lot of people around the league looked at this situation in Cleveland as one where there were some challenges from a personnel standpoint. I mean, if you look at what happened with Andre Schmidt this year, my goodness, did he have an amazing, amazing season. Now, there were some coverage issues, obviously, and some other things, but the punting was great, the kicking was great, and I think that teams recognize, they know that he came here with a great reputation, and they recognize that sometimes it's a little bit more than what meets the eye.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us, plaindealercleveland.com, and she will have everything you need to know about the defensive coordinator search and the draft and everything else. Always does a great job being all over everything. We watched Sam Darnold win a Super Bowl, Mary Kay, and Sam was readily available for everybody. We talked about it yesterday. Your colleague Terry Pluto was with us yesterday. Terry wrote something about it. Do you think the Browns should look at that situation, a guy who's was kicked around the league for a while, and then really big success the last 2 years, and factor that into their quarterback situation?
Well, they might. The problem with this year is that there aren't many of those guys that are going to be available, and there are plenty of teams that are going to be needing a quarterback. So the competition would be fierce if there is somebody in that category. But the Browns have had financial constraints over the past several years in terms of their quarterback room. So that hasn't helped matters. They've always been looking for sort of the bargain basement quarterback to add to the room. And they're still kind of in that situation as they head into Deshaun's final season here, knowing that he right now counts for $80 million against the cap.
Do you think there's a quarterback out there they might chase down in free agency?
I'm sure they're going to leave they won't leave a stone unturned. They're going to look at all of them. If there's a quarterback available, they will inquire. They'll kick the tires. That's what they have to do right now. They're in a position to have to make sure that they have the best quarterback play they can possibly get. So if there is one, whether it's Malik or whoever else it is, they will do their diligence and see what they can come up with. And
last question: where do you think where does Shedeur land in this whole big picture? Especially, Miles said they're going to give him the chance to be the man. Essentially, is what he said. That right? And Sports.
Well, he is the quarterback coach.
Yeah. Stop, Jeff.
Sorry,
but Miles said that too.
Yeah, I think that Shedeur will be given a chance. I think right now they're in fact-finding mode, and I'm sure Todd Monken is going to dig in and watch all of the film that he possibly can and do all of his diligence on the quarterbacks that he already has. If he feels like he needs to look outside for a quarterback, he will obviously encourage the Browns to do that. So I think that's where everything stands right now.
Mary Kay, as always, we read you every day in the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, and we appreciate your time. Thank you, Mary Kay.
Thanks, Mary Kay.
Thank you, guys.
All right, talk to you soon. Mary Kay Cabot on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. David Njoku says goodbye. What does that mean? Or is that any kind of precursor to other guys that we're going to see be gone? Fans' favorites, guys that you would go out and buy their jerseys who may be gone by the time the season rolls around next year with free agency coming up. What does that mean? David Njoku, thank you, Cleveland, but no more. 216-474-0092.
Italy beat Great Britain this morning, the final 5-3. Women's ice hockey this afternoon face off at 2:10. The United States taking on Canada. Many believe a preview of the gold medal game. Team USA is off to a 3-0 start in preliminary play, having outscored their opponents by a margin of 15-1. Don't miss the 92.3 The Fan off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns this off-season tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Hey, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find us right here on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show, Anthony Lima, 6 to 10, Baskin and Phelps, 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And you can subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand. You can do it right now.
All right, in case you missed it, David Njoku went to Instagram to thank you. In fact, I'll read it to you. Cleveland, first off, I love you.
Now, don't be snarky.
Do we have any sappy music, maybe?
No, you don't need it.
Why not?
It's sincere.
Yeah, but let's have some fun with it. Why not?
Well,
Can't YouTube read.
Cleveland, first off, I love you. These 9 years have been a beautiful journey.
You're making fun of the guy.
I am not making fun of him. Can you stop for a second and just let me read this? I have to start from the beginning again. Cleveland, first off, I love you. These 9 years have been a beautiful journey, and I am so grateful for all of the memories we shared together. Jeff, good job. I made it through 3 sentences, and you haven't stopped me yet. Thank you to the Haslams, Andrew Barry, and the whole Browns organization for everything. Double exclamation point. All of my teammates I shared the battle with. I'm so grateful for you guys. And the time for me to find a new home has come. And all I can think about is just the gratefulness in my heart. The city of Cleveland will forever be my home. Big heart, hashtag Chief out. Thank you. I think I read that with the sincerity that I think you meant.
I thought you were snarky.
I
learned something new about David today.
Hang on. Dan, snarky or sincere?
I thought a little over dramatic, but I want to know what Jeff learned.
Okay, what'd you learn, Jeff?
David has a brother who played football. His name is Evidence. Evidence.
Evidence. Can we get him? Is he a tight end too?
You know, like Law and Order Evidence. Yeah, he's a tight end.
Do we have his? How old is he?
He's not playing anymore. I don't think.
No. We had Gronk's brother.
6'5", 235.
We had Gronk's brother for a little while, didn't we?
You know, David.
Yeah.
And Evidence.
Is that a nickname, maybe?
Apparently not.
What do you think of this?
I think it's. I hate to see when guys that we like and guys who have talent are no longer with our team.
I just thought.
But that said, David's been beat up, and though as much as I like him, I think you could make the case that he never achieved what he was supposed to achieve here, what everybody thought he was going to achieve, what he wanted to achieve. And injury is a part of that.
I don't know. I was kind of. As Fannin was getting better last year, I kept thinking about this team in 12 personnel, thinking that you could have Njoku on one side and Fannin on the other, with the two tight ends. And
He's been here a long time, man.
I just was like, I was intrigued by that.
I thought he had the physical skills to become like a Travis Kelce type of guy. A real big-time tight end.
He was a great target in the end zone in short yardage situation.
And he ran so well. Yeah. Dinged up a little bit recently, but still out there, big chunk of games throughout his career. I thought he was going to explode and become a big-time tight end. And I never thought that really happened.
He ranked second in team history in touchdown catches, 34. Receptions, 384 for a tight end, trailing only Hall of Famer Ozzie Newsome. It's pretty impressive. I do. I'm trying to remember back because Mary Kay brought it up about when he wanted to leave the first time, and then they figured it out. I don't know. Did he really want to leave? Oh. Did he want the money? You betcha.
Nothing wrong with that. That's unfortunately how the game is played. Andy.
Can't be too upset about that. Jeff, is this a precursor to what could be coming?
Oh, you bet it is. Yeah, take a look at that offensive line, Andy. If you like those guys, get ready to buy some different jerseys. And I don't say that as with a positive feel about it. Unfortunately, those guys got injured, beat up, beat out. Whether you believe that or not, I'm still trying to figure out what happened with Wyatt Teller last year. I don't quite get it, but whatever. I just think I think it's possible that you have 4 or 5 different offensive linemen next year. Possible.
Here, let me just go through the offense. You tell me who you think is back next year. Bentonio, big question mark. Yes or no?
I would say yes right now.
Dan, Bentonio, yes or no?
No.
I don't think he's back
No,
either.
I think he's done.
The fact that Mary Kay brought it up when he was crying.
Yeah.
Is he retiring or is he going to go play for another team?
He's going to go play.
I think he'll retire. I think he's just done.
Well, Dan and I disagree completely on everything.
Yep. Down is up.
Won't be
up
the
is
last
down.
time.
I think he retires too. I hope he retires. I'll be honest with you. I don't want to see him playing for anybody else.
Sky is green, ground is blue.
Wyatt Teller, we just talked about that. Gone?
I think Wyatt will be on a different team.
I
believe that is the case as well.
I wish that weren't the case. But
Cam Robinson.
He's
out.
He's a
See
free
ya.
agent.
Ethan Posick.
If they can replace Ethan, they will.
Maybe a very, very team-friendly contract because he is coming off that Achilles tear. Right? Is it Achilles or was his knee? I don't remember. Nonetheless, a serious injury involving a lower extremity.
Yeah.
Jack
Conklin.
Well, no,
He will not
just
be
going
back
back to the center spot, though, I mean.
And they have Luke Whippler.
Yeah, they do have Luke. I just.
Who we don't know if he can play yet.
Tyler Linderbaum, right, is the guy in Baltimore. Yeah.
Tyler Linderbaum.
Yeah.
Like 25.
Any chance? If Monken was going to bring one guy with him, that's a guy I'd like for him to bring with him. Tevin Jenkins, see ya, right?
We'll see.
That one is TBD. I could see them re-signing Tevin Jenkins.
Yeah, he might be on the team.
Not because he was good or anything like that, but just because he was kind of younger and, maybe they'll look at pedigree.
Jerome Ford.
Take her easy.
Unless they come up with some kind of...
Moving to running back now?
Well, I'm just doing all offense.
I would think that he's not here.
I would think so, unless they came up with some kind of crazy free agent contract
You have 2 rookie running backs.
Yeah, I don't know. Although
One of them coming back
you
from
do need a third, though, don't you? I think you do.
Yeah, well, you have one, Rocket Sanders. I'd rather have Rocket Sanders than Jerome Ford.
Not to mention you can find running backs in free agency for peanuts.
DeAndre Carter, wide receiver.
Probably not.
Special teams defense. You tell me if they're coming back or they're staying. Devin Bush. Jeff?
I have no idea.
I'd like to see him
I would
stay.
think so. Yeah, he had a nice year. Did a nice job.
Jerome Baker, no linebacker.
They go through linebackers like you go through Starbucks.
Like I go through. Oh, I thought you were going to say something else, and I was going to be upset, but you didn't. So I have great pride in our friendship that you didn't take me down that road. Thank you. Shelby Harris. Nope.
Hope so.
We'll see. Rayshon Jenkins, MJ Emerson, Corey Bjorkis. I hope they bring him back to punt. I mean, if you're going to have a bad offense, the least you can do is have a good punter. I've always felt like when the team is bad, we've always had a decent punter. Even going back to 99.
We've had good punters.
We have had good punters.
Our buddy Dave Zastadil.
We should feel proud of the punters that we have. Just looking at some of the restricted free agent guys, Sam Webb, Mau Diabate, Ronnie Hickman, Jamari Thrash. I can't see. I think Thrash that
I'll bet
experiment's
Ronnie's back.
over.
Yeah, Ronnie Hickman
I think
will
Ronnie
stay.
will be back too, but he's restricted, so you just got to pay him.
Yeah, I mean, on the offensive side of the ball, I think the quarterback is probably still on the roster when it's all said and done. You're stuck with Jerry Jeudy. That's the way that it's going to be.
Yeah, you probably are, unless you can trade him. You got the rookies everywhere else, and I think they will be looking in free agency for a tight end.
Cross your fingers, another wide receiver or two, and an offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll go into the draft at the same thing. They're going to overhaul this thing. It's a completely different offensive philosophy that's coming in.
Offensive line will be huge change. I hope you get 2 wide receivers
in the draft or free agency.
I don't care.
I wouldn't mind picking up 2 of each.
Well, you might. I don't know what it's going to.
I don't know what it's going to cost you.
Take a look at who's here, Andy, and who gets you excited about keeping them around.
There's not much in free agency that's going to get you excited.
It's not a great free agent class. Alec Pierce would be the guy to go get, and I don't think he's going to end up here.
And with the amount of hype he's getting, it partially makes me wonder if the Colts are going to end up trying to figure something out. Right, Colts?
Maybe,
Colts.
yeah. Except they have Michael Pittman there. He's kind of their main dude.
Excuse me. What do you see defensively? I don't know. They have to do a whole lot of work on defense.
And you know what they need? A coordinator.
Yeah, that's it. Man, I hope they can hang tight with. I mean, Ronnie Hickman's really the only.
That's it. They'll add another corner. They'll add more linemen. They always do. But you got to get a coordinator in here. And they will eventually.
My fear is that they want to move on from like Denzel to try to make. I don't know.
Well, let's go back to Njoku. This is going to be an off season where they're going to move on from some guys you don't expect them to move on from, or guys that we've been paying attention to for a very long time. That's why we say those guys on the offensive line. There will be at least somebody, one guy at least on the defense who we think they're doing what? I'll bet we're surprised. But that's the way this is going to go. You have all new coaches, Andy.
Yeah, no, I know. Are there any big surprise? You tell me. I mean, I'm looking and I'm wondering. They also think I was wondering what's going on with JOK. And we haven't an update on him in forever, which makes me think that's not good.
That's not good.
Gentlemen, a little bit of news before we head into break. Sham Sharani of ESPN. Cavaliers are signing two-way forward Naquan Tomlin to a 2-year, $3 million guaranteed contract.
Good for him.
Yeah,
so he will no longer be a two-way guy. He will be on the roster. Fantastic for him.
Good for him.
Help me dive into this Browns defense, will you, and offense for that matter. But you look at these free agents, and Njoku's gone. Does that mean more? Does that mean that more veteran guys are gone, especially when it comes to the offense? Who are you replacing? And are you good? Are you going to be good watching Njoku play for somebody else? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin.
at 2:10. The United States taking on Canada. Expected gold medal preview. Team USA 3-0 to start the tournament. They've outscored their opponents by a margin of 15-1. Don't miss the 92.3 The Fan offseason special. Get the latest on the Browns this offseason tonight from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Question for you, and it's out there. David Njoku is saying goodbye to the Browns. Anybody else you're expecting to say goodbye to? Joel Bitonio is probably Joel Bitonio who's going to retire. I don't know. It's either retire or go play for somebody else. So there's a part of me that thinks he's retiring. And then David Njoku is on to wherever he lands as a free agent. Jeff, before we get into that, though, 216-474-0092, I know this is like one of your favorite things all year, and I just want to make sure you're on board because I didn't know if you were on board. We haven't talked about it. The roster's been out for a couple days right now, but I know you were really, really worried about the All-Star Celebrity Game, which is, Friday night, the 13th at 7 o'clock? I know this is one of your big concerns.
I'm pumped.
Can you feel it? Dan, are you in? You watching?
No.
Shams is in.
Will there be anybody on the list I've ever even heard of?
You've heard of Shams Charania.
Yes.
He's playing. Word on the street is he might get traded.
Taco Fall.
Oh, Taco.
Jeremy Lin.
Wait a minute. Taco's a celebrity now?
He is now a celebrity. He's moved over to the celebrity side of life.
Conducted the Boston Pops Orchestra, man.
Yeah, come on, man.
It's cultured.
Huh. Who knew?
Here's I seriously, I would watch this for one thing and one thing only. The starting lineups. Because Keegan-Michael Key is on one of these teams too. And I only want to see what he looks like in the starting lineup when he says his name. Right? Who does he say he is in the starting lineup?
Oh, you think he goes down and mispronounces everybody's name?
Oh, no, I think he he definitely does his own.
You think he does?
Oh, there's no way they're going to not. How do you not take advantage of that? That'd be hysterical. That would be funny. That's the one reason I think I would watch it. Amon-Ra St. Brown is also on his team. Gorilla is on his team. Jenna Bandy is on that team. Anybody you know here?
Nope. Keep going.
Dylan Wang. Rome Flynn. He's on one team. Looking at the other team, Keenan Allen's on the other team.
Keenan Allen?
Yeah. Cody Jones.
Guess Keenan doesn't have to catch any more passes.
I guess not. Matt Ishba's on that team.
The owner of the Suns?
Yes. Jason White Chocolate
Matt
Williams.
played at Michigan State.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah.
Didn't play well, but he played.
I don't know. That would give you a heads up in one of these games, wouldn't it? Andre DeGrassi. Nicholas Van Steenberge.
Who?
Nicholas Van Steenberge.
I just wanted to hear you try it again.
I was just, and then I'm like, did he play in the NBA? I hope I didn't screw that one up. He is. Oh, good. I didn't. He is. Love Island USA standout Nicholas Van Steenberge. So it's a good thing I didn't know who he was.
It sounds. Well, you're sure selling it to me, Andy.
I know. This is why. I know this
pumped,
is.
Man.
I know. Rome Flynn from Marvel's Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings.
Got to be some of that skiing where they get on their bellies and then shoot that I can watch instead.
Simu Lee?
Who?
Simu Lee? That you were saying there from Shang-Chi?
No, I didn't say Simu Lee yet.
Oh,
no, I was
not?
getting
Okay.
there, but you said it. That's
okay.
fine.
Yeah, he's in there. If you saw the Barbie movie, you've seen him too.
The which movie?
The Barbie movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's one of the Kens.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. This does nothing for me. Let's be honest. Oh, Mont Shumpert is the NBA ESPN analyst for this game. There you go.
I've seen Shump doing some of his analytical work there.
He's with Vanessa Richardson. And they're going to feature special guest appearances on this thing, too. Can't wait. You want to know who the coaches are?
I just can't wait, Andy.
I knew you were going to be excited about this. World-renowned NBA shooting coach, lethal shooter.
I'll tell you what, that guy kicks butt.
Anthony Anderson, comedian. He's good.
Anthony Anderson?
Yeah, Anthony Anderson.
The actor from Law & Order?
Is that what he's from? I've seen him on a million other things. Did not know that.
Anthony Anderson was actually outstanding on Law & Order.
I believe it. That's fine. I think he's a good actor. And lethal shooter Chris Brickley and Anthony Anderson are one team. Giannis and both of his brothers and Mookie Betts are the other coaches.
That's great, Andy.
I know, Jeff. I can't wait to get your breakdown of the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game.
Well, as long as they have good spacing and move the ball well, I think it'll be just fine.
I probably would watch the starting lineups, and that's about it. That'll be the end of it on that. I may have to. I think that is. I have to wash my hair. That's the night I wash my hair. Just so you know. And it's too bad it happens at 6:59.
Once a week.
Yes. Okay, so I just want to make sure because that, and by the way, the NFL Pro Bowl games got to go. See ya. Peace. Later. Bye. Done. Any reason they need to go on? Lowest ratings ever, I think, is what.
No, it's not what it's supposed to be. They don't play a game, and they shouldn't play a game. That sport, you don't need any extra games, especially for an exhibition. It's designed for nothing but money.
True.
So no problem there. They need to just make it some kind of an honor, some kind of a whatever.
That's it. NFL honors. Here's your Pro Bowl team.
Call it a day.
All pro. See ya. Pro Bowl team.
I actually saw some of it because it was on a television when I was out to eat.
Oh, you did watch it?
No, it was on a television when I was out eating. I had no choice. It was.
Yeah. Did you watch then?
No.
No. It was just there.
It was just there. It's like, oh, there that is. Okay.
All right, let's get back to football. Jim's in Avon. Hi, Jim.
Hello, Jim.
All right, good morning, fellas. I got a fun fact for everybody who's listening right now.
Here comes a fun fact from Jim.
Yes, sir. Todd Monken, ever since he took over the Cleveland Browns, how many staff members or assistants as well? Remember he was talking about that. Jim Harbaugh, ever since he took over his new head coaching job, guess how many people he snatched away from the Baltimore Ravens?
John Harbaugh.
Yeah, sorry about John Harbaugh.
Sorry.
0.
My guess is he took who he wanted.
Harbaugh left with nothing. Todd Monken came with a suitcase full of assistant coaches from a winning franchise. So that tells you the next couple of years how this Brown organization is going to end up being.
They bringing any players with them, Jim? I like players. I think players are the way to get it done. I'd prefer players.
I understand that, but remember, it came out of his mouth. We need elite coaches to teach elite players. And we're going to have an elite record next year.
Jim, thanks for the elite phone call.
We are excellent at having coaches on this team. I will say that. Nobody beats us when it comes to coaches. How many do we currently have? Let's see. 12.
I'll bet somebody does beat us.
Have more coaches than us?
Right now, you don't have that many. We'll see. Next time an assistant coach wins a Super Bowl, I'll be all impressed.
According to their current roster, where Todd Monken's there, I think they have 26.
That's great.
Coaches.
They'll be sorting through those.
Which means that everyone now, and now the special teams folks are starting to get their own coaches. So if you have a position, you have your own coach. Pretty impressive.
Again.
Right running back, left running back.
Phelps theory A. Most overcoached sport on the planet.
Do you care if Monken brings guys over from Baltimore?
I couldn't care less. As long as he likes the guys that he brings in and he thinks they do a good job, great.
Oh, by the way, we don't have a defensive coordinator, too. We're going to hire another one.
If they can identify talent, that's even better. You can have the best coaches in the world. They're not going to coach mediocre talent to a Super Bowl.
So what are you doing? Do Do you need to replace? I don't think you do, because I think you already have it in Harold Fannin. Do you need to replace David Njoku?
Yeah.
What are you going to replace him with? I guess
another tight end.
Supposedly, this is an awesome tight end draft. So
Isaiah Likely is a free agent.
I can't see them spending this.
Dan, that's the thing with all kinds of guys.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see them spending money because they're giving it all to Deshaun.
Right.
So,
and it seems like they want to go super young and develop that foundation again.
It certainly does.
And build up from there. So
which is okay if Todd Monken thinks he has the time.
Well, I wonder if they go draft, and then I wonder tight end wise if they go maybe somebody down the road a little bit who has had ties to the Ravens previous or has had ties to Georgia. You know, maybe somebody along those lines, or not at all. Maybe just somebody he's like.
Exactly. You know, I mean, these guys have been around. They know guys who can coach. They know guys who aren't good coaches.
Right. But veteran tight end X, I think, is going to be here.
Yeah, I would think they bring in somebody to be right behind Harold Fannin. And then you got to hope that, you know, Harold has a good second year and follows that up. We're all optimistic, but, you know, Jaden Daniels was terrific as a rookie, got dinged up. Didn't have a great second year at quarterback. I mean, that's 1 year does not make an NFL career. But it was real clear that they liked Harold more than David. And we all get it. I think we all probably did. You know, but David,
especially towards the end of the year. I mean,
David had a long career here, a good career. I was hoping it would be a great career.
I would think that maybe Fannin could be the only tight end that ends up returning, because wasn't Blake Whiteheart was a big. Stefanski really liked him, and then Brendan Bates was the other guy. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Bates sticks around.
They're coming for a system. I mean, Todd Monken figured out how to use Richard as well as a fullback. I mean, the guy is malleable. So I wonder I don't know what direction he wants to go. I wonder whatever you give him, he seems like the kind of guy that can figure out how to make it work.
Coach it up.
Exactly.
On offense, for sure. I just don't know what – I mean, I don't know how much of a step backwards this defense is going to take. To be the defensive player of the year, it's got to be more than coaching. To be the defensive rookie of the year, there's got to be more than coaching going on there, right? That's talent. That should be that as long as you have a decent coach, you don't have to have the best defensive coordinator in the world. You need to have somebody that understands how to let his players do their job. That's what he needs to do. By defining it and making sure they're able to step out on the field and feel that. I mean, how do you not give Schlesinger the leeway to feel comfortable on the field? You clearly have to have that with Myles Garrett. Myles going to do his thing. You might get mad at him. I mean, hey, there might be a couple plays where Myles, you're like, I wonder if he gave it to us all. You might as well forget about that, because he'll turn around and come up with a sack, a couple plays later. So I don't know what the qualifications or what the next defensive coordinator for the Browns is going to have to look like, but there's already talent there to make sure that you are on your way. Coming up in the next hour, Frank Isola, Sirius XM NBA Radio. He's going to join us next. We'll talk Cavs. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Odyssey Sports Minute.
The brawl in last night's Pistons-Hornets game in the NBA was amazing. And look, you don't want to see these brawls happen on a night-in, night-out basis. But in a league right now where you have about a third of the teams openly tanking, the Utah Jazz are openly tanking games and still managed to win a game against Miami on Monday night. Isn't it refreshing to see two teams give a damn about the regular season? I loved it last night from Detroit and from Charlotte. I'm Nick Costos.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness?
3-0 in preliminary play. Caroline Harvey led the way with 2 assists and 1 goal. The red, white, and blue play Team Canada today at 2:10 p.m. Check out the Fan Off-Season Special tonight and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Dale Ryder recapping all the latest Browns news and where this team is headed right here on 92.3. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
You can check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night. It'll be tonight from 7 to 9. Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Daryl Ryder. They recap all the latest Browns news, all the moves ahead of this offseason and free agency and the draft. Cam just told you all about it as well. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special. Each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. We'll get into the Olympics a little bit later in this hour. Frank Isola is going to join us, too, at 12:20. So he'll join us in about 17 minutes. We'll get into that. We'll get back into the Browns. I do want to talk about the Cavs. Nice win again last night over Denver. What was the final? 119-117 was your final in last night's game.
Cavs were down 11 with 10 minutes left in the game. Outscored them 27-14 the rest of the way.
Go back and watch like the last 4 minutes of the game even. It was awesome. Awesome to watch. Mitchell ending up 11 of 23, ended up with 32 points last night. Jared Allen, 10 of 16, 22 points last night. James Harden, 7 of 16, 22 points last night. Jalen Tyson, 6 of 13, 16 points last night. So your starting 5 giving you a ton of points. And, you know, they played tough down the end, and it was fun to watch. Especially the end of the game was definitely something that it is worth going back to watch as the Cavaliers move to 33-21 on the year. They are now 16-10 away from downtown Cleveland. Jeff, when you look at the Eastern Conference standings, who do you think at this point, do things change, even though it's only been 2 games since they've changed over the roster? Who do you think the biggest – I don't know. Do they need to get to – let me start here. Do they need to get to 1? Do they need to be the best seed in the Eastern Conference? Does that matter?
Nope.
There's 7 games back on that.
Nope, doesn't matter. Doesn't even really matter if you have home court advantage. Home court advantage goes away if you lose 1 game.
Yeah, we didn't see it last year. It didn't help out that much.
No.
But so if you look at the Cavs right now and try to kind of place them in the East, do they still look like they're in that same spot? Do they look like your team that is the 4th? I mean, their record says they're the 4th best team in the Eastern Conference right now, but are they? Where would you rank them if there was a Jeff Phelps Eastern Conference power rankings? What would they be?
It's an interesting thought.
The Jeff Phelps Eastern Conference power rankings.
I'm going to give Detroit the number 1 spot because they've earned it right now.
In the number 1 spot, we have the Detroit Pistons. Who's number 2?
What's with wise guy over here?
I'm not trying to be wise. I want to hear
Andy.
I want to hear the Jeff Phelps power rankings.
I would put the Pistons on top, and then I would put the New York Knicks, the Boston Celtics, the Cavaliers, the Toronto Raptors, and all the way down to the Orlando Magic, basically in the same clumping.
Would you have Orlando at 6 or Philadelphia at 6?
I wouldn't. I would have them all at 2.
What do you mean all at 2? What does that mean?
There's very little separation in my mind between the Knicks, Celtics, Cavs, Raptors, 76ers, and Magic.
So they're all right in there.
That's maybe why Kobe Altman made the trade. It's wide open, man. And Detroit's unproven. I mean, Detroit's having the Cavs year that they had last year.
Which makes me think they're going to fall apart during the playoffs.
Well, that was the Cavs. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the Pistons. Pistons are good. They have some good young talent.
I'm sure.
I just think there are a bunch of teams that are really good, and that a bunch of teams that are good in the East. There are teams that are really good in the West. Oklahoma City, San Antonio, Denver, who Cavs beat last night.
So
to me, that's one of those three is your NBA champion this year.
Thunder, Spurs, Nuggets?
Yep.
And can the Cavs get there?
I'd be surprised, but maybe. Better chance since they made the trade than beforehand.
Yeah, I feel like there's potential is there. It's better.
Yeah, definitely better.
Because of the trade.
Definitely better.
But I'm still curious on what Garland's going to look like a few years from now. And, if the Cavs are a little
Well, they're not worried about a few years from now. They're worried about right now and next summer.
I understand that. But I also, when you make a trade and if the Cavs don't make it to the NBA Finals, then you're going to be like, oh, why'd they make that trade? I hope that's not true because I like what they're doing right now. And, Jeff, you've been an opponent of the way the guard setup was going into this trade. So now is that why you look at Harden and you're like, okay, I like where this is going? Or can you take a big sigh of relief going, we don't have to watch duplication of same skill set?
More than anything, they were able to move on from a contract that didn't pay off for them and a fit that I didn't think fit. So James Harden is the guy who's here now. That doesn't mean he's going to be here next year. Doesn't mean he's going to be here in 2 years. Right now, James Harden gives them a better chance to win than Darius Garland did. And this summer, if James is here, great. Okay, then you've got a player. If he's not here, if he does something else, fine. Then you have an ability to go and bring in some other pieces. Honestly, and I give Kobe Altman a lot of credit because I think he bailed himself out of a situation that was not working and was not going to work.
I know we want to live in the now, but what do you think it's going to take? What would make you want to have Harden stay past this season? What would it take?
Decent contract and his commitment. That's it. I mean, he's a really good player, obviously. I mean, he's really good. He's shown in 2 games he's really good still. If he wanted to stay, I don't think I'd have any problem with it if they could make it all work financially and still leave themselves the opportunity to do some things that might help the team.
Let me throw this other piece at you because there was a story that came out, ESPN came out at like 9 o'clock this morning about LeBron. And it said LeBron called out the Lakers. That's actually the headline. LeBron James calls out Lakers. We're not a championship team. There have been, little rumors, kind of, I don't know if it's wishful thinking more than anything, to try to bring LeBron back to Cleveland next year for a farewell tour. What would that look like with Mitchell, Harden, and James going into next year? I know you don't want to talk about next year, but this story about LeBron calling out his own team is just going to percolate the fire for him to getting out of L.A. for next year.
You think it is?
Yeah. I think most people and everything that I've read made me think LeBron's not done playing basketball. He's just going to be done in L.A. because they don't want to pay him anymore.
I have a hard time thinking that would all come about. I can't imagine
adding him coming back to the Cavs. Is that?
Well, I can't imagine LeBron, Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, James Harden. That's what I can't imagine. Could I imagine LeBron here without James Harden? Yeah, I actually could.
I don't know because you're looking at LeBron.
It seems like too much. Too much money.
I mean, Terry
much
said,
everything.
"Do we really want to go back into a big 3 thing if you did that?"
Yeah, and LeBron is going to be 42. Eventually, Father Time catches up with everybody. I just that doesn't sound feasible to me. Do I think LeBron could end up here? Yeah, I do, but
not with Harden.
It's just bulky. I would find it. I would find it hard to believe that could come about with all those guys back.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean,
you want to get in the way of Evan Mobley's development? Put him on the same floor with James Harden and LeBron and Donovan Mitchell.
Dan, can you see it?
Nope.
You don't see it? No
Not
way.
the slightest. I think they'd all end up fighting with each other. I mean, there's only one basketball for three guys who dominate the basketball.
Yeah, I kind of go back to thinking about like when Dwayne Wade was here and how that didn't work out, you know?
And Derrick Rose.
Yeah.
Isaiah Thomas.
I mean, we've had these other superstar type players. I mean, I guess maybe you count your blessings on how effective they were with Kyrie, right?
It would have to take one of those guys going, you know what? I don't need the ball. I'm good playing off the ball.
I'm going to do nothing but set picks.
Yeah, I'm going to set screens and dish, and I'll shoot only when I'm open.
And James Harden, neither James nor LeBron nor Donovan have shown an inclination to do that in their career. They've not been asked to, but why would they?
Do you think there's a method behind the madness then with this whole story with LeBron calling out the Lakers, saying that we're not a championship team?
No, he's done stuff like that before. Nothing he's doing is wrong. He's all he's trying to do is motivate his team, Andy.
I don't know if that's the stuff that drives, I don't know. What drives Laker fans crazy? I don't know, Jeff. I mean, that is a town that is...
They run out of Perrier.
Rain.
Yeah, I mean, it's not... I don't know. Every time I think of the Lakers, I think of Joe Tate killing the PR staff for giving game notes to celebrities sitting on press row before he gave them to the radio, and then if they were lucky enough to have the game notes left or current box scores that were running. And I always laugh, and I always think, like, when I think of Joe, that's like one of the biggest things I always think about. It was like how he had the ability to tell a story and not really worry about what anybody else was saying. I think that's why we love Joe. But I just remember him staying up late at night, just crushing the PR staff from the Lakers for the way that they catered to superstars more than they catered to the media relations staff, which inherently is their job from day one. LA's a different beast, isn't it?
Well, it's a little. It's a different place to watch a basketball game. That's for sure.
Just because all the people watching, everybody's people.
Yeah,
watching.
fans were okay. They weren't terrible.
Just curious. All right, so this is what you're looking at, and you kind of wonder, where you're going to go with the Cavaliers and how much better they can get now that they've made this trade. What's this going to look like as we head towards the playoffs? Frank Isola from SiriusXM NBA Radio is going to join us here in just a few moments, and we'll get his take on what exactly the Cavaliers are looking at down the road. I'm still asking you, fans, do you feel after 2 games, after watching James Harden be a part of this offense, after watching the Cavaliers come back and win late last night when they had to fight in the final 4 minutes, and they did it without having to throw up 3 after 3 after 3 out of desperation. They came back, they moved the ball, they had a plan, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and I think that's why this team went from, hey, let's see what they do when they get to the playoffs, to I want to see what the Cavaliers are doing every night, and I want to be locked in. And I think that that's the Harden difference right now as far as, just fandom for the team that, you like and you thought was really good, but you just weren't sure. Man, I feel a lot more sure right now than I did before the trade. I hope it keeps moving. I know it's just 2 games. Frank Isola, Sirius XM NBA Radio. He will join us next right here, 92.3 The Fan.
Will Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news, breakdowns of the offseason needs, and where this team could be headed right here on 92.3. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. The Cavaliers continue to roll. Last night they get that big win over Denver, 119-117. Let's talk a little bit more hoops with a guy I'm sure you've seen on TV before. And, of course, you hear him on the radio on Sirius XM, NBA radio. He is Frank Isola. He is one of the best in the business, and he is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Frank, how are you?
Gentlemen, what's going on? How you doing?
Frank, good to have you.
We're feeling good, man. We got a lot of energy with the Cavaliers right now. And I don't know if the fans were all in on James Harden when they made the trade, and because they were still kind of leaning into that core four thing. But over 2 games, Harden has definitely turned heads for the Cavaliers and has made us feel pretty good. Your thoughts on him being with the Cavaliers and some of the action they had around the trade deadline?
You know, when the trade was first came out, it came out the night before, because it was the Chris Mannix report, and I do the radio show with Brian Scalabrine, who does the Celtic games, and we both liked the idea of them getting James Harden. And we took a lot of calls from people from Cleveland that weren't thrilled about it. I was a little surprised because then I get the whole thing. Darius Garland had been drafted by the Cleveland Cavaliers. He's a good guy. He's a good player, but besides the fact that he could be a defensive liability, besides the fact that he's a little undersized, the biggest issue is you don't know if he's going to be available. And last year in the playoffs, it was disappointing that he was injured. There's that toe injury, and he's still that's still a lingering issue for him. So, you always hear coaches talk about, windows, the window of opportunity opens and closes pretty quickly. And I think for the Cleveland Cavaliers, the way that the Eastern Conference is set up, they have a great opportunity this year. But I think the way they were headed, I don't think that they believed that the team was going to make much noise. Obviously, they moved on from DeAndre Hunter, but I think the big thing was getting Harden. I had seen Harden play I've always liked him because my thing about Harden is he likes to play, and I think that's important. I know, he likes to hang out and he enjoys the trappings of being a single NBA player. That's great, but he shows up and plays all the time. But I had seen him in Brooklyn maybe like 3 weeks ago, and he's still, when you see him in person, you're up close, you realize how big he is. He's got long arms. He's strong. And for the Clippers, he was actually doing a pretty decent job defensively. So I don't know. I always like the trade. I know it's a small sample size now. It's only 2 games, but I think it does a lot for Cleveland, and it makes that backcourt certainly pretty dynamic.
Frank, I think one issue that some Cav fans had was the fact that James is 36 and Darius is 26. But this, to me, was not a long-term move by the Cavs. Yep. It was a move on and then see what happens. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. And I think the one thing about Harden, you're right about the age, but he loves basketball. He loves to play. He practices. He plays. So, you've seen guys now stick around a little bit longer than usual. I don't know if he'll be LeBron at 41. But, even if you go back a couple of years ago, when he was on Brooklyn, everyone talks about it being a failed experiment. When they went out and they got Kevin Durant, and then they signed Kyrie also as a free agent, and then they made the trade for Harden. In fact, Jared Allen was involved in that trade. Now, of course, they're teammates. But that team, Harden brought a really good element to the team. And in the first round that year, they smoked Boston in 5 games. And then they crushed Milwaukee in the first 2 games. So they had gone 6-1 in the playoffs. And Harden then pulled up lame with a hamstring. Then Kyrie went down the very next game with an ankle injury. And then Milwaukee ended up putting in 7. Milwaukee went on to win the championship. But Harden I understand he's had some disappointing playoff performances, especially in closeout games. But, you could stick him out there with the backups, and he could dominate in terms of scoring. A lot, even on the Brooklyn Nets, he kind of liked playing with the backups because he knew that he was going to be the primary guy, and he could operate and he could pass. I just think with what the Cleveland Cavaliers have done, I give Kobe Altman, Kenny Atkinson, I give those guys a lot of credit because last year they had a great season, really disappointing playoff performance. And I think a lot of people thought, you watch, come playoff time will be different. They're just trying to get ready for the playoffs. Well, made two pretty dramatic moves. And I just think getting Harden right now, with how uncertain the East is, Detroit, hasn't won a playoff series as a franchise since 2008. The Knicks, got a little fortunate last year because nobody got injured. You never know how that's going to work. I still think the Knicks are going to be pretty tough. And then you have Boston with the news of Tatum potentially coming back. I guess he's going to practice with the G League team, so they could be dangerous. I just think right now for Cleveland, now is the time to go for it. Like, you don't know how many times you're going to have a chance to win a championship. And with Harden, now when you look at that team, if everyone is healthy, you could see them winning 3 playoff rounds. I just didn't see it with the team that they had 2 weeks ago. Now, I could see that team being good enough to win 3 playoff rounds and getting to a final.
Frank, I think it's interesting because I think Cavs fans said everything that you were just saying, but there's also this, and I hate using the word soft, but not physical enough, not tough enough a couple years ago against the Knicks. Then you look at Indiana last year in the playoffs with the addition of Harden, Schroeder, Keon Ellis. Are they? Do you look at the Cavs and go, you know what? Maybe that team is a little bit tougher than they were before, or maybe they'll put up a little bit more of a fight? Because I think Cavs fans are like, I don't know if it's PTSD or what, but we're like, I think we're real sensitive to looking at the league and saying, okay, everybody thinks they can roll over us because we're just not as tough as other teams, especially when you need to be during the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and I think Dennis Schroeder. I got a chance to see him in Brooklyn at the beginning of last season. And, he was coming off winning, a couple of years ago, he was the MVP of the FIBA World Cup. He led Germany to the championship. That's a pretty good accomplishment. And he's one of these guys, I think, as he's gotten older, I kind of think he understands his place in the league. He has a lot of pride. And I thought he was really good for the Brooklyn Nets. He was so good for the Nets early on that they said, he's too good for us. He's going to help us win too many games. We're trying to get a good draft pick. That's why they moved him on to Golden State. And the reason he was traded by a certain date in December was that he could be traded again. And sure enough, he ended up on Detroit. And I thought he was really good for Detroit in that playoff series against the Knicks. At times he played with Kate Cunningham, and he's got an edge. Like, Dennis Schroeder doesn't back down from anybody. In fact, he recently got into it with I'm going to forget who it was when he was with Sacramento, but he's not a punk. And I thought last year, the turning point for the Cleveland Cavaliers, I think a couple of things happened. In Game 1 against Indiana, I guess it was it Neesmith that knocked DeAndre Hunter to the ground on that hard foul, and everyone in Cleveland just kind of stood around and was like, "Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, you could crush DeAndre Hunter all you want. We're not going to really do anything." And I thought that was a little odd. And then the very next game, after they had been down 0-1 in the series, I understand Mobley was hurt, as was Darius Garland, and DeAndre Hunter after taking that shot. All three, in their street clothes on the bench. I'm thinking, come on, guys, like, can you be in uniform? What if they need you for a couple of, just for one possession late in the game? You guys really couldn't play it. If you remember, I think that was a game where they might have given up an offensive rebound off of a missed free throw. And to me, that just said a lot. It used to be when we covered the NBA and guys would miss regular season games, and they would almost say it as like a cliche. Well, if this was the playoffs, I could have played. Well, guys, it's the playoffs. Like, now you need to play. I mean, you have the entire off season to rest up. It's almost as if they didn't understand the magnitude of the game. And I remember thinking, if they lose this game, they're not going to win the series. Of course, they lost that game. They blew out Indiana in Game 3, but then Indiana ended up winning Game 4 and Game 5. I thought it was such a disappointing way to go out of the playoffs. It's almost like they didn't really understand the magnitude of what they were, what they were in, especially with the great record that they had during the regular season. So I hate to say, I'm the same way. I hate to call, a bunch of guys soft because obviously there's a lot of toughness to those guys. But in the general sports cliche of way of thinking, I think that team was soft last year.
Frank Isola joining us, and Frank's show, the starting lineup on Sirius XM. Frank, longtime writer covering the NBA. And one of the interesting moves last year was when the Knicks changed head coaches. And Tom Thibodeau out. I always thought Tom was an interesting coach. I thought he did a nice job. And they brought in Mike Brown, who we're really familiar with here. What kind of a job is Mike doing with the Knicks this year, Frank?
I think he's doing a good job. I'm somewhat biased because I've known Tom for a long time. I knew when he was assistant coach under Jeff Van Gundy. I thought Tom did a great job. I mean, the Knicks were a laughing stock for the most part of 25 years. He comes there and he completely, helps rebuild the whole thing. And, Julius Randle, who had never made the playoffs before, became an MVP candidate, got MVP votes. I think he finished top 5 one year. Same thing with Jalen Brunson. Josh Hart never been in the playoffs before. Look at the player that he became with the team. And then they go to the conference finals for the first time in 20 years, and only the Knicks organization would think that was a failure. When I was covering the team and being critical of them when they were in 28 games, everyone's accusing me of being a Knicks hater. Last year they went to the conference finals. Silly me. I thought it was a pretty good year. And they all didn't think suddenly it wasn't good enough. So last year, think about it. One coach in the Eastern Conference last season got fired. It was a guy that went to the conference finals.
Yeah.
Took the organization there for the first time in 25 years.
I didn't understand it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So the owner overreacted because, if you go back to a year ago, as you could tell, I'm pretty passionate about this thing. So if you go back to a year ago, Indiana got swept by Boston in the first round. And Rick Carlisle's an outstanding coach, but Rick Carlisle's last 10 years, I think, in Dallas, they didn't get out of the first round. In fact, I think they were in the lottery 4, 5, or 6 times, right? They lose, they get swept by Boston, and they should have won 2 of those games. They blew 2 big leads in the fourth quarter. They don't fire Rick Carlisle because they don't react like that. And what happens? They end up going to the finals last year. So Mike Brown walks into a really difficult situation because while Tom is going to push you and he's going to drive you crazy, deep down the players all know that was good for them. So Mike Brown comes in, and they're going to want you to be different, but different isn't always better. And, a lot of times you need to push guys. So you look at the way Karl Anthony Towns is playing. He's averaging 5 points less per game than he did last season. He was an All-NBA center last year. Jalen Brunson, his shots are up, his assist numbers are down. OG Anunoby, points down. Mikal Bridges, his points are down. Now, they've done relatively well. I mean, they're right on pace to finish with last year's record. The Eastern Conference right now doesn't look as tough, but the pressure for them will come playoff time. And I think the smart thing that Mike Brown did, he came in, we're going to play up tempo. We're going to do this. We're not going to chase games in the regular season. Guys are playing big minutes still. They're definitely chasing wins in the regular season, which I think you should do. And they've gone back. The 2 things he did was at the start of the season, he wasn't playing Josh Hart. Josh Hart, and you guys will see this the next time the Knicks play the Cavaliers. Josh Hart is the Draymond Green to Jalen Brunson, Steph Curry. Jalen Brunson wants, Josh Hart out there with him. That's the player that he wants playing alongside of him. So he went back to starting Josh Hart. It changed everything for the Knicks, and they went back to kind of playing the same kind of defensive principles that they played under Tom Thibodeau. I think Mike Brown probably came in thinking, I got to change things around. Not really. It's essentially the same team. Just do what was working last year and make, Jalen Brunson is an isolation point guard, just like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is, just like James Harden was for a long time in his career. You don't have to change things if it's working. You're playing to the strengths of the roster that you have. The Thunder won a championship by doing that. It's people could say it's boring or whatever, but do what your team does best. And right now, the Knicks, what they do best is just letting Brunson operate with the ball, and that's working for them. But again, come playoff time, Mike Brown will be under a lot of pressure because you got to do better than the last coach did, and he got them to the conference finals.
Frank, if I'm trying to figure it out. Excuse me. Cavs make it to the Eastern Conference final. Successful season, or do the Cavs need to make it to the finals?
No, I think it is a conference final. I mean, that means you won 2 playoff rounds. Chances are, you're going to beat a pretty good team either in the first round or definitely in the second round. So I don't know. I don't ever look at it like that. It's the same thing with the Knicks last year. It's disappointing. I don't know how you can get to a conference finals and say the season is a failure. I'm not buying that. And I also don't get. You need a coach who could take you to the next level. That's just like another cliche. I mean, when Boston lost the finals a few years ago to the Warriors, everyone wanted them to break up Tatum and Brown. How'd that work out? They won a championship a couple of years later. The first year that Joe Mazzulla was the coach, they trailed Miami 3-0, tied the series up, then lost Game 7 at home. Joe Mazzulla hadn't won a championship yet. Did they need another coach who could take them to the next level? Frank Vogel's won a championship with the Lakers. I think all that stuff. You just have to be a little lucky. You guys know how it works. It works that way in every sport. Luck factors into it, and you have to stay healthy. You have to. And I think Cleveland last year spent the entire year watching minutes and all this other nonsense. The playoffs rolled around, the whole team was hurt. The Knicks were the team that went for it, played guys big minutes. They were the only team last year in the NBA that wasn't hurt. So there's a lot of times there's no rhyme or reason to it. I think getting to a conference finals for Cleveland, I think it's a successful year. Just like, but silly me, I thought beating the Celtics last year for the Knicks would be a successful year, making the conference finals, and they still fired their coach.
Is there a team in the East, Frank, that you have circled that, okay, it's not the Pistons who have been in first place, not the Cavs who were in first place out last year, or even your Knicks, who might be that team that sneaks in and makes some noise this year like Indy did last year?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to regret saying this on the show, but I would say Philadelphia, just from the standpoint of Tyrese Maxey's excellent.
He is.
You know, Embiid, I probably could score 20 points off of Embiid, but if you look at what he's done, he's not only put up big numbers recently, he's playing big minutes. And and I think the expectations for Embiid are so low that anything they get out of him is kind of a bonus. And VJ Edgecombe has been really good. And when they're healthy, and this whole Paul George thing will actually, in a weird way, help him because he's serving a 25-game suspension. Chances are he would have missed half those games anyway. So what's the big deal? They would have
really
sat him,
true.
right? For
true.
Half of those. So come playoff time, if they're healthy, with Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Joel Embiid, Paul George, the kid at Dembona who they bring off the bench is good. Kelly Oubre, you can laugh all you want, but Kelly Oubre is a talented offensive player. Like Philadelphia, and they got a coach who did win a championship, and Nick Nurse. So if they're healthy, that's not exactly the team that you want to run into. They've gone into Madison Square Garden twice this year and beaten the Knicks. So they are a really talented team. The East, to me, has a lot more juice now that the Cavaliers got James Harden, and the fact that maybe Tatum is going to come back, and they just added Vucevic. It's like it's a lot more exciting, and also you'll have a well-rested Paul George come playoff time as well.
Frank, I got about 30 seconds. Your daughter's still coaching soccer? She was at Ohio University, was she, as a grad assistant?
Then she was down at William and Mary. Now she's between jobs, so we're waiting for Manchester United to call. If they don't hang
now
on
you're
to Michael
talking.
Carrick, maybe or get a job over in Italy. I'd rather, I've been to London a bunch already this year to watch games. I wouldn't mind going to go to Rome and watch a couple of games.
Did you get to make the trip to Athens at all, or no?
I liked it there a lot. You fly into Cincinnati. It's a cool college town, without question. I went into the basketball arena where what's his name played there. Who'd you guys used to call the Shack of the Mac? Oh, and his son is in the NBA.
Gary Trent.
Yeah, Gary Trent.
Gary Trent. Yeah, Gary Trent. Shack of the Mac. That was a great nickname.
All right, Frank. Thank you.
6'7" guys. That's all you need.
All right. Good luck to your daughter, too. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Frank.
All right. Thanks, Frank. Frank Isola, nice enough to join us. Sirius XM NBA Radio. Let's talk about what he had to say. We'll do that when we come back. Time now for 2020.
strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
You can take the Fan with you wherever you go. How do you do that? Well, you can listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Cam Mattis here. Dan Manigan is here. The whole crew is here.
Whole gang, Andy.
Jeff,
we're all here.
I thought you were going to make your 70s country music variety show reference, but you didn't do it. Pretty proud of you on that. You missed it. You missed your opportunity for that, and I
don't even know what you're talking about.
The whole hee-haw gang.
Oh.
You say that all the time. 216-474-0092. Not that I think it's
Great
bad.
show, man.
I just thought, salute.
At Kathy Baker.
How old do you think she is now? Do I need to look?
97.
Was she the one with the pigtails?
That was the very wholesome little blonde gal.
What was that? What was her name? Do you remember?
Kathy Baker.
Oh, that was her.
Little blonde girl, yeah.
And they were gone, right? That's the one thing I remember from that show. I remember having to watch that when I was a kid at my grandparents' house. And it was that
I
and
was watching it.
That
Same
and
thing.
Lawrence Welk, right?
Back to back.
Yeah. So I was right. They were next to each other?
You were correct.
Oh, man. I'm warped. Do you wonder why I am the way I am? Do you wonder why you are?
I don't wonder. I'm well aware.
Frank Isola was with us from Sirius XM NBA Radio. Had some interesting thoughts. Let's get to some of those. First of all, let's start with his rationale about Philly being a tough team, because you thought the same thing.
Yeah,
and that Philly could be the team that you really need to keep your eye on.
Frank, I wrote down a couple of things before we chatted with him just to get ready so that I could have a couple of things I wanted to make sure I hit him on.
You mean you did show prep? Is that what
I didn't get to the 76ers because he got to them before I did.
Yeah, he did.
I just said, is there a team that you kind of have circled? And they went, yeah, it's Philadelphia. And I agree. Tyrese Maxey has become a superstar player. And Joel Embiid, though he's injured like crazy and hasn't been as effective this year as he's normally been, when he's played, he's still pretty good. If they can limp Joel Embiid to the playoffs and have him be okay, as Frank said, this is a team you do not want to see. Tyrese Maxey's as good of a backcourt guy as there is in the league. He's great. And Embiid can still dominate a game if he's able to go. So we'll see. And Andre Drummond's done a nice job for them, actually, as well.
Mm-hmm.
That was a really nice move by Daryl Morey, Highland High School graduate, by the way. He's from Medina.
Mm-hmm.
He's their GM. And he, he's had Andre Drummond just backing him up and doing a nice job. And Drummond's averaging, his typical close to 10 rebounds a game.
It'll be interesting where the Sixers land. I would hope that
if they can avoid the play-in tournament, that would probably be really good for them.
Well, they're a game and a half in up on that.
Yeah.
So Orlando's sitting.
That would be good.
Orlando's sitting 11 back. Philly's sitting 9.5 back on the Pistons. So game and a half ahead on the 6th spot. That's the play-in line is right there. Orlando is in the play-in tournament. Philly's not. They're sitting at the 6th seed. So when you kind of break that down, I'm just trying to think of where you'd want to be to try to avoid them in the playoffs if you were the Cavaliers. I would think, well, it just depends on how it works out, but probably you'd want to be the 2 or the 3 seed. I don't know. I'm trying to do the math in my head, and it's not working. Some of the other things that he had talked about, and, I'm not worried about what the team is itself. I just get, I don't know. I get irritated when I hear everybody say, your team is soft. How come you guys are so soft? Why can't you guys play in these physical battles? I think when they played the Knicks a couple years ago, I just think they weren't really
good as.
Yeah, I don't think they were ready for that kind of physical basketball at that point. Jeff, I don't. They just didn't.
Okay.
They seemed to be outmatched from a physical standpoint when they were in that Knicks series. Now,
there are different ways to play the game, Andy, and the one thing to keep in mind about the Cavs, for instance, last night you saw Nikola Jokic, and you saw Valanciunas. Those guys are beasts. I mean, those guys, they're great, big, heavy, thick, strong guys. Well, we have Jared Allen and Evan Mobley.
Right.
They're sticks.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they can't play the game. You've got to play, but you just have to play to your strengths.
Right.
And,
I get that.
Jarrett will never outmuscle Valanciunas. If he's on him out there, he'll never push Nikola Jokic around. But that doesn't mean you can't beat him in a basketball game. But you do have to stand up to your competition. And I think the additions of James Harden and Dennis Schroeder and Keon Ellis will help with that. Even though, they're not 6'10", 270 pounds, but they bring a mindset to the game that I think will be beneficial.
I thought it was interesting that he went back to the playoffs from a year ago, and you get a guy get knocked down, and there's really no one there to help him get back up. That it didn't feel like your team had your back during that, and that was something that stood out in his mind. So my rationale in asking that question isn't so much do we think the Cavaliers are soft. The rationale is, does the rest of the league think the Cavaliers were soft?
Well, does that keep them from winning a series? Maybe it did. Maybe it did. Maybe it won't this year.
And then the last part of it was that when the Cavs did the trade for Harden, he was surprised at the number of Cavalier fans that were against it when he was doing his show on the air. I think, and I don't know if it was it Dan that said it or somebody, that you'll come around to this trade. But you were like, look, I think this is a good trade. I think this is the right thing. We've talked about the way the backcourt had been set up, and they needed this change to help them facilitate the ball a little bit more. And in 2 games, we've seen that. Now, you just got to hope that happens for the rest of the season. That's kind of where my mindset is. But he was taken aback by the fact that the Cavs fans didn't like the trade initially because they wanted to hang on to Garland. And part of that is a marketing aspect from the Cavaliers.
You think it was Garland, or you think it was that Harden was the return?
I think it was both. I think one was the marketing aspect of you've been shoving this core 4 thing at us for years now, and you so if you bought in, we're sorry that we sold you this bill of goods, but guess what? It's not going to get us to the finals. And our general manager now believes that because he's making a trade and he's busting up the core 4. So I think part of that was the reaction for the Cavalier fans. And the other one was, they were wondering what you're going to get with Harden. Are we going to get someone who's going to try to take over the game when you have one of the best players in the league in Mitchell? And I think that there's a hesitation there, but it was a hesitation of the unknown. Still not completely known, but now you've had an hors d'oeuvre over the last 2 games.
Like a sauerkraut ball.
I'm more like little pig in a blanket there, or data skin kind of guy, or a giant tater tot packed with bacon in it already with sour cream.
I'll go with all the above.
Thank you. I know my hors d'oeuvres, baby. I know my hors d'oeuvres. I want to get back into the Browns in the next hour. We're going to talk about that. Who should be making the call on the defensive coordinator hire? And there's something amiss when it comes to the medals at the Olympics. We'll talk about that in the next hour. 216-474-0092. Plus, we'll give you some of the headlines of what's going on across sports. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
breakdowns of the offseason and where this team could be headed right here on 92.3. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Hey, if you missed a moment of our show, let me tell you, you can use that rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's Integrated Restoration. We've had a great show for you. Mary Kay Cabot joined us at 11 o'clock. Frank Isola from Sirius XM NBA Radio also joined us. He was with us at 12:20. About to do headlines here in a second. We're going to talk about the Browns. Do you think Todd Monken is the guy who should be making the call on the defensive hire for defensive coordinator? So all interesting things. And before we get to headlines, Dan, outstanding news. The guy that did the Minions routine at the Olympics has stepped out there and done his routine, and he didn't get in any trouble for it because there was issues over the music clearance on that. Is that correct? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, that was the start of the problem, is that Universal was not going to allow him to use the music for his Minions routine. There was a lot of appeals that took place in there that then made it so he was able to use it. He did the Minion routine. It was wildly entertaining.
Yeah, it was fun. It was good. And then also...
slipped on the ice.
He had one little boo-boo
I know. That shouldn't
stop you from...
plummet you to 14th place, but it usually does.
Well, I mean, you got to think you're going up against the greatest in the world, too, right? So
Well, he's
one
one of
little
them.
thing, yeah, but to be the greatest, you've got to have a flawless routine. Come on, Jeff. It's like your show every day when you're with me out here. Yeah, right. You are flawless, and I'm the 14th person. I'm the one that trips and falls all the time.
It's always weird to me. These poor people. I mean, good for them. They made the Olympics. That's awesome. You can train like absolute crazy, and you have one little slip on the ice. Sorry.
And it's ice. You would think you would slip.
What's fifth place feel like? Huh? I feel so bad for him.
Because they had a little slip. The other thing, too, we were just talking about in the break before we get to headlines here. Tara Lipinski is one of the announcers. Major controversy with her over there. Did you hear about this?
Nope.
She brought her toddler with her, like a 3-year-old daughter. And people are like calling her out for saying, why would you bring your daughter to the Olympics? Like, why wouldn't you?
Bring her husband too?
Yeah, I mean,
well, then he can watch her.
That's what I thought. I thought exactly the same thing.
And, they have two parents, then one can watch and one can work.
Stop, Jeff. Stop making sense. I can't believe. Why would anybody rip her for bringing her toddler to the Olympics? Is it ridiculous? Yahoo Sports had the headline. It said, Tara Lipinski defends the decision to bring toddler daughter to the 2026 Olympics. Quote, maybe I don't want to choose. Good for you, Tara. Good for you. Bring your kid with you. Okay.
Cutest 43-year-old on the planet.
I can't believe she's 43. I can't believe that. How about some headlines?
What?
Headlines.
Headlines.
All right, gentlemen, let us begin with a little bit of news coming down out of the college football side of things. Something that we've had an eye on for a little bit, which is, of course, conference realignment, which is taking place all over. But a step up that nobody saw, well, very few saw coming. North Dakota State is moving up to the NCAA Division I. They will be in the Mountain West, which is interesting. Yeah. They were a powerhouse for a long, long time and still are in D2, now finding their way to D1. I'm interested to see what this leap looks like, gentlemen.
Hey, just double check. They were FCS. They're going to the...
Yes, that's what I meant. Sorry.
That's okay. So they were D1. They're just moving up to the higher level of D1. I agree. It's
little Carson
Wentz,
little Trey Lance, right? Didn't they go there?
So they'll be in the Mountain West, huh? Why not?
Still playing that funny indoor building?
I don't know, Jeff. I don't know. This is already off to a rollicking start.
Will they play in that? I don't know. We're
good
just
for
trying
them.
to remember.
They've had a big time program for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know. I love FCS football. I love they throw the ball like crazy in that league. You have a chance to win a championship. Do we really think North Dakota State's going to be battling for a playoff spot next year? I question teams that would. I don't. I just think there's something to be said for trying to win a national championship. That's all.
They play in the Fargo Dome.
That's what it is. The Fargo Dome.
But one of the best, well, the thing with the Olympics that is always interesting is the fact that you have people who are not used to talking to media talking to media and being put in these positions. And one of those took place involving a Norwegian bronze medalist who was in the biathlon, which is the cross-country skiing, followed by where you lay down or stand up and shoot at a target for a while before cross-country skiing once again.
Which is one of the most bizarre events in the history of any event.
But wildly entertaining. I get hooked on it every single time it's on.
Yeah, they're kicking butt, and then they have to concentrate and calm down.
So Strula Holm Largedid, I apologize, I probably butchered the snot out of that one, and I apologize to him, was talking to a local Norwegian outlet about winning the bronze medal and said, and I'd play it for you, but it's in Norwegian, through a translator, 6 months ago, I met the love of my life, he said, the most beautiful, nicest person in the world. And 3 months ago, I made the biggest mistake of my life and cheated on her. I had a gold medal in my life. He said, there are probably many people now who look at me with different eyes, but I only had eyes for her. I don't know what I want to get at by saying this now, but sports have been secondary in recent days, and I wish I could share this with her.
Oh, guy goofed up, man.
Mm-hmm. After being married for 3 months?
Yeah, that's kind of silly.
That's real deep love there.
Oh,
One of those
I
moments
love
where you're
you,
like,
honey.
oh, buddy.
Who's the neighbor?
Oh, buddy. Probably shouldn't have said that one out loud the way you did, but hey, good luck to you. Hope it all ends up working out. A little bit of news that's falling out from the Super Bowl. Patriots left tackle Will Campbell, who did not address the media after the Super Bowl game because he was on ice skates.
This poor kid.
Throughout the entire thing, said that he has played through a torn knee ligament this season. So it was no excuse for his abysmal play, according to him. But it brings up an interesting question, Mr. Phelps. This was never on an injury report, to my knowledge.
Oh.
What are we doing here?
Bill Belichick lives in New England.
What level of honesty are these guys actually owe to all of us when it comes to injuries?
Is it the?
It's not the guy. It's the team.
It's the league.
Yeah,
trying to be
the league
forthright with their
happy
gambling
with
partners.
What
Yes.
level of honesty do they owe to us?
I've never understood why you have to disclose all of the injuries, even though I understand the whole gambling aspect.
That's why they want clarity out
Yeah,
there.
I
They
know,
want people to
but
see what's going on.
It's weird though to me.
Should it just be injured and no statement with it, or should it be
Andy,
injured
I don't
can't
know.
play?
I don't know.
Injured can play.
My favorite is, you go through these different steps. I love it when they are listed as he's now officially questionable. So we're really sure that we don't know.
We confirm he might play.
We confirm that we don't know if he's going to play. That makes no sense at all. Officially questionable. I don't know that. I don't know what they owe him. I do know I feel bad for the kid. He gave up, 15 pressures, most ever given up in a playoff game by an offensive lineman, something like that. Now we might know why.
Pitchers and catchers have reported today, gentlemen.
Oh, glory be.
Sun is out. Everything's better. We will see where it goes to there, but a little bit of news that are coming out of pitchers and catchers reporting, multiple reports that our old buddy Aaron Savale signing a deal with the Athletics, the Los Oclamento Athletics.
Good for him.
Yeah. Ever since he got moved, he's been bouncing a little bit. So I hope he can settle down and find a good spot there. He's a solid pitcher.
I agree.
And we'll see if Kyle Manzardo can become a solid everyday first baseman.
They won that trade, hey?
Yeah.
Guardians?
Yeah.
One more year and
Today they
they've
won the trade.
certainly won the trade. Yeah.
Today they won the trade.
If Aaron can bounce back and Kyle doesn't take a step, it'll still be up for debate. But so far, I think Kyle's outperformed Savali.
One of the guys who also has in a bit of an interesting situation is Nick Castellanos with the Philadelphia Phillies. He was benched late in the season by the manager for an inappropriate comment. He's been throwing a fit, demanding that he basically is not exactly thrilled about still being there. They're trying to ice this over and make it better. He is still on the Phillies, though, so we'll see where it goes from there. But, I mean, guys, it is kind of out there.
Do we want him? 216-474-0092. Do we want him? 216-474-0092.
There's an oldie but a goodie brought back to life. No, we don't want him, Dan.
I don't think so.
You know why? Because he's a veteran hitter who can put the ball in play and drive in some runs. We're not interested in that.
No.
Yeah, come on, man.
We're going to take at bats away from guys who have never done it at the major league level.
Possibly might hit it over the fence, too. Can't have that.
I know.
Can he play out of position?
Like
if he can play out of position, maybe I'll think about it.
You don't want him to play a position, if we're being really honest.
That's even better.
He was a butcher at third base and then went to the outfield, and it didn't get better.
Oh, then he can play second. Everybody, come on. Bring it on down.
So happy.
Guardian's house is second baseman. We got shortstops. We got second baseman. We got first baseman. We make it to second baseman. Center fielders. We'll turn them into catchers. Whatever it takes. Come on down. House of second baseman.
Rhys Hoskins still a free agent.
Give it time. I got a feeling we're going to start seeing a little bit of a flurry coming with a lot of these guys signing a couple different places. And that, gentlemen, is what I got for you for headlines.
Hey, can I give you? I got one more.
New little segment.
I like it.
Mennigan kicking butt.
Can I throw this at you before we go to Browns next segment? I saw the picture of this 2 days ago, and I could not believe it. So every once in a while we talk about defunct Olympic sports sports that have gone away, right?
Okay.
Did you know in the 1900 Olympic Games, it was in Paris, Leon de London of Belgium was the GOAT at this. It was live pigeon shooting. Can you believe they had? What blew me away when I saw this story?
Unintended?
No, it's like Leon was awesome at this.
Did you get what I said?
Yeah, I heard you. He hit 21 of 300 to win the gold after they released them all. 21 of 300. I don't know how do they know? But what freaked me out when I saw it was they actually on the pigeons they had little bullseyes on them. They would paint little bullseyes on the pigeons. Does that sound crazy?
You make a note for why am I smarter?
That's right. Now you know.
Pigeon.
Should they bring tug of war back? That's the other one. They used to have firefighting also as an event. Tug of war.
Mm-hmm.
Tug of war.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should that be an Olympic event? I think it should be.
Good.
I think tug of war would be great.
That's great, Andy.
And how would they do it? They would do...
They get a rope.
Well, okay, first you start with a rope, and then you have to put little flags on it, and you would need sand pits,
pull over
right?
a ditch.
And so you would probably have to do team tug of war. You could do one-on-one tug of war. You could do mixed tug of war.
I think this is what Dan had in mind.
Any other tug of wars you can get?
Coming out of headlines.
I'm just saying, live pigeon shooting. Would you watch it?
Yeah, that's great, Andy.
Sad,
let's watch
man.
them blow birds out of the sky.
I know. Crazy, right? And they put these little tiny targets on them. I just thought it was interesting. 216-474-0092. That's the number to call in. Come back. I want to ask you about this defensive coordinator hire for the Browns and, how wide the net seems to be. Do you think Todd Monken should have full stay over his staff? 216-474-0092.
and Dale Ryder recapping all the latest Browns news, breakdowns of the offseason, and where this team could be headed right here on 92.3. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. As Cam was just talking about, those folks that are up for, or at least interviewed for, the Browns defensive coordinator job. Jonathan Cooley from the Panthers, who went to John Carroll, was also at Kent State for a little while. I think he was at Tennessee Chattanooga, too. Some of the places where he's been along the way, is getting interviews for the Browns job. So he's one. Mike Ruttenberg, another one. Falcons passing game coordinator, as well as guys that are already on staff right now. So it does kind of feel like the Browns are using the same kind of due diligence they did to hire a head coach as they are for a defensive coordinator. Does it feel like they're going pretty intense on this, or what do you think? It would have been better. It would have been easy to just
teams need one.
Well, I'm saying it would have been easy to elevate somebody who's already on staff.
Yeah.
Especially knowing that you're saying with the same.
But Todd Monken doesn't have a history with them. I would think he would want to talk to some people that he might know, some that he doesn't know, and go about your business. I would. And by the way, he's the guy who should hire this person, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so too. Why would you not want? I kind of feel like, though, when it comes to the Browns, that they like to use group effort, team effort. Maybe Todd should, dwindle it down to 2, 3, maybe.
What? I don't know.
3 guys that he would say, I could be comfortable with this guy. I want to work with him.
Okay, and then who makes the final call?
The group. I'm just telling. I'm not saying that's what I think they should do.
The group.
I think that's what they do.
Group won 8 games the last 2 years.
Jeff, don't you think that's what they do, though?
The group.
Groupthink.
Okay. I would. If I'm Todd Monken, I would just want to hire my own DC and let's go.
I would too. I just don't know if that's the way it is playing out. How's that sound?
Okay, I'll give you that.
Although I could be totally wrong.
Yeah,
I'm speculating.
We'll find out. We'll find out. There are a lot of guys.
I just know they need to have Todd with a guy you can trust. Again,
well, of course.
Why would you hire a guy,
hey, this guy's coming in with a knife. He wants my job.
Well, let's just say they elevate somebody who's already currently on the staff, and I'm just saying this is the same argument that we had with Jim Schwarz, right?
Well, if they elevate a guy who's on the staff, I would think he'd be happy to be elevated. That would be Jason Tarver or Ephraim Banda.
Right, but I'm just saying, or give me another name, whatever. It doesn't matter. If they were already on the staff and then they see the way Monken's doing things, and they're like, oh, Stefanski used to do this better. I mean, what's the difference between that and Jim Schwarz? Schwarz would probably be the same way. Like,
what, though,
if you thought that you were going to hire Schwarz as defensive coordinator, even though he had interviewed for the head coach's position, and you would say to yourself, I don't really know if Monken knows what he's doing when it's coming to defense. Maybe I don't.
I wouldn't expect that. You know why? These guys are mercenaries. They know wherever they go, they have to give their absolute best while they're there for whoever it is as the head coach. I mean, it's a small little group of guys, and how many of them ever end up staying more than 5 years in one spot? Not very many.
That's true. That is true.
The name Corey Undlin keeps getting thrown around. The Texans defensive coach. He was with the Browns for 4 years under Romeo. He's been all around the place. He worked with Monken a little bit. We'll see. They'll get this. I don't mean this to sound as simpleton as it sounds. They'll hire some guy they think has a good background. They'll give him a good bunch of defensive players, and let's see what he can do. It doesn't get a whole lot more complicated than that.
No, I know, and it's something that you say all the time, and I tend to agree with you that sometimes I just think they overthink these positions. They overcoach, or that they try to, and that's not just the Browns. I'm not picking on the Browns. I just think the game itself, like Bill Belichick would go into New England, and he'd have like less than 10 coaches on his staff.
Yeah, I don't understand the structure with all of the coaches they have. who's reporting to who and who's handling this, who's handling that. I would think it would get a little convoluted myself, but I've never coached in the NFL.
They don't apply to the KISS theory. Keep it simple, stupid.
No, they don't seem to, do they?
No, they never do. I mean, how many times over the last 5 or 6 years you go to look at who's on the Browns coaching staff, and there's like 50 coaches on there, and you're like, okay, I get it. Give me offense, defense, running back, tight ends coach, maybe. Okay, I don't even know. He could put the tight ends could go with the offensive line coach. Maybe we could save a little money there. I don't think that they're trying to save money. I just think it's just there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen when it comes to the Browns, and some people might have some good ideas to throw some ingredients in there, but might be so low on the totem pole that they're not really going to start suggesting ideas. I've coached before. That seems to be a line I've heard plenty of times in every sport. When you're the head coach and somebody comes up to you and you go, I think we should run this. And they'll be like, oh, okay, good idea. And you should do – no, I've coached before. I get it. Because at some point you got to be the head man, right?
Well, in theory.
You got to make the decisions. So,
yeah.
So I don't – do you think Todd Monken should have the full stay over his staff?
Yes. Actually, I do. With input, but I would think he should have final say over his coordinators. Those are his most trusted coaches.
Yeah, I mean, do you think? I don't know how it should work.
Then he can turn. Okay, DC. Who do you want? You want a different assistant safeties coach to coach these 4 guys? Great.
Oh, the 4-guy room. Okay, we'll build another room for them.
I wonder how many little cubby holes they have over there.
No, they just keep bringing in trailers.
Must be.
It's the easiest way to do it. Be the Trailer Park Boys. The Trailer Brook Park Boys.
I see what you did there. Yeah.
I'm trying to make that happen somewhere.
Nice.
I don't know if that's the way you go. I think Todd Monken needs to have full say over his staff.
You do?
Yeah, he doesn't have full say over the roster, so the least you can do is give him his own staff. Especially, they were talking yesterday, we had this conversation with Scott Petrick about when you change a head coach, it's a $100 million deal.
Yeah.
And you're trying to figure out who the new assistants are going to be, who do you have to pay off, you're going to let them out of their contract, if their contract is there, or you just want to let them go. You're talking, millions for the current contract that you have with your defensive or offensive coordinator, your special teams coordinator, and now you're switching it out. So now you've got more, how many years are we going to give this guy? What are we doing with this situation or that situation? So I do think it's important that Todd Monken has say over his staff. But when you look at the entire process, do you think, it's after the Super Bowl, they need a defensive coordinator, let's go.
No.
What's the timeline on this?
No, they'll find one. When do they have to be on the field for OTAs and everything else? When's the first time you're there? I would think you need to have somebody in place a month before. Guy's going to walk in the door with a defensive scheme.
Well, it sounds like they're using the same scheme.
Well, won't be identical. Whoever it is, unless it's Tarver or Banda, I would think there would be some serious tweaking. And even with those guys, even though they're promoted from within, there will still be tweaking, Andy.
Dan,
everybody wants to do something a little differently.
Yeah. Are you down with the way they're handling this? I am. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to hear in 3 weeks or 3 months or 3 years that Todd Monken didn't have control over his own staff. That I think it's a blunder if you don't give the head coach that power.
Andy, we know the benefits of casting a wide net on all of our areas of expertise when it comes to how the defense operates.
I thought you were in Atlanta.
That was a little deeper.
Oh, that was Andrew.
That's a little Andrew Barrett.
I'm sorry, Andrew. You sounded a little like Kevin.
If they are doing this because, and again, we don't know, but if this wide net is being cast because Todd Monken looked around and said, I want to get the defense that I hate facing, that fits what I have as a team and when the talent on this defensive side, and I despise facing this defense, then I'm all in. I think that's fantastic. If they're doing this because we come to find out that the Browns front office wants to, let's talk to the Rams and see what Chris Shula's doing because he didn't want to interview with us to begin with. And then let's talk to these people. And then maybe we'll talk to Seattle. And then maybe we'll go this direction. Find the guys that fit the talent that is best on the defense. Bring them in. Bring that defense with them. And make it the defense that Todd Monken despises facing. Because that usually seems to work.
Yeah. I mean, I wish I had an answer for that. I just don't. The defense, how does the defense get better? So you can kind of crawl into that story. Where do you think this defense has holes, and how are you going to fix that? How is that going to give it? Like, how does the interview go? Hey, by the way, you're about to become defensive coordinator for Myles Garrett. Congratulations. How are you going to make Myles Garrett better? Are you?
You laugh. I mean, it's probably a question that's in there, and there's a lot of ways you could goof this up.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of people who would go, well, maybe I could come in and we'll really mess with it by dropping Myles Garrett into coverage.
Oh.
We've seen it.
Yeah.
We've seen it, and we've seen it work with some teams where they'll drop their best pass rusher into coverage. We've seen it kaboom with other teams. There's a lot of different ways to get this done.
If somebody said that, I'd kick them right out of it. I'd be like, hey, great, good interview. See you later. Hey, by the way, how are the peanuts on the airplane? Because you're about to get them. Because we're about to throw you back on another plane. I don't know how that could even be discussed. Here's Carson Schwarz. What are you going to do with him? How are you going to make him better?
It'll happen.
Ugh.
It'll happen.
Is it possible for them to destroy the defense in a year?
Well, of course they could destroy it. I mean, you guys have had toddlers. You know how this goes. Anything could get destroyed.
It's not the truth.
Isn't it a little early to be this negative about someone who hasn't been hired yet?
I don't know why we're negative on this one. There's no reason
there's no reason to be negative.
They're talking to a whole bunch of different people.
Because I think we're questioning whether Todd Monken has full control over this hire. That's why I think we're negative.
Are we questioning it, or do we just want to think that that's the way to go? I think it's just the way to go.
I think it's the way to go. You think it's the way to go. But I don't know that the Browns think that's the way to go. I could see the Browns being like, yeah, we like this guy a little bit better than the other guy.
It would be the
whether it's ownership
question.
or Andrew Berry or what. I think we just don't trust it.
Which defense completely befuddles you, Todd? Go get that defense. Which defense do you despise facing?
Stop making sense. Stop making sense.
Doesn't that? I think that's common sense.
It's the same reason why Clint Kubiak is calling Jim Schwartz right now and trying to get him out of the contract to go to the Raiders. Why? Because Jim Schwartz is kryptonite for Clint Kubiak's offense. How do I get that? Well, I'm going to go get the guy so I don't have to face him.
Well, you're not going to have to face him anyway. You're either going to get him or not have to face him at all. All right, let's come back. We'll talk a little bit more about that. There was one other Olympic story that we need to get to, too, about the Olympic medals themselves. So we'll get to that. We'll continue on with this Browns conversation. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle.
Browns right here on 92.3. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Can't have nice things.
Baskin and Phelps. Man, we're sitting here, we're watching USA and Sweden go toe-to-toe in curling. I think everyone's doing that today. Everyone's on the curling bandwagon now. Remember how people didn't even follow curling before?
What sport?
That's exactly right, Jeff. Just wait. And then once the Olympics are over, no one's going to care about curling anymore.
Except Jeff Thomas.
Except for the folks out at the Mayfield Curling Club and Skating Club.
Which is cool.
Trying to think of where else they curl around here. There's a guy in Highland Heights who's got one in his backyard. It's legit, too. Guys show up on Sunday morning wearing their Carhartts.
Go out and curl.
I got a buddy who does it. He goes over to this guy's house.
That's awesome.
They all wear their Carhartts. They all get out there, slide the rock down the ice. Said it's pretty intense.
That's awesome.
You got to make sure you've got good curling fuel to be able to do that. This is what I'm told, at least. So I'm just saying. Speaking of the Olympics, by the way, we just lost in mixed curling doubles, right?
Yeah. Heck of a shot by the Swedes. I'll tell you what.
It was like the girl next door just threw like the best shot ever.
Can't have nice things.
She had glasses on. It was just like, wow, man. She's an athlete. Pretty cool. Yes, no?
Okay.
Why are you looking at me like I'm nuts?
I'm all good with that.
No, you're not. All right, so here's the other. I'm sure that Dan has seen this dilemma they're having at the Olympics. And according to gold medalist Breezy Johnson, Breezy, she had said you cannot jump in your Olympic medals anymore if you win because they will break during the celebration.
What's breaking? The
Can't
strap?
have nice things.
She
strap
said
or what?
after she won the downhill ski gold, don't jump in them. I was jumping in excitement, and they broke. She said this after her win on Sunday.
Broke?
I'm sure someone will fix it. It's not crazy broken, but a little broken. I'm assuming, and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, that the would you call it a ribbon that you wear?
The ribbon
that connects to the metal is ripping off, is coming off, or it's not
so
securely.
the metal's not breaking, but the whole presentation is
correct.
Okay.
The material that you wear around your neck. Well, is that the lanyard part of it? Is that what you would call it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, the clasp right there.
Yeah.
That connects it. So
Let's go with
sometimes
that.
that'll break. Other times, though, we've ran into where the medals themselves have been getting chipped in
What?
the celebrations.
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is
Wow.
a frequent problem. It happens every year where the medals will break or
They're not really gold.
They're gold plated, aren't they?
Well, I don't know. You can buy that Rust-Oleum stuff and just spray them up, don't you?
well, and I think
they're all bronze. They're all bronze medals, and then they put a silver plate, and then they put a gold plate on the outside of it.
not to go full-blown chemistry class as well.
Oh,
but,
here we go.
I mean, it's also a soft metal, which means it's not going to be able to take as much of a beating.
We have a lot of copper in the country now that we don't make pennies.
That's true. Is that true, Dr. Beaker?
Congratulations. You win fourth. You get a copper medal.
Were you trying to do Bunsen Honeydew, or were you trying to go Beaker?
Beaker. I was trying to go Beaker. All right, what's on tap then? We got the women's hockey game coming up here at 2:10, USA Canada. I'm telling you, it should be a good game. I'm watching them hit.
That's awesome.
By the way, they say there's no checking in women's. That's garbage. Like, I'm watching checks left and right. And what you can do is you can push the other player off the puck is what you're supposed to be. You can make contact, but you're not allowed to do like a real check. They're letting a lot of stuff go away too. I'm watching these referees. By the way, how about the referees are wearing the bubble over their, they're wearing shields, which you hardly ever see, or bubbles, and they all have the Madonna mic on, only the big one that like motorcycle riders use. Have you ever seen those?
Yep.
I find that fascinating as I watch these hockey games. So that's a lot of work for those referees.
It's nice.
It's bad enough they can't see offside or icing, but now they've got to worry about these microphones that they've got to wear.
Very nice.
That's all I've got. Do you have an Olympic moment for me or no?
Nope.
Because we're getting closer to moment of the show. I just want you to know that.
I already saw short track speed skating. I'm all excited.
That's your favorite,
It's
isn't
like
it?
roller derby on steroids.
And what we were watching today, we were watching mixed.
Danny O'Reilly and Ronnie Raines when you need them.
All right. Do we have a moment of the show there, Cam? Maybe?
Cam Manna, moment of the show.
Did he make it back? Oh, here he is.
He's
Hey,
walking in.
come on in. Welcome back.
Hi, Cam.
Cam, we've only been talking
doing
about
a
you for the
show
last
here.
5 minutes. Jeff was saying how good you were, and then, boom, you're late on this one. You're in
Yeah,
trouble.
so the moment of the show, not going to be any audio, but Kevin from Cuyahoga Falls called in. You guys brought him on the show, but him telling me how unbelievable last night was, how happy he was from the Cavs win. I've never seen someone more excited on the phone to talk at 10:15. He was beyond pumped about the Cavs.
Wow.
So in other words, it wasn't really on the show. It was behind the scenes on the show.
No, he hit the air, though. He was pretty
He
excited.
called in, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that your favorite phone call so far?
Probably. I
Is
think
that a resume
his-
builder? I'm just saying.
For sure. I will put it on my resume right now. Probably I'll put it on my LinkedIn page.
Oh,
yeah.
That'd be perfect.
Oh, I can't wait.
I answered the phone for Kevin in Cuyahoga Falls.
That's pretty. You, dude.
February 20th, 2026.
You ought to be talking to Keith about a new contract there, my friend. Why Am I Smarter? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain? Give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. That's 216-770-5488. Sir Dan Mennigan.
Smarter Day, courtesy of Frank Isola. Give that a listen. 93 The Fan, wherever you get your podcast. And, of course, all of our social media mentions. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Clifford's Prepared Jewelers.
All right, Cam Meta.
Watching the Olympics, curling, all the cross-country skiing. I'm just learning a ton about all these different sports.
Jeff
My
Phelps?
turn. My
Yes,
turn.
Your turn.
It's good to have Frank Isola on the show. I've always liked talking to Frank over the years. His thoughts about the Philadelphia 76ers, I thought were pretty interesting. Frank knows his stuff. I've been looking at the Sixers as kind of a dark horse in the Eastern Conference, and I thought maybe he's the guy. That's the team that might jump up and knock somebody off. We'll see. But it was good to have Frank with us at noon.
He was awesome. Good luck to his daughter, too. Former graduate assistant at Ohio University, and then she was at Fordham as an assistant.
I like how you suck up to our guests by finding out who their kids are.
Well, I like talking about, he's got two kids. He was a walk-on at Maryland, played soccer. His daughter played soccer. And then he had, I think his other daughter ran track and field. Pretty impressive. I mean, if you get one kid to play college athletics, that's amazing.
Yeah.
He had two, and he was there. And I think
That's a pretty good
his
stocking
wife,
by you.
or maybe his wife was the track star in college. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm smarter today because of Mary Kay Cabot. She was able to help us break down a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about with the Browns, especially with the defensive coordinator position and what they're trying to do. Make sure you go back and listen to that. That was at 11 o'clock. So that'll do it, Jeff. Outstanding show again today. Let's do this again tomorrow. How do we think?
Well, as long as we're grading our own, sure.
That's
Keep
what
it
I
going.
say. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor, lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you, Afternoon Drive. Next.
And that's the show.
This is an
ending, and it was not going to be pretty. This, I don't know where this is ending. And maybe it ends up being a second-round exit. Maybe it's an Eastern Conference exit. I don't know, and I think that part I'm very intrigued by.
I guess I'm just ready for results. And there's nothing that I'm going to see over the next 28 games, 29 games, that's going to make me think there's...
It's the afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterman on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And we're tied at 117.
And welcome on in. It is Afternoon Drive, audio courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network, Ohio. It is Jonathan Peterman and Daryl Ryder with you guys over the next 5 hours. We have Mac Robinson on the board. Yes! So I thought Daryl was going to say no. After that open, I thought he was going to say no.
Deserves it after that. I don't know what went on there.
Jake Murrin producing today's show, and also on the YouTube stream, Katie Pollock doing the updates. Hello, Daryl. How are you today?
I am good. I did have an oh no queued up.
Your oh no's will always get me. It's what I liked about a couple things. One, I thought it was very interesting. I'm like, whoa. Max going at this clip that's going pretty viral yesterday. Of it, basically, Nick is getting dunked on all day long off of this clip because it was like it could not have been. It could not have been proven more wrong in the immediate any more than what he said right there. And that's yesterday was a tough day as far as clips for Nick was concerned. But Mac doesn't take those shots when Nick is in. That's the part that I find interesting. He knows that Nick is off doing other things. Nick's not worried about the show at the moment. He's got things he's got to take care of, and so that's where you throw your arrows. And that's where I don't know that I love.
Well, look, if the alley is there, I'm gonna take that oop.
I find it convenient though, Daryl, that the alley's always there when Nick's not here. But when Nick is here, then all of a sudden my alley's wide open.
Listen, nobody knows taking shots at people when they're not around better than Mac, so that's to be expected.
Oh, Daryl. I mean, you two, okay, we got 5 hours. If I have to be Maury Povich and step in here, we can do a quick session between the two of you guys. We can hash this thing out.
It's all love.
Is it, though? I don't know. It is with me and Mac. I don't know about you and Mac, but that's neither here nor there.
He knew I was in today. He didn't wear the ice stick fantasy football onesie.
I knew it was coming.
Okay.
I saw the schedule.
All right. Well, anyway, all right. So, I mean, hey, listen, you'll have to explain to the big man tomorrow what happened and what went down. But I would prefer if we just never spoke of that open again. The disaster that was that open. We just never speak of it again. We sweep it under the rug. But we do celebrate what's going on with the Cavs today. By the way, we have Joe DeLeon coming in, as always, at 3:20. John Fanta, who was right there with me a week ago at this time, saying, bring James Harden to Cleveland. He joins us at 4:20. Albert Breer at 5:20. But, Daryl, this was the type of jolt that I'm talking about when we talk about this Cavs team. And not only are you beating what is the 3 seed in the West right now, but you took on Jokic, who had a triple-double in the process. He was probable entering the game, and then he wasn't. Although, obviously, it's Jokic. He's always going to get his. It didn't really matter because the Cavs were able to put on their cape in the fourth quarter and close things out.
Well, the execution down the stretch, right? I thought James Harden did a great job balancing his scoring with the facilitating. I think that was... So one of the questions that got asked about this trade was, and I don't know why, because if you watch James Harden over the years, you know he likes to distribute the basketball.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, people are like, well, I don't know, can Donovan Mitchell and James Harden coexist? Is it going to be, too guard heavy with guys?
I'm glad you brought that up because even on last Tuesday, I was shooting that down, and it's one of those things that it's like if you just pay attention to James Harden at all, he led the NBA in assists a couple years ago. This year, he was third in the NBA in assists. Like facilitating is what he does, and everyone's like, oh, it's gonna stand in the way. He's a ball hog. The ball stops with him. No, it doesn't. Kawhi this year had been averaging 27 a game. Kawhi still gets his. And you've noticed in these 2 games, it's a great point by you, the beautiful part about it is that Donovan is not only being able to feast, but it opens up so many other things for so many other players. But Donovan's still getting his, and that's not even been a question.
Well, and here's the other bright end of this for the Cavaliers. Evan Mobley needs to get healthy here.
Yeah.
Like, we've not seen Evan sprinkled into this mix. Now, the 2 game, well, and this was even before the Darius for Harden trade, but like Jarrett is really
22 and 13 last night, and in the game against Sacramento, he hit his first 10 shots.
Yeah, and
you can't ask for much better than Jarrett Allen.
Absolutely not. Now,
he looks like Lieutenant Dan. He's got new legs.
Can we get this in the playoffs, though? That's the thing. Like, we see this with Jarrett on occasion where he has games like that. But recently, since probably mid to late December, we're seeing consistency from Jarrett from a production standpoint. If he can do this in the postseason, this is going to be phenomenal for the Cavaliers, because one of my biggest frustrations with Jared Allen has been two things. One, too nice, okay?
Yeah.
Gets shoved around too easy because he's too
nice. That's
nice.
never going to change with him.
I get it. But the other thing, too, is in the big moment, the lights get too bright, and he wilts a little bit.
Yeah, that's his own term on it.
Right. So now if he can do this with Harden and Mitchell running things, and now you sprinkle Mobley back in once he gets healthy from that calf injury, man, I got to tell you, sky's the limit for this team, and they are playing really great basketball right now. Again, the other night against Sacramento, horrible third quarter. They gave up 41 points, fell behind in the fourth, got their stuff together, did just enough to win that game. Wasn't pretty, but the results are what matters. They got it done. Last night in Denver, they come back and rally to beat the Nuggets. Superb execution in the last 4 minutes of that game. Like, these are all positives. And right now, I think since December 28th, the Cavaliers have the best record in the NBA.
Yeah.
So Cavs are back.
Cavs are back.
I'm ready to say it. Cavs are back.
But you needed something like Harden to enter the equation before you could start to believe that this was reality, right? Like, if it was just Darius Garland and riding the bench, and then they started to play better basketball the way they had pretty much, for the past, 3 weeks or so, we'd be wondering, like, all right, so this is just a good ebb and flow. It's part of the season. But there's tangible reasons behind it. And when you watch, you would not have won Saturday's game if not for Harden's output in the fourth quarter. And then yesterday, you're down 11 with 11 minutes left to go. But more importantly, 30 seconds left to go in that game. You're down 3. Harden hits the major 3. You're not winning that game if not for Harden's efforts. It's not even debatable. Like, he's getting you these wins. He's getting you over the line. And an important note on that, too, is that he obviously hits the big-time 3. Who had the ball in the final possession, Daryl? It was Donovan Mitchell.
Yep.
And now I hate when NBA games, just as an aside, and I'm rooting for this team to win every regular season and postseason game imaginable. But, like, I hate when games end on drawing a contact foul and then he goes to the line in the free throws. It's kind of like when you balk in the winning run in a baseball game. Like, there's certain ways to end games that just stinks. But in this instance, I didn't care because I just needed Donovan to get this win because it was so important. And yes, it felt like Donovan was doing his best Harden impression and being a foul merchant out there. But it was so important they got the win. And it was so important that they continue to get these wins. And especially against a good team in the West in Denver and Jokic. I don't care how you did it. Just get the job done.
Didn't the Guardians clinch the division on a hit by pitch?
I know, and I hated it, that part of it. I loved the result. Don't get me wrong.
Don't be hating on it.
And I would gladly take the result over any other outcome that would lead to a more satisfying ending to a baseball game, but a loss. I'm not debating that, but there are definitely cool ways to win games and kind of like, that's not. I spent 2.5 hours for it to end that way. And like the fourth quarter was fireworks. That was an absolute, just an awesome display of hoops. The whole entire thing. And then it ended on that. But I didn't care because Donovan in that moment knew he had to be a foul merchant and get to the line, and that's all it took, and he was able to do so.
Yeah, and again, the execution there in the final 2 to 4 minutes of the game, what was one of the largest complaints about the Cavaliers the last 2 years aside from the mental and physical toughness thing. It was execution late in games, situational awareness, and we're starting to see that that situational awareness is starting to flip on the positive side. Guys are a little more in tune to what's going on. And look, James Harden reads the floor very, very well. Okay?
Yeah, he's always been great at that.
And he knows when he needs to facilitate. He knows when he needs to dominate. And that takes a special skill as a player, especially when you're in the category that Harden is, top 75 player in NBA history, right?
Yeah.
Because we've seen, and this is no shade at LeBron, but we had seen here so many times where LeBron would just like, everyone just get out of my way. I'm just going to do this myself.
So it's a good point, too, because the idea that, people thought that Harden's been the same player he was since his Rockets days. There's been an evolution of James Harden the entire stretch of the way. In Houston, he was MVP James Harden. In Philadelphia, he was the facilitator. It's what led to Embiid winning his own MVP. And then I thought in Los Angeles, he was like a floor general of sorts, right? Like there's been different versions of Harden throughout this entire stretch of his career. And it makes sense and reason why once he came here, there'd be another evolution and another version of him. And what he's realizing, and this is where I almost think it's insulting, where people didn't take his basketball intelligence into full account and an understanding that you're not watching 10 years ago James Harden with this version of James Harden. This Harden is trying to make Jarrett Allen, one of the best players on the court in any given time, and in 2 games he's been able to do that, while also understanding the ball and where this team goes is through Donovan Mitchell. Like, there's an extremely high basketball intelligence to James Harden that I think a lot of people just dismissed for some unknown reason, and it just befuddled me then, and it befuddles me now.
And look, I was a little skeptical the moment the trade was made. I was like, okay, big splash.
Okay, because I don't remember where you were on this, so
Yeah.
any comments I made or anything like that, for the most part, I am just living with the idea that it was me and John Fant on an island on Tuesday when it was first talked about, and then by Wednesday, everyone started to be like, oh, you know what? I shouldn't say everyone. There's still some doubters out there. But some people were like, oh, this isn't the worst idea in the world. It's almost in many ways kind of like how I responded to Todd Monken being hired. At first, I'm like, I don't understand this at all.
Same.
And then you get 24 hours later and you're like, okay, maybe I can see the avenue that they got there with it.
Yeah, and you see some of the coaches he's bringing in and how he's putting it. Yeah, I mean, so now that I've seen what I've seen, I'm 100% all in and sold on it. I think it was the right move to make. I had been saying for 2 years they needed to break up the core 4, whether it was Jarrett Allen needed to go, whether it was Darius Garland who needed to go. I honestly think I really believe they made the right move. As hard as it is to lose Darius, and as beloved as he is among fans, the fact of the matter is fragile.
Well, and you unquestionably got better. And this is one of the main points that I think myself and Fanta were trying to make, is that there's an upgrade through every facet of the game when you add James Harden. Now, does that mean that you have him for the next 7 years? Obviously not. And that's different. We're going to get into that conversation as well. But if I'm asking you guys, is it okay to put importance on regular season wins with this team? 216-474 to below 92. I mean, I've left 2 games now with very limited practice within these 5-on-5 settings for Harden, and I've left 2 games feeling like not only was this 100% the right decision, but I am thinking about what are my plans in May and June. How far will this team be able to go? And I'm back to the sky is the limit being the possibilities for this team. And I know people out there are thinking to yourself, Jonathan, not do that over 2 games. And I get it. We got to pump the brakes in some capacity. But when you make a trade that instantly should put you at the top, and then through 2 games, it comes through and showcases what you thought could work, you're left to feel pretty good about that decision.
Yeah, 100%. And the big picture of this whole thing, like, you got to play for today. It's great to think about 3, 5, 7 years down the road. That's the romantic way to look at everything. But you got to play today. And you know that you've got Donovan Mitchell for 2 more years at least, and you need to cash in on that. And it's clear Donovan wanted James Harden here, okay? And so Donovan got what he wanted. And everything you're seeing right now is that Harden has injected that basketball team with something that they haven't had all season.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how you quantify that. I'm quantifying it by what I'm seeing on the floor, and that is just the vibes, if you will, right? Because we had heard that about this group and how connected they were and the vibes behind the scenes and whatnot. Well, it looks like some vibes have been infused into this bunch. And it's not like they've had a lot of practice time to get out there and run through Kenny Atkinson's playbook and, all that kind of. No, they're just going out there and playing ball.
Yeah.
And for winging it, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, they don't win this game a month ago. There's no debating that. But the point on the vibes changing and this jolt, and we want you guys' input on this, but players know whether or not you're trying. Players know they're not dumb. They know and have an understanding of what pushing the chips in the middle of the table looks like, and whether or not you believe in that team and are going to make the changes. And everyone on that roster, they saw that move and they looked at it and said, "Oh, they have expectations on us. They think we can do it. They think this is a good enough team. We just needed to make some tweaks here and there to get us to where we needed to go." And that's a really beneficial thing, but also it just does. It gets everyone energized. You see it with Donovan. You see it with and Harden. Obviously, at every turn he's ever gone to, he's always looked very good right off the gate. But you got him for half of a season. He can maintain this for half of a season.
Yeah, and throw in Schroeder, throw in Ellis, and they also saved $100 million too. They got tremendously better as a basketball team from a talent standpoint, from a fit standpoint, and they saved the owner $100 million in tax obligation. I didn't think it was possible. I mean, I have to give Kobe Altman his flowers here.
Mm-hmm.
He did something that, quite frankly, when I looked at the Cavaliers situation with that second apron, I'm like, there's no way he can. They are what they are. They're just going to have to roll with what they got, and we're just going to have to accept the results. And it's the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, hoping for a different result, but yet getting the same result.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, Kobe Altman did the unthinkable and made this team better, saved some money doing it, and better positioned them, oh, by the way, for this summer to get even better.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 216-474-0092. Want to hear from you guys on this. Is it okay to put importance on regular season wins with this team? For the majority of the year, everyone said, just get me to the postseason, but we play in a different landscape now with this team. And I think it is important that we go ahead and look at some of these regular season games and think that mattered. That was a big-time win, and that mattered, even if in the big picture, they got to settle it in the postseason. 216-474-0092. Daryl in for Nick today. Jonathan with you guys as always. It's Afternoon Drive right here in the Fan.
Nick Wilson here for Northeast Factory Direct. I'm a dreamer.
so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Catch the latest Browns news all off-season long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan.
You're starting to see where he thrives. He's starting to see the game. And obviously, on top of that, this is 2 games in a week and a half where he hasn't played, right? So he's still getting into his shape and still getting back into all that. Hasn't played with us. And then for me, like, when you're just 2 good basketball players, you figure these things out. And right, like, there's certain things that we'll just figure out, and the group will continue to respond.
That was Donovan Mitchell after the game last night. Yeah, Daryl, it's just a good vibes Tuesday is all this is. Like, there's nothing raining down in our parade. It's one of those weird sports talk moments where you have this big trade and it came with so much discourse and so much, will this work and won't this work and all this other stuff. But ultimately, everyone listening just wants the Cavs to be good at basketball. And in these 2 games, in a surprisingly quick way, they have showcased how there's an elevation of this team with James Harden on the floor.
As the kids like to say, the vibes are immaculate right now when it comes to Cavaliers basketball.
Yeah, I know, which is obviously, I'm sitting here and I'm wondering, I'm like, why aren't we getting more reaction off of this? And it's like, well, it's obvious. We have nothing to really complain about with this team. Now we get to reset it. They
made a big move to make the team better. They made multiple moves to make the team better.
Yes, which I applaud them for.
Right. They didn't sit on their hands and do nothing and just say, hey, here it is. We're going to give it another go-round, which is what I think myself and a lot of people thought Kobe Altman was going to do because, well, that's what Kobe Altman told us he was going to do.
Right.
And it's yet another reminder, sound bites are not sworn testimony.
Well, yeah, it's not, you're not going to get perjured for that, yeah. That's why I never believe anybody, though. That's the problem.
This is why you have trust issues.
Yes, so the problem we have with that is I go too far in the other direction. Whereas anytime they say anything, I'm like, they could never be telling us the truth because they're doing it into a microphone in front of everybody right now, so we never believe them. Where I should probably live somewhere in the middle, but I don't.
It's being said with a purpose.
That's it. But it is interesting, though, because it's very rare that you have such a dynamic trade that came with such discourse, and then 2 games into this, all anybody wants to do is just pat everybody on the back. And it's like, who am I to step in your way and tell you not to do that? It's exactly the type of trade I wanted. I wanted them to make a big move. I wanted Garland out of here, and they did it. And they showed us that they were serious about this season, and it matters so much. And now the big fight I'm going to have with a lot of people moving forward is the people that we got a honeymoon phase with Harden right now. The people that are going to be like, well, show me in the postseason. Well, I can't show you in the postseason. It's February 10th, okay? I don't have a time machine. All I have is February 10th basketball to go off of, and so I gotta do what I gotta do, which is tell you that last night you don't win that game. Unequivocally, you don't win that game if James Harden isn't on the court. If he's not hitting that 3-pointer with 30 seconds left in the game, you are losing. And I'll take it a step further. Without James Harden, and if you throw Darius Garland in the mix, I don't even think that game is particularly close. I don't know that you climb out of that 11-point hole you had with 11 minutes left in the fourth.
Well, I think they lose in Sacramento Saturday night as well.
Probably. After the way that game started and the way that first half went, you're probably right.
Well, and the way the third quarter went, too. And
For sure.
You go into the fourth in a hole. But he brings a dynamic. He also brings a physical presence that they need as well, that they did not have with Darius.
Yeah, being 6'5" matters.
That helps. Big help, right? No one's going to be getting overly handsy and aggressive with James Harden on the floor.
Easy now.
So, I mean,
we still talking basketball, Daryl?
Yeah, we are, but that definitely changes the dynamic for the Cavaliers because, and then also too on the defensive end of the floor. I mean, Darius, like his ratings, his metrics.
He was atrocious.
Right.
He was 147 out of 155 in the defensive side.
Right. I mean. So,
and I don't do this to bash on Darius. That's not the point on it. But there's just been an obvious 2-game upgrade that I'd like to have a conversation about, and I want us to be adults about it. Like, it's okay to say you like Darius, but to recognize that the early returns in ways that it typically doesn't work in the NBA, the early returns are already showing you why James Harden was a big move.
Well, and I think Kobe Altman alluded to this when he joked during his Zoom availability about, hey, I'm expecting in a couple of years Darius is going to make me look bad for making this trade. Well,
I thought he was just being nice to Darius, by the way.
I think that was part of it, but also at the same time, I think that was his way of telling people, hey, this wasn't a long-term move. This was not with 5-7 years down the road. at the forefront of mind. I mean,
Right.
they gave up second-round pick. They don't. I think they don't have a second-round pick now for the next decade at this point because they've traded.
We can buy those.
Right. Not a big deal.
The person taking 5 picks ahead of Bronny Jr. was bought for $1 million.
Right. Not a big deal. But what he was telling you is today matters more than tomorrow. This is our runway right now.
Mm-hmm.
That we are on the runway, and this is our window, and we need to take advantage of the window now. We need to stop looking to 3 to 5 years down the road for this window to open. No, the window has been open for the last couple of years. We need to get through it. We need to get through that second round. We need to get to the conference finals, need to get back to the NBA finals and be in a position to hang another banner in the rafters. And I like that mentality.
Yeah.
Because I do feel like for general managers, and we talk about this with the Browns all the time and how, every coach that comes in here, every GM that comes in here, all they talk about is the big picture of sustained success and how glorious it's going to be. And then they just never deliver on anything. We don't even get short-term success.
Yeah.
Okay? We can't even get to that when it comes to the Browns. And so I like the pushing the chips to the middle of the table and going for it. This is the time to go for it. You've got Donovan Mitchell for a couple more years here. He's in the prime. This team, I think, is in the prime. Evan Mobley's still on the uptick.
Mm-hmm.
If you can keep him healthy, he's, obviously coming off that Defensive Player of the Year, which if Wemby doesn't get hurt, I don't know that he actually gets that award. And
that's actually what hurt us from a financial standpoint.
Right,
with
he
the second
pushed the
apron.
Cavs into the second apron because of the way that contract was structured. Good job by his agent to do it that way. But this is now for the Cavaliers. It's not about, hey, we're going to be, 5 years from now, we're going to be. No, it's winning right now.
Which is why I tell people to enjoy these games. Like the people that just want to fast forward through the regular season, no, this is going to be part of your payoff. Part of your payoff in a win now move is that you don't just look at the regular season games and think to yourself, well, I guess none of it matters. It's no, you're supposed to enjoy these games and watch as this team gets better. And by the way, if all the next 2 months turns into is the Cavs just going, as the kids would say, belt to ass on everybody, that's fun to watch. And that's also an important message that you send to the rest of the NBA that you are here and you are for real. There's value. Yeah, there's value in all of that. And I miss the idea where people try to tell you that not to enjoy those type of things.
Well, and you look at the 2019 through, I guess, 2021 seasons there, right, where they really struggled. They're in the lottery and all that. And a big part of that was you were still paying for the 4 years of NBA Finals.
The LeBron tax of it all.
And the 2016 NBA Championship. Bottom line, you got a trophy in the case. You got a banner in the rafters. Worth it. That's the price. Fine with it. Look at the Los Angeles Rams, right? They won their Super Bowl. They had to go through a couple of tough years, and then they, bounced back
Les
into
needs that
contention.
F them picks for a reason.
Right. So it's fine when you win it, okay? So I like that the fact that the Cavaliers have basically gone all in this year and next year to give them a chance, not just to compete for the conference, but to compete to win an NBA championship. Even though Oklahoma City is going to be a tough out, they are so well positioned.
You still got to do it. You can't just sit back and just wait for something good to happen.
100%. I mean, they're certainly teed up for a dynasty right now, but you got to go out there and do it. But at least the Cavaliers put themselves in a better position to be able to compete with these elite teams. Whereas a week ago, I was sitting there saying that, okay.
Well, a week ago, Daryl, they were sitting on their couch, basically rubbing the lamp from the Aladdin movies, being like, "Is this going to happen? Can I just wish an NBA Finals? It doesn't work that way.
Right.
Hey, throw up a couple prayers to the big man upstairs. It just doesn't work that way. You have to actually do something. You have to be an active participant in the NBA and make moves and make big swings. Then that's going to be like, oh, I hope and I dream and I want this to happen. That's not how life works. And so they didn't. They just sit there on their couch and say we're good enough. Apparently it was a Zoom call. I don't know. They had a Zoom call and said it wasn't good enough, and then they got together and they made a big time move. You gotta appreciate when teams do that.
But to the Cavs' credit, nobody denies reports better than they do.
Yeah, they denied that one. I deny their denial of those reports. Don't know if you got that message. Because once again, speaking to a microphone, and I just think you're lying to me. I think the opposite is what's going on. But I deny their denials.
A non-denial denial.
I side with the Athletics reporting on that one. I denied their denial. Just as long as we're on the record with it. By the way, Fedor at Cleveland.com, he had this from last night, and this was a one-on-one conversation before leaving the Ball Arena, so separate than anything else. He said, you see what's here. There's a window. This is the window. This is the time. In a sense, the team is going all in. It's time to go. When you make that move, understanding James' age and where he's at in his career, the time is now. There's no runway, in a sense, with a group like that. You sacrifice even more. You believe even more. You go out there and you feel it even more. Like, he's seriously committed and understanding that this is not – he knows why they made this move, and I think that's important and valuable, that there's an understanding that you do have to pay off these moves as well, but he understands why they did it.
Well, not only that, but I think he welcomed it.
Oh, he had to have, yeah.
I really believe.
I mean,
that,
he's got a chance now.
Yeah, because
he didn't with Garland. He's got a chance now.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it, even if others don't want to say it.
Somebody doesn't want to say it
publicly.
Yeah.
Yes, Donovan. Oh, we believe in the group we have here. But I think privately, Donovan looked at that group and was like, I got no chance this year.
I mean,
we don't have a chance.
How could he look at anything differently? We all were looking there saying we got no chance this year as what was currently constructed.
Now that these moves have been made, I think that new life has been breathed into Donovan Mitchell, and he can sit there and honestly say to himself, now, I got a shot. It's not going to be easy, but I have a much better chance now than I did a week ago.
Donovan knows what his reputation is across the NBA, and now he's got a chance to go ahead and wipe away the idea that he never makes it out of the second round. And by the way, James Harden has a really nice chance, too, to go ahead and make his way back to the NBA Finals for the first time since Chuck's Notes wearing a Thunder uniform. You know, like it's been a while for the big man. So even if he falls short in the NBA Finals, I don't know, have a couple big game 6s and 7s in there, and all of a sudden, start to rewrite your narrative. Like, the only good things can happen by going deep into the postseason.
Yeah, and the narratives are what they are until they go out and prove them to be wrong. And I think that the combination of those guys, because I think there's something else to be said for fit, right? You got to have the right fit. And I'm with you. It's 2 games. You don't want to put the cart before the horse here. But just watching those 2 games, it just feels like Donovan and Harden are like the perfect fit.
I know.
It just the pieces of the puzzle fit so well together. And in my mind, as I'm seeing the pieces come together, I'm seeing a gold Larry O'Brien trophy potentially starting to materialize. Again,
I'm not going to rain on your parade today.
I know.
I'm not going to do that.
I'm
not going to say they're going to win the Larry O'Brien trophy.
I'm not saying either. I'm just saying, like, I can visualize it. I visualize it as they're coming together. It's visualizing it.
It's fun. That's the point. Say it with conviction. The past 2 games have been a lot of fun. Now, did you stay up? How late did you stay up last night?
I was up till about probably 2 in the morning.
Yeah, you're a night owl anyway, right?
No, I'm not anymore.
Not.
No, not anymore. I'm usually.
Were you just so wired up from that game, or what?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah.
What was that?
No.
No, run that back one more time.
It was like, hey, got some positive to talk to Jonathan about tomorrow. We don't have to spend half the show talking about the Browns coaching staff.
My headphones cut off. I missed it. I missed that celebration that you gave right there. What was that one more time?
No, we're good.
Yeah, all right. All right, we do have a lot of Browns to get to. David Njoku's gone. We'll talk about that in 25 minutes. Quick hits comes your way next right here on Afternoon Drive.
YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterl and Daryl Ryder with you guys. Joe DeLeon coming your way at 3:20. We have John Fanta at 4:20, Albert Breer at 5:20. Now, it's time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, I want to start off talking about Mike Tirico. Tirico has completed what is being called an incredible Super Bowl to Olympics turnaround. Awful announcing, has called it basically like an unreal feat. The terms they used on it was it just waxed poetic a little bit too much on somebody doing a Super Bowl, then getting into an airplane, flying to Italy, and then talking about the Olympics for my taste. I know it's impressive at the surface of it, but I think we need to bring Tirico down to earth just a little bit. It was a private jet. He's got all sorts of cops taking him from place A to place B. You're broadcasting these games. It's not. This isn't rocket science here. There's a lot of prep work that goes into it, but I think we're overrating Tirico's success at this and being able to pull this off.
Well, as somebody who struggles with the whole multitasking thing, I'm actually going to give Tirico his flowers. It is impressive to go from calling the Super Bowl up in the press box, then you run downstairs, and all of a sudden you're doing Olympic coverage from the field after. Then when you're done with that, you hop on your private jet, you go to Italy, and you have to cover all of these.
It's like a 10-hour flight.
But here's the thing.
You probably slept the whole entire way.
But you're having to prep for a lot of these events that are not, quite frankly, banner events. I know nothing about bobsledding, okay? I watch the videos on YouTube.
Neither does the audience, though. That's the difference. The audience, you don't need a ton because the audience doesn't know a ton. Like, it's different. If you're doing football games, for instance, there's a lot of football guys out there that are going to know everything under the sun, and you need to know everything plus one. When it comes to like broadcasting bobsledding, all you really need is like, give me a fun anecdote about one of the bobsledders, give me like a little bit of inside info, and then I'm off to the races. Like you can have the knowledge of a 10-year-old that actually bobsleds, and you sound like you're a genius with the sport.
Listen, we'll agree to disagree. I think what Tirico's done.
I think the internet is blowing this way out of.
Has been phenomenal.
I think the internet's acting like he's walking on water, going from private jet and all of a sudden going from one city to the next, and then being able to broadcast this. Like, calm it down, guys.
I'm guessing.
I like Tirico too. That's the sad part. I like him, but I hate the documentation as if to make it seem like he is doing the Lord's work here. Like, settle it down. You got on a private jet and slept the whole time.
So no love for Kirk Herbstreit's football.
Don't even get me started on that. Oh, great. You put together some airline miles. Congratulations. You know what that used to get people back in the day?
And took your dog with you while doing it.
It used to get people like a free Diet Coke, okay? That's all that used to get people back in the day. Not all sorts of Twitter points.
Although I think people
useless.
like Kirk Herbstreit's dog better than they like Kirk Herbstreit, but that's a different discussion.
Well, people like dogs more than they like people.
This is true. All right, I got to tell you, the Super Bowl logo controversy or conspiracy theories have just completely jumped the shark now.
All righty
okay?
then, yeah.
It's bad enough that for Super Bowl 60, you needed a magnifying glass to find Patriots and Seahawks colors in it to sell people that the NFL totally rigged it so that those are the two teams that ultimately were going to end up in the Super Bowl in San Francisco. Well, now the Super Bowl 61 logo's out. It's got that really cool Los Angeles wave vibe.
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, and so now...
The San Francisco one, I thought it was a lot of colors on that logo.
Yeah, exactly. Half the league could have made the Super Bowl from that.
It really was. There's a lot of colors on that logo. But I thought it looked pretty cool, but it was out of their comfort zone.
Right. Well, I actually think that the LA one's really cool because it's got the waves silhouetted into like a sunset and all that. So now... your teams, this is where it's jumped the shark. Because instead of picking two teams to be in next year's Super Bowl because of the color scheme, now they're like, well, you could have four teams from, because of the orange color, right? Yeah. Bears, Broncos, Bengals, and I think just out of sheer pity, they put the Browns in there as well.
Well, it's waves going into a sunset.
Yes.
And so there's a lot of colors that could be made up of this.
Right. And then for the blue and the waves, they went.
I don't see any browns here. I don't get that.
The
orange part of it?
It's the orange, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And same, that's where they're drawing those teams from, is that orange. But then you got Jacksonville, Miami, the Patriots, the Eagles, and Seahawks because of the wave colors. Like, really, give me like 2 teams. Don't give me half the league and tell me that the NFL conspiracy is going.
All right,
okay?
let me stop you here because here's how I know the NFL isn't rigged, okay? We just played a Super Bowl where it was Sam Darnold versus Drake May. If they're rigging it, whoever's rigging it's not doing a good enough job. You're doing a bad job if you're rigging the Super Bowl, and that's your end result, okay? You'd rig it for like Mahomes or, something with like Josh Allen involved maybe, or maybe Lamar Jackson. You'd rig it like in a way that would make it interesting. Not Sam Darnold versus Drake May. Whoever's rigging these games needs to be fired if they're rigging these games.
And I think we'll know it's rigged if the Browns ever get there, because that's like the impossible mountain to climb, right? I can't believe that in the graphic, one of these graphics that got put out there, they included the Browns because the Browns, of course, have the orange helmet, along with the Bengals, the Broncos, the Bears. I can make a case for the Broncos and the Bears. I can kind of sort of make a case for the Bengals just because they have Joe Burrow. I can make no case for the Browns to be included.
Yeah,
in
too many teams involved, and then all right, blue, or you had all sorts of different colors here.
Hey, so get out of here with your conspiracy theory there.
All right, Max Crosby has told Tom Brady he's done with the Raiders. He told Brady he will never play for the Raiders again, according to an unnamed GM, and this is through ProFootballTalk.com. I did not see Max Crosby, by the way, at Clint Kubiak's press conference today. That one happened at 11 o'clock. All sorts of Raiders legends. Spytek obviously was there, and I did not see any semblance of Max Crosby. He might have been there, and I was just in a different photo or something like that. I didn't see him in any of the photos that I saw, though. But Crosby telling Tom Brady he's done, and this circulating, are you actually buying that he's going to end up getting traded?
Well, he can ask for a trade. Myles Garrett did last year. Miles ended up with $40 million a year. So you can ask all you want. You can say all you want. But the fact of the matter is, if you're under contract, it's a team that has the cards. And right now, I don't know that Max Crosby has a whole lot of leverage. He can be angry that he got, for all intents and purposes, held out at the end of the season because the Raiders were wanting that number 1 pick in the draft. But you can say you're out all you want, but team ultimately holds the cards there. We saw it with Miles. By the way, didn't see Miles at Todd Monken's thing. So does that mean Myles Garrett now wants to be traded? Like, why does Max Crosby?
No, he was busy, though.
No, I'm just saying, why does Max Crosby have to be at Kubiak's introductory press conference? Why is that a requirement? Why is that a...
No, I guess he doesn't have to be, but if he was there, I think that would...
Why is that a sign, though? Why is that a sign that he's absolutely done with the Raiders?
No, it's not a sign. It's just something people are paying attention to.
Okay.
Because if he was there, for instance, then it might show the idea that, all right, maybe he's not as ruthless as his demands maybe inquire. But the idea that he wasn't there definitely works in favor of the idea that he does want out.
Well, could he want out? Does he want out?
It's an interesting point by you, though, because I did see a lot of people wondering, is he going to be there? Is he not going to be there or anything? All the press conferences you've covered, because now that you say it, and now it's like when Harbaugh got hired to the Giants, there must have been 15 different Giants players that were in attendance.
Right.
Okay, so and Jackson Dart not only was there, Jackson Dart, Cam Scatterbo, everyone and their brother were there. So there are press conferences where they make note of showing up to these things.
Right.
I can't remember Brown's press conferences with Myles Garrett being there, or really any of these other players.
I don't think I remember seeing Baker Mayfield at Freddie Kitch's introduction, and supposedly Baker is the one.
You're the one that's in attendance to all of these press conferences. Do you remember a press conference in the previous 10 years where a prominent Browns figure or Browns player has been there?
Yeah, I'm trying to look because there've been so many.
Because it does happen in other cities. I mean, I just mentioned the Harbaugh thing with good reason. They all the great players on that Giants team were all in attendance there, and it wasn't even close. When you have what you believe to be a home run hire, a lot of people do come out. Caleb Williams went out to Ben Johnson's. I remember that. That was a whole big deal as well. Like a lot. It does happen with other teams in other cities. It's just with the Browns, I can't remember a time where that's been the case.
Yeah,
we haven't had a home run hire in a long enough time, and we also haven't had a stable enough quarterback to do this discussion either.
Well, the last home run hire was Hugh Jackson, and we all know how that went.
I mean, Shador came to Todd Monken's hey, you're being introduced here with the cameras and everything like that, but he wasn't at the press conference.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, the press conference was in the team meeting room, and the team meeting room was.
I wonder if maybe that's a Browns. I wonder if that's maybe a Browns thing. Do you think the Browns either tell them maybe we won't do that right now? Maybe we don't. Maybe is it a team by team type thing?
I think it is.
Because the Raiders did have a lot of people in attendance.
Yeah, I think it's not only PR but alumni departments getting together and saying, hey, let's pump this thing up. I mean, if you're the Browns right now, I don't think you want to be pumping up the hire of Todd Monken. You want as low of expectations as possible, which is kind of why I asked Jimmy Haslam what I did about, hey, you're going to win a lot more games this year because you fired Kevin because he didn't. So just want to make sure that the standards stayed the same. Got to hold both guys to the same standard here. You can't be like, hey, we're firing Kevin because he didn't win enough. We're going to bring in Todd Monken, and if he wins the same or fewer games, well, we're just the youngest team in the league and putting this thing back together. This one's for you.
Yeah, all right, great.
Your friends in the desert are hurting, apparently. Nevada sportsbooks reporting handle, I guess, is that the term for the betting?
Yeah.
134-ish million.
The amount of money wagered, yeah.
Yeah, 134-ish million were wagered with 186 sportsbooks controlled by the Nevada Gaming Commission.
That does seem like a really low number.
It does. My question to you is, because I'm seeing some other numbers, and I just don't want to make, because I'm not giving any free advertising out there.
Sure.
But there have been a lot of, someone had nearly $500 million in wagers. Another one had around $135 million in wagers. Here's my question to you.
Yeah.
Is Vegas and your friends in the desert, are they suffering now when it comes to wagers because of the proliferation of sports betting? Because, again, those numbers seem low, but when you start adding them together, it seems like still the same amount of money was bet on the Super Bowl.
So Vegas in general is hurting really badly right now. Vegas lost its way. I used to love Vegas in so many ways, but think about, what does Vegas offer that Cleveland, Ohio doesn't? Now, it's different, obviously, in December because there's warmer weather. But when Cleveland in June, what does Vegas offer that Cleveland in June doesn't? Think about it. 1 second. Think about it. I used to make this case on the network all the time. People would call in and they'd make a jab at Cleveland, and I'd be like, let's break this down really quickly, okay? We have strip clubs the same way that Vegas does. We have what? We have gambling the same way that Vegas does as well. We also have as many public golf courses as you could possibly dream of. Yeah, sure, it might not be playing at Shadows Creek, but for you won't tell me $25 on a Cleveland Metro Parks card doesn't go a long way in this city, okay? All right? So we have, in my opinion, world-class golf as evidenced by top 100 public golf courses in this city for $30, okay? So you have golf, you have strip clubs, you have gambling, you have all the booze in the world, obviously. We have legal marijuana as well, if that's something you enjoy. Tell me what we don't have that Vegas has in June.
I will tell you, we don't have the Venetian, the Bellagio, the Strip, the Wynn. We don't have
I don't need the big buildings. What do I need big buildings for?
Well, I don't know. Just
to look at? What am I going to do with these big buildings?
I mean, we do have the casino downtown, but, they've got a whole neighborhood up.
Yeah, if you want to do it, if you want to go ahead and do it any sort of way.
You asked me what they have, and I'm just telling you what they have. They have a bunch of casinos in a neighborhood.
So what are we doing? Are we doing just a walk where I get to walk by and be like, oh, Bellagio, it looks big. I'm confused.
Ooh, the fountain, yeah.
Now, maybe you can make an argument with a certain residency or whatever, but because I don't know, Kelly Clarkson sings in there 3 nights a week, is it that difference than who we get here at the
They have
the Q?
Sphere, we don't.
The Sphere is a difference maker. And that's why that was important for Vegas in many ways. I started making this argument before the Sphere existed, but I would maintain.
In a few years, we'll have an enclosed stadium.
Here's what I would maintain, though. Out of the 5 most important things people care about the most when it comes to a Vegas trip, Cleveland's got all of them, every one of them. And so, for my money, Vegas is getting hammered these days because Vegas is charging you $25 for a drink. They're making the table limits $50 to even sit down and play a hand of blackjack. They're crushing the common folk. And so people, they did. People like myself stopped wanting to go. I used to love Vegas. My 21st birthday was in Vegas. I've probably been to Vegas 15 times in my life. Used to love Vegas. I don't go anymore. Too expensive. I can do everything here. Don't need it. But I still have the heart of me loves Vegas at its core. It really does. But I just come on. I can't even get a buffet coupon these days. It's ridiculous. All right, 216-474 to below 92. Hit us up on Twitter. Twitter reactions brought to you by our friends over there at Shop & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. David Njoku's on the move. Did Fannin lower the blow for you guys? We'll do it next right here on Afternoon Drive.
need reasons. I need tangible evidence of why they'll do so sensationally well this year. Based on just because you saw two teams go out to a defensive struggle in the Super Bowl, like we are still a little bit of a ways behind here.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Easy now. That was very well done, but easy now.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now.
I'm not leaving. Ever.
Do you think you can work something out that you're here beyond this year?
I hope so, yeah. Of course, it's always a possibility. It's the NFL, man, you know what I mean? But I'm in Cleveland, baby. I'm not going nowhere. I ain't leaving. I'm here. I ain't leaving.
That was David Njoku back in November. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys here on Afternoon Drive. Joe DeLeon joining us in about 20 minutes. Yeah, that was his Wolf of Wall Street chant. He basically did the whole entire thing, and you get to the end of the season, here we are. Instagram post last night, David Njoku acknowledging this will be his last season with the Browns. Daryl, I know you weren't surprised by this one. I don't think many people were, but I do think it's interesting because it's one of these players that we've just had around us for so long. And at multiple times, he's requested trades out away from the Browns, and he's been able to stick it through, and now he's going to leave, not seeing this team be anything close to competitive.
Yeah, and obviously the contract situation plays into this. The Harold Fannin Jr. emergence plays into this as well. But for the folks that say the departure of Kevin Stefanski and, the influx here of Todd Monken, look, Monken likes tight ends in his offense just as much as Kevin Stefanski does. He ran a lot of 2 tight end sets there.
A lot of 12 personnel.
Down in Baltimore. So, let's not get this twisted into, this is telegraphing what Todd Monken may or may not want to do for the Browns offensively here. So let's keep that part in mind. He will be a post-June 1 cut.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They have to do it that way because
and you get 2 of those, right?
Yeah, he will be one of the 2 that they will use this year because of the volume of dead cap involved. They're going to do post-June 1 for Deshaun Watson next year in 2027.
That's right.
So he will still technically be on their books in 2028. That's just the way they have to do this. But his cap charge this year is going to be just south of $10 million, and then he's going to be about a $15 million cap charge for next year while not being on the team. And this is just kind of part of the process that Andrew Berry has gone through here in recent years where he's kind of kicked the cap down the road, so to speak. But that's not a criticism. Berry's been right. The cap this year is going to be over $300 million. It has been on an ascent for the last 5, 6, 7 years. It's going to continue to be going up. I mean, the league's got more games that they can sell now. I think they've got 4 additional games they'll be able to sell to television partners this year, which means more revenue, which means the cap's going to keep going up. So as long as they keep adding this inventory, which the commissioner said at the Super Bowl last week, Jonathan, is a goal of his, Andrew Berry has managed this thing perfectly. Now, when you look at it on the surface and you sit there and say, a guy's got $25 million or $24 million in dead cap space that you got to space out over a couple years. That's not exactly great salary cap management, but you're going to be able to absorb it because of the cap going up. And also, too, keep in mind, they're going to have to – it's not just Njoku. They're going to have to do this with a couple of guys where they're going to have to manage – that are departing this team where they're going to have to manage these cap figures. And it's going to be interesting to see ultimately – once the dust settles from this offseason, what the dead cap looks like. But at some point, the bill comes due. Njoku, obviously, extending him just doesn't, I don't think, in the team-building process where they're at right now, I don't know that extending him at the dollars he's looking for makes fiscal sense.
Yeah, no, he's just not worth it at this point, and that's fine. The part of me feels bad that Njoku's never going to be on a Browns team that sees this through, but we can make the same argument with someone like Wyatt Teller, for instance, that is probably going to end up with his final season here as well. And so this stinks, but there was a part of me that's encouraged by the idea that we are getting rid of, slowly but surely, we're getting rid of all the remnants of like that 5 year ago core part of the Browns team. There's a part of me that wants to usher in as many new faces as we possibly can. Yeah, obviously we still have Myles Garrett, and there's going to be some components to it that are just exceptional, and you want those guys around. Like, Njoku was good. I'm not saying he wasn't good, but I think there was so much about that version of the Browns that went through so many highs and lows, and I just kind of want to give everyone a fresh start.
Yeah, I mean, the 2018 season for him was really good. That was his second year. He had 56 catches, 639 yards, 4 touchdowns. But then a couple of tough years up until 2022, 58 for 628.
Yeah, he got put in the doghouse a couple times, too. I'll never forget that Patriots game on the road. It was Jim Nantz, Tony Romo on the call game, and the entire game they were just like, "What's going on with Njoku? Why is this? Why is it happening this way?" And it was like he was in the doghouse. He was in the doghouse, and he didn't really have a way out. That's what makes this so interesting is that he's just had this relationship with the Browns where at so many different times you're like, "Well, he's gone," and then he finds a way, like the Undertaker coming out from the dead, and finds a way to just show life and still be on this team. But this feels like the nail in the coffin.
Well, Harold Fannin Jr. had as many touchdowns as a rookie for the Browns that David Njoku had for his career high in 7 years.
Yeah,
and that
was
was
it
6.
Yeah.
And the 6 TDs for Njoku came in 2023, which was his best year, 81 catches, 882 yards. And he's since followed that up.
But are you with me with that idea that you get like a new version of the Browns and you're kind of like an out with the old, in with the new type mentality? And this isn't about the idea that David Njoku's got some sort of like, I don't know, loser attached to him, because that's just not true.
No.
Like, there's a realistic possibility he goes to a contending team next year and is off to the races. Like, I think he can be a good NFL player still to this day, and I think he can contribute in a lot of ways to another really good team. I just feel like
he just can't be the guy that's carrying the load offensively.
Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm all right with this happening right now, and this feeling like the right time as we've slowly and surely moved on from a lot of these guys. Whether that's Nick Chubb now has been gone, and then we just kind of go through a bunch of these different names and a bunch of the different faces, going as far back as Baker even, and it's just it's a new team. You're getting a new identity, and you're watching the younger guys grow.
Yeah, it's the roster cycle, if you will, the turnover, right?
Yeah.
And this is the perfect time. Look, David's a very good player. I have a lot of respect for the growth that he showed throughout his career. I was very critical his first couple of seasons because I just, quite frankly, didn't think he took the job serious enough. He had the talent, but he was young. He was immature. He goofed off at practice a lot, which I saw.
He's built like an Under Armour mannequin. I mean, it seemed like he didn't have to work hard if he didn't want to, but then he realized, oh no, I have to work hard.
Yeah, and then Kevin Stefanski came in. They put their heads together after maybe butting heads a little bit.
Yeah.
But they got their heads together, and he was able to be productive for a couple of years. But where the Browns are at right now in their team building process, I don't know that I don't know he's a luxury they can afford right now as well. So,
well, what sucks for Browns fans hearing this, though, is that in an offseason that we're almost promised to get better offensively, because you don't really stay with the same offense we've had for the past couple years, in the very early stages of the offseason, it looks like we have taken a step back. Now, it's a very long offseason. We have a lot of time to add pieces, but I do think there's some, mistrust from this fan base that they're going to add the pieces to make sure that this offense does take a step forward, because whether we loved him or not over the past couple of years, and I think more people love than not, when you saw Njoku on the field, you at least thought of a security blanket. You thought of somebody that was there that could make a big play.
Well, the mistrust thing is certainly understandable, but here's the other part of this as well. Like when you look at Harold Fannin Jr. and what he did as a rookie, right?
Yeah.
You're actually, I think, in some respects, you're opening the door a little bit for Harold as well in this.
I get that, but also how many times could we throw him the ball last year? There was games where it felt like Shedeur only threw to Harold Fannin.
But what I was going to say is, I'm not really interested in anything having to do with the offense the last couple of years.
I know, but
that is two of the most unwatchable years of offense that I have seen. And I covered the 1-16 and 0-16 Browns. I saw the 99 and 2000s Browns. Okay, like that was as inept as it gets. I have no interest, Jonathan, in having any sort of romantic throwback to missing a piece from those offenses. No, please get everybody can go as far as I'm concerned. You're starting from scratch. You are starting from the ground up. Mm-hmm. The studs of the walls have yet to be raised. Like, it is legit. Like, you're digging for the foundation right now. And on that side of the ball, you have Harold Fannin Jr., you have Quinshon Judkins, And I guess maybe throw in Dylan Sampson just because he showed you some bursts and some things there as far as big playability goes.
Yeah.
But outside of that, like you've got Todd Monken talking about getting Jerry Jeudy back to what Jerry Jeudy is expected and supposed to be.
Which, by the way, if I had $1 for every coach, I thought they could do that.
Correct. And
I hope he can, but we've had a lot of people think that they can fix Jerry Jeudy.
They were able to do that 1 year.
Yeah.
And now we're back to Jerry Jeudy being what Jerry Jeudy is. So listen, I wish Todd Monken all the luck in the world trying to get through to Jerry and selling whatever he's going to sell Jerry on to make this thing work. But I get that fans are disappointed and upset. David really ingratiated himself to the fans here. The video I still have when they beat the Jets on Thursday Night Football to clinch the playoff berth, and he's there with the kid, and he goes, "We're going to the playoffs!" I still have that, and it was just such a pure, fun.
I always thought he was delightful.
Yeah,
I know he rubbed some people the wrong way, but I've always had great interactions with him.
He's a little bit of a goofball.
But he's funny.
But you know what? You can be a goofball when you produce on the field. You can't be a goofball when you're not producing on the field.
But he even had some wild stories. Even like the idea when he was dropping passes, he was putting jugs machines in his house to try to make sure that he could do it right. There's just a lot there.
I mean, he had the accident, the unfortunate accident where he burned his face off.
Yeah, that was tough.
And turned around. He played on Sunday because he felt he had a responsibility to be out there. The pain threshold to do that.
Yeah.
I stubbed my toe. I don't want to walk for a week, and I want everyone to know my foot hurts. This guy, you know what I'm saying? I got
it. You compared your toughness to David Njoku. I got it.
It's night and day. That guy has a pain threshold that only I could dream of. He always wanted to be out there for his teammates, but he'll be missed, no question about it. But at the same time, I think it's quite okay to turn it over.
Are we back in on tight ends for the draft now?
Yes.
All right, let's find some, okay? Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports. He's our draft guy. Let's find some tight ends. He'll join us next right here on Afternoon Drive on The Fan.
The U.S. mixed doubles curling team was in the gold medal game, and they lost 6-5 to Sweden. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, A to Z Sports NFL draft analyst Joe DeLeon joins Jonathan and Daryl. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder in for Nick today as we go out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. A to Z Sports. We talk to him every single week. It's our guy, Joe DeLeon, as he joins us here on The Fan. Hello, Joe. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, minus the fact that now we have to suffer through no football for so long, but I'm doing pretty good outside of that.
Yeah, there's two seasons. There's NFL season, and then there's waiting for the NFL season. And I don't love that now we're in waiting for the NFL season, Joe.
Exactly. Well, I think the way to make up for it is watching plenty of highlights and tape of these prospects to get excited about 2026 and what's going to come for it. But there's plenty of ways to distract ourselves.
All right, before we get into some of what we need, which is some of those distractions, I do have to be honest with you, yesterday I called your entire community a bunch of Muppets. Now, I said every draft guy with the exception of Joe DeLeon, because you're our guy. So I made sure it was very obvious. Everybody but Joe DeLeon is a Muppet because of what happened with Will Campbell over this postseason run, and in particular in the Super Bowl. How did you see it with Will? Everyone for so long talked about these tiny little T-Rex arms, and then you watch the season play out. Turns out that was a big problem, but didn't stop him from being taken top 10.
Well, and I would like to point out, I thought I was one of the few people who was willing to acknowledge that was a problem, because it is. He has a historically, first of all, it has less to do with the arm length and has more to do with his wingspan, because there are guys with shorter arms that can make up for it because they have broad shoulders. He has just a really, really short reach. And in order to be able to make up for that, he had to have ridiculously quick feet. He's got good feet and he's got awesome instincts. He just doesn't have the frame, in my eyes, to be able to keep up with some of these speedier rushers. And we saw during the playoffs, yeah, he was banged up. He pointed out he had some ligament issues with his knee. Teams were going after him, and it was really, really tough for him with all the pressure that was on his shoulders to make up for that lack of length. I think that, and I said this during the pre-draft process, I think he would be an all-pro guard. I think if he moved into guard with his build and the way that he understands the nuances of the game, that he would be a Zach Martin-level guard. But for some reason, you've got Vrabel coming out today forcing him to sink or swim. And I appreciate you kind of giving me a chance to victory lap here. I did last cycle. I had Tyler Booker ahead of him, and I had Kelvin Banks ahead of him, who both played better this season than Will Campbell. I hope Campbell figures it out. I hope they give him a chance to play guard, but I'm not shocked by any of this. And I agree with you. I think that a lot of times people just regurgitate the same takes because they are afraid of getting called out for being wrong.
Is there a lesson from a draft perspective that the Seattle Seahawks might be able to teach a team like the Cleveland Browns after winning the Super Bowl?
Yeah, and all the hits they have. I mean, you start with Gray Zabel and work your way down, JSN, like all these guys. Like, they have a million of them.
Yeah, I think that the big lesson is draft good athletes and let the rest take care of itself. We see a team here with a lot of really good, unique athletes all over the field, especially on defense, that fit the scheme that they run. Defensively, specifically, is I think where we can really pinpoint what they built in a machine that they now have that is going to last a long time, because McDonald's a defensive mind. We don't really know for sure what's going to happen with Kubiak leaving. Nick Emenwari is the best example for what I'm talking about here. He was had a historic NFL combine last year, best performance maybe ever for his physical profile, his build, and for some reason he went in the second round, and Seattle took advantage of it. I think that Emenwari this season showed if you are creative and aggressive and you've got guys that are fast and physical and come to play their assignment, those are the types of guys that you want to target. Let everybody else overthink it. Let everybody think a guy like Nick Emenwari is a tweener and he doesn't have a role. Take the player as a good athlete and then find a role for him. I think that's what McDonald has done tremendously well.
Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports, joining us here on The Fan. Last segment, we talked about David Njoku posting on Instagram last night that he's not coming back to the Browns. A lot of cap ramifications with that. Can you give me some of the guys? I know last week I asked you about the Browns at pick number 24 and what type of tight end class this is, but can you give me some guys that would pair really well with someone like Harold Fannin, someone that you think, and this doesn't have to necessarily be a first-round guy, but somebody that you see in this draft, or a couple guys, tight ends, that fit for this?
Yeah, I think that now that there's clearly a picture for what they're doing with tight end, Fannin can be a really good F tight end, which he's going to be more of a threat in space. He was never really going to be a great inline blocker, so I think that the priority needs to be getting somebody who is and who has shown a willingness to put his hand in the dirt. I think that Roush from Stanford would be a really interesting option. I think the NFL really likes him. I think that he could end up being a riser. He had a solid Senior Bowl. He would be the first player that I would think of because he could be a day 2, day 3 guy in this class. And then if they want to get just aggressive and they want to be able to attack space, I do think that Eli Stowers from Vanderbilt is interesting. Very similar build and style to Fannin, but maybe they want to be creative this upcoming year. And we know that Monken is the type of guy that is going to want to get athletes in space. I do think that Max Clare, the Ohio State tight end, is going under the radar. I feel as though Clare, just because he wasn't super productive this year and didn't take that massive leap that I think me and others in the draft community were hoping for, but he's pretty well-rounded. He's shown willingness to block. I think that you throw him as the inline blocker with Fannin would create a really interesting personnel grouping with those two tight ends.
The Browns drafting 2 quarterbacks and 2 running backs last year certainly caught a lot of folks' attention. The 2 top positions when you look at Browns' needs going into this, offensive line and wide receivers. Is this class deep enough that could allow the Browns maybe to repeat that with those 2 particular position groups to get guys that, offensive line, they need starters, but, at least with the receiver, maybe a number 1 receiver followed by a slot or a role receiver?
Yeah, the one thing that I have found to be unexpected about this class is that the interior offensive line group, especially at guard, and even at center, has a lot more talent than I was anticipating. And I think that if that's the route that they want to go and really bolstering the interior, I like Emmanuel Pregnon from Oregon as a day 2 guy. I'm a very big fan of Chase Basantis from Texas A&M as a day 2 guard. I believe that someone like Caden Proctor is someone to pay attention to, depending on if he falls or not, if you wanted to grab him on day 2. The thing that gets tricky, though, is with tackle. The tackle class really falls off a cliff pretty early. The big names that are going to get brought up at tackle are Francis Maui-Noa from Miami, Spencer Fano from Utah, Max Iannaccio, the Arizona State kid who had a really great Senior Bowl, I think is going to be a bit of a riser. But when we get to day 2, Blake Miller will be on the radar. Monroe Freeling will be on the radar as well. And someone who's a bit more of a project like Jude Bowery from Boston College, I think, could be there. But it really falls off a cliff. There's not going to be very many day 3 options for guys that could eventually become developmental starters. The thing with the receiver, though, there is a lot of talent at receiver in this draft, and I think that there's going to be plenty of guys that can be pulled from early or late as either developmental pieces or high-impact immediate guys. I think that we obviously are going to talk a lot about Jordan Tyson and Carnell Tate this year, but Mekhi Lemon from USC should be in the mix with them as some of the top receivers in the class. I also think that Chris Bell, who ended the season with an injury, probably won't be available for 2026. Could end up dropping for that reason, has the potential to be an A.J. Brown type of a guy if he's selected late and he's still on the board. Zachariah Branch from Georgia is somebody who I'm a very big fan of. But we could just keep going on and on with a list of names of receivers in this class that I think could fit roles and be solid role players, or some of those big names that can step right in as first-round picks.
All right, I know it's very early. We still have the combine. We got a lot to get to, obviously, but I have to at least ask you one quarterback question every visit up until the draft. The quarterback of name that is mocked to the Browns these days, Nate Tice just had Ty Simpson land into the Browns at 24. If that happens, is that a steal for the Browns, or is that too high for the Browns?
No, I think that's actually great value for him. I think that even if Ty Simpson had not had that rough stretch in the middle of the year and there wouldn't have been this perplexing question on projecting him, he probably would have been in the middle to the back end of the first round. I think that his best tape is that of an NFL starter. I do think, though, that he is a quarterback who needs some time and some patience with his development. To Tyson's point of projecting him at the end of the first round, I almost feel like it's not going to come to fruition, though. I think that because there's no quarterback options this year, the quarterback-hungry teams are going to consider taking him a lot earlier. I think that he presents about the same amount of upside as what Jackson Dart did this past year, and there were projections and thoughts that maybe Dart could go super early. I don't know if somebody maybe looks at last year as an example of, hey, we don't want to come out of the first round without missing on our guy. We're just going to move up and go get him somewhere closer to pick 10. Simpson is going to be a major domino, I think, for this draft process, depending on how the pre-draft interviews go and if somebody just completely falls in love and doesn't want to miss out.
When you look at the mock drafts right now, there seems to be a lot of variety, but again, the receiver and the offensive line spots are at the forefront. When you outside of Vegas, they're in on Mendoza. He's going to go number one. But when you look at the Jets, the Cardinals, the Titans, and the Giants, which of those three teams do you think is the biggest threat to the Browns as far as maybe taking who Cleveland might have atop their wish list, whether it's a lineman or a receiver?
Yeah, I think that the Giants, for both of those position groups, are the biggest threat. And every time I do a mock draft, it's kind of interesting to see how the board falls. And a lot of times the Browns do kind of end up being out of luck on trying to address either of those positions because Carnell Tate's the only receiver maybe who's worthy of going that high. Jordan Tyson's got a bit of a rough medical history, and I feel like he's probably not going to get selected that early. So if Tate's off the board and the Giants take him because they need a second receiver to pair with Malik Neighbors and to play off of Wan'Dale Robinson in the slot if they end up bringing him back. But they're also a huge threat that they take Francis Mauigoa, the right tackle, because they need a right tackle. I know that Jermaine Illuminor was solid for the Giants this year, but someone like Mauigoa is a huge elevator instead of bringing back a guy in his 30s and hoping that could be a long-term option. There's really not many other offensive linemen I personally think that are going to go in the top 10 or worthy of going in the top 10. There's really not very many receivers. So the Giants, without a doubt, sitting right in front of them, are that biggest threat because they've got a lot of the same needs.
Who do you have mocked to the Browns at 6 right now?
Recent mock draft that I just did with a couple other media guys, I actually had Mauigoa going to the Browns, and I think that, as I'm just talking about here, is that he's the type of guy that's like a serious elevator for an offensive line that maybe is dealing with inconsistency. He is so reliable. He's so physical. I think that he is somebody that you can count on in pass protection. And he's got a very powerful lower body that he can absorb really any type of a rusher that's coming after him. I think that Mauigoa could be one of these dudes that we're talking about just after one season, like, wow, he's already a Pro Bowler. That was quick.
Hey, Joe, I want to go back to the quarterbacks really quick because you got a good frame of this because you do all NFL stuff and then also the QBs. If you were a GM, would you do what we discussed with Ty Simpson or potentially even like a Carson Beck type or Nussmeier or one of those type guys? Or would you find one of these quarterbacks that are on the open market to compete with Shedeur and Deshaun Watson? So I'm talking like a Malik Willis type or someone like that.
Yeah, the problem is, though, that this year the free agent options are they're so bad because you've got Malik Willis who's barely played, and you're kind of praying that maybe that small sample size is something to bank off of. Mm-hmm. I think that if you're not getting suckered and giving him a gigantic deal and it's maybe more of a prove-it deal, going after someone like Malik Willis makes a lot of sense. Outside of that, though, it's it's really like, do you go and trade for Mac Jones, and do you really want to give up draft capital? This year's draft capital is probably not worth as much, so maybe it's worth just giving up a mid-round pick to go get him. But if there's a market for him, does that become really hard to go and swing a guy like Mac Jones? I don't think that there's very many options out there this year compared to last year, where at least you had a former first-rounder in Daniel Jones to kick the tires on. At least you had Sam Darnold, who was the best option out there. I also don't feel like there's really very many guys that you can go and trade for. Do you go and trade for Kyler Murray? I'd rather invest in one of these more developmental players like Simpson, like we're talking about, or maybe Nussmeier if he's still on the board. There's just really not a lot to pull from. If you don't get a quarterback this year, just wait till 2027.
Yeah, no question. All right, Joe, fantastic insight as always. We'll check you out at A to Z Sports as we always do, and we'll talk to you next week. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
All right, good stuff right there. Joe DeLeon. And the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We come on back. We'll react to what Joe had to say. And also, I found myself in a problem. We'll explain what that is when we come on back. It's Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder, Afternoon Drive with you guys right here on The Fan.
Cash, moolah, greenbacks, dough, Skrilla chips, bread and mo. 2, 5, 10, and 20, 30 big ones, games aplenty, cheddar, butter.
want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It's Jonathan Pito and Daryl Ryder with you guys. Did Todd Monken lie to us? We'll do that in about 15 minutes or so. I was going to do this topic, Daryl, but I'm hesitant to bring it to you because talking a little bit about it before the show got underway, I was reminded how you're basically like Bob Vila. and like, I don't know if that's a good thing. Like, here's what I wanted out of this, okay? I wanted to be able to complain. I wanted to be able to basically just tell you how crappy my situation is in the current moment.
Okay.
And then for you to be like, hey, yeah. That does suck, doesn't it? Maybe we have some laughs along the way. Maybe we do some chuckles. Maybe some other people out there have a first-time, revelation of like what exactly is an ice dam that Jonathan is going to complain about. But then
I've taken notes of what you would like as far as a reaction, and I'm ready to help you out.
Oh, I can't help you be you. You just got to be you in this process. But in the beginning, like when I was explaining it and everything, you're like, oh yeah, I got a solution for you. And I'm like, well, hold on, that goes completely different than what anyone else is telling me right now, and I don't know what to do with this information. So we ended up we have a massive hole in our living room right now because the water went from, so ice dams, which by the way, I had no idea what an ice dam was a week and a half ago, and now I'm like as well versed as you could be in ice dams. Apparently this is the winner for ice dams.
Yes.
Like the multiple people we've had out have told us that, like we had a claims guy out today, and he was awesome, by the way. Listener of the station, shout him out. But he was like, I get 4 of these a winner usually. I had 4 of them last Friday.
Yeah.
Okay, so like it's a thing right now, and they're being talked about in the news in a heavy way and all this other stuff. And I hate them, and I don't know what to do with it. But I have this ice dam that's going into my living room, and now my living room, the drywall, it ended up like basically just like sinking down. It's like a nightmare. It ended up like sinking down, and so now all of a sudden I had to have a guy out there yesterday morning to cut out the drywall, and right now I got buckets all in my living room to capture all the water that's being just dropped and just put right there, and this is like hell for me.
I feel terrible that you're going through this. I really do.
It's awful, and I'm going to have to wait like 3 to 4 months for the ice dam to even melt, to then get on the roof to figure out exactly what's going on. And so for like 3 to 4 months, I'm just going to have a hole in my living room, and it's a disaster, Daryl, an absolute disaster that apparently a lot of people in Northeast Ohio are going through right now.
And me being the person that I am, I was ready to rattle off 8 solutions to this problem for you.
Yes, yeah, because you're Bob Vila, and which is amazing the in-depth knowledge you have on fixing houses and things around the house and everything. Like in between one of the breaks, you're basically I think I got you a job fixing part of Katie's house. is what I think happened. I don't know if that was the end result of that, but I think I got you a gig.
Little drywall repair, easy peasy.
You're Ken's photographer. And now you're your Lima's photographer, and now you're Katie's handyman.
Yeah, well,
what of a turn of events this is?
I know. Basically, the underside of your roof is a little too warm. That's what's melting all the snow, and the eaves down by the gutter there. It's freezing, so all that water
Explain to people what an ice dam is, because we were telling this to Jake, and Jake's like, I have no idea what an ice dam is. I hadn't heard of an ice dam until a week and a half ago. Mac, you have any idea what an ice dam is?
Not a clue.
Yeah, apparently it's like the biggest house problem in the world. I have it. I had no idea what it was.
And it's also very expensive. It can be very expensive to fix because of the damage that it causes.
My house guy came out today, and I mean, he was like, this is going to range anywhere from $5,000 to potentially $60,000.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'm like, sweet.
There is no greater danger to a home than water. It is a home killer. And basically, yeah, the underside of your roof is warm enough to melt the snow, and when it gets down toward the gutters, it's freezing cold down there, and it freezes. And as this process goes, the ice just builds up and builds up and builds up, and it gets under your shingles and then finds its way through whatever seams of your underlayment under the shingles, and that's how it finds its way into your walls.
It's incredible
and
how
into
it
your
finds its
ceilings.
way. It's like those seeing eye baseballs where it's like, how did they find a hole there? It's like, this is the water. The water is just constantly finding these holes that is going right to my living room that is getting all over my, basically my whole living room.
Yeah, so either find a way to make sure the entire underside of your roof is frozen and cold with constant cold air and keeping the warm air away from it so it doesn't melt as easily or as fast.
But you know what this is like? This is like if you grow up with like a fear of like snakes or something, you know, and you're like, okay, that's reasonable. Everyone knows that snakes exist on the planet. That's an okay thing. And then around like, I don't know, 36 years old, which is what I am, they all of a sudden make up like a new species that you had no idea even existed or could even be a problem. And then it's a real thing that exists. And I'm like, wait, where did this come from? No one's ever talked about ice dams in my life before. Where's this thing popping up from? Is this a thing I have to worry about for the rest of my life now?
Yeah.
And worst part is we don't even have a solution.
Yeah.
I just got a hole in my wall. I got to wait it out for 3 to 4 months, and then I can get a roof guy up there, and he can basically tell me what you just told me right now, and then we'll go from there.
I definitely recommend a roofing underlayment membrane down.
See, I knew he knew all this stuff.
Yeah.
Wasn't that impressive, Mac, when he said that?
Right off the cuff.
I mean, it's like he's been doing it forever. Like, I really don't. I think you might have missed your calling. You really should be. Why don't you have one of those like legitimate like YouTube handyman fix-it shows that then just go mega viral?
I know I should have done that because I had been doing this for how I learned a lot of this.
Could you imagine
stuff.
one of those? It's like Daryl does the whole like Bob Vila like welcome into my house type thing. Come on in, and then he like shows you through the house.
It's our second station channel instead. It's just Daryl doing handyman stuff.
The HD2 version. It's just Daryl telling you how to fix drywall.
But no, here's the thing. My dad could build or fix anything, so I learned a lot from him. And also, too, I couldn't afford handymen. And so if I wanted to get stuff fixed around the house, I found that the most cost-effective way to do it was for me to do it.
So when I first got the house, that was my approach to everything. Was like, I'm going to fix it. That's what I need to save money that way. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to do that. And then you break enough things trying to fix things that you're just like, all right, we'll just send this off to somebody else.
So the two things that I always farmed out, plumbing and electrical.
I learned that the hard way. The plumbing one I learned the hard way. I can't do plumbing. I shouldn't even attempt to do plumbing.
Outside of using a plunger or a snake, you're farming out the plumbing.
Okay.
And the electrical, just stay away from that. Farm that out as well.
This is a disaster, Daryl.
Yeah, I'm sorry you're going through this. I mean, a lot of people do, and water causes tremendous damage.
Is everyone we've talked to has told us basically how this winter everyone's going through it, but most winters nobody goes through it.
This winter has been a beast. Like this is our first above freezing day that we have had in a month.
By the way, that's why there's so much water. By the way, that's going out because everything's starting to melt now, and so it was great actually because the guy came today from our insurance company, and he came today with the idea of like, let's check out and see if you have what's going on, really going on. And I'm like, there's not a better example of what's going on today.
Yeah, and I got really bad news for you. I just looked at the forecast. It's going to be in the 50s next week, so you might need some bigger buckets.
They're pretty big buckets, but yeah,
you might need a trash can.
I'm scared. I'm scared to find out when I go home
to a trash
tonight.
can. There you go.
Oh, and then I pulled out these buckets earlier today in order to put them out and everything. There was a dead mouse on one of them. It was gross.
That's Cincinnati Bengals approach right there.
It was just absolute. And then my kid kept being like, I was like, oh, a dead mouse. I almost wiped it off. And then my kid was like, I want to see the mouse. And I'm like, no, you don't get to see the mouse. And she kept being like, why won't show me the mouse? And I'm like, because I don't want you to see this.
This isn't Mickey. Nothing. That's nothing. Mickey. Some twine or some duct tape can't
She loves
fix.
Mickey. I can't do that to her. She'd turn around and be like, what happened to Mickey? I don't know. Mike in Brunswick, what's up, Mike?
Thanks for taking my call, guys. I did want to speak about James Harden, the fact that James Harden's here. I can't believe that we were able to trade someone with 2 broken toes and a second-round pick for James Harden. That's amazing. And I'm really happy and excited for the Avalanche that is about to happen. We are streaking. So I appreciate Mr. Altman and Mr. Gilbert for giving us that gift. And I also wanted to mention, don't spend thousands and thousands of dollars on your ice damming. There is a solution that is easy and a lot more affordable.
What's that?
It's a steamer. It's a steamer, actually. I work for a roofing company that has one. We come out with this. Basically, it's like a big torpedo heater.
Oh, I talked to somebody that was going to come out and do that, and the guy told me that it was a 4-hour job to begin with, and then I had to do it was like $400 an hour for 4 hours minimum. That's not free.
Yeah, that's a terrible. We charge far less than that.
Oh, you charge? Okay, well, maybe I need to get. Well, at this point, I'm off to the insurance companies anyway. And thank you, Mike. I appreciate you. Like, I'm just run up the bill. It doesn't matter. We're off to the insurance companies anyway.
Yeah, there are some things that you can do, but the problem is the damage now has been done, and that's what you have to repair the damage, and then also make sure that as the damage is being repaired, that certain things are installed that can help prevent this from happening in the future.
I mean, I had a lot of fears of owning a house, okay? There was a lot of fears. How could I have a fear of ice dams when I didn't know the thing existed until a week and a half ago? It's just a new thing unlocked, and now I'm going to live in my house just constantly wondering, is this offseason going to bring another ice dam? Is that all? It's going to be like a running ice dam year after year after year? Probably not.
Well, if this gets...
maybe.
The good news is, if this gets fixed the right way...
Yeah.
Hopefully, it won't be a severe reoccurring problem.
What a disaster. An absolute disaster. All right, so that's how my life is going. I've had people in and out of my house for the previous couple days. We're going to get this thing fixed. We'll be all right. But if not, I can just hire Daryl, and he'll be able to get us there. All right, what did Todd Monken lie to us? Daryl thinks there was one thing exactly. We'll talk about it next. 216-474 to below 92. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Can you finally say it? Is Indiana a better football program right now than Ohio State?
And how does someone fall out of love with a sport? I think one of us can explain how. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Nick nailed it. Nick, fantastic job. All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterle and Daryl Ryder today. John Fanta joining us in 20. I'm hoping it's a dynamic Fanta. At least I would think so. This should be I Was Right Fanta, and I love that version of John Fanta.
Maybe he'll have a solution for your ice dam problem, too.
No, I'm just worried I'm just going to scare him is all that happens here. The problem is more people that I tell the ice dam story to, it's like discovering a new species exists that they didn't know, and they just get scared. They're like, wait, I didn't know that thing was even a possibility.
Like seeing the spiders in Australia that are just massive.
Yeah, it's like nobody needed to see that.
I didn't need to know that. I didn't need that nightmare fuel.
Life was so much better not thinking that was going to happen to me, and now everyone's just convinced these ice dams are going to happen to them. And the amount of messages in between the break that I got of people being like, I'm going through this exact same thing right now, tells me that we're at least all in the same camp together. So that's we're bonded by our problems.
Always rooting for you to not only have solutions to your problems, but you do have an innate ability to bond with people over mutual problems.
Oh, and we got him. We got him here. I wouldn't wish ice dams on my worst enemy right now, though. I'll tell you that much.
I don't know. I might.
Oh, yeah?
I don't wish them on you, but no, there are...
you do seem like a sugar in the gas tank type of fella, if we're being honest about it.
I'm not going to lie. Occasionally I get a little Schadenfreude kick going. I'm not going to lie.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the worst thing you've ever done to an enemy?
No, I'm not doing to an enemy. It's just I'm. You
just wish bad things upon them.
Yes, that I don't necessarily feel bad when they do have problems. I'm in the.
Well, I'll let you in on a little secret. This is almost like the Cavs sitting there thinking that Darius Garland's going to fix all their problems magically by sitting on the couch and doing nothing.
Right.
Nothing happens if you just wish for bad things to happen to people. Nothing happens that way.
See, you
have to put plan to action, Daryl.
No, there's this thing called karma, and I don't want any bad karma out there, so I try not to do bad things to people.
Karma isn't real. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, I listen. Don't. I believe in karma, so don't you come raining on my belief system here.
There's a lot of comps I have to karma, but I don't want to do that because we have children listening. Okay, so I'm not going to wreck that for people. But that's the adult version of that for adults is karma. Okay,
are you finding that your child is payback for how you were as a kid?
You know what? Sadly enough, actually, this industry is what taught me that karma isn't real. Because I've seen too many just crappy people that don't deserve to have success in life, that just consistently have success and find it while doing awful things. And so I'm like, it's just not real. It's not a thing. And that's fine. That's okay. That's all right. But yeah, if you
want to make sure that the positivity
if you want to get to your enemies, you got to do it yourself, buddy. You got to boom, boom, bang, bang, sugar in the gas tank, ex-wife strikes again, if you know what I'm talking about. All right, 216-474-0092. John Fanta joining us in about 15 minutes or so. You have a theory on what's going on with Todd Monken and whether or not he's being 100% truthful with us as it pertains to Jim Schwarz. I'll give you the floor.
I'm just asking the question, right? Because Todd Monken mentioned during his introductory press conference that he was stressing, with or without Jim Schwarz, the defensive system wasn't going to change.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm looking at the list of some of these candidates. Obviously, Ephraim Banda, Jason Tarver, they would be perfect to promote. They worked under Jim Schwarz for 3 years. They know the system. They know the players inside and out. Seamless transition, right?
Yeah.
But then I'm looking at some of the external candidates. Like Aubrey Pleasant, Bolin from the Giants. The external candidate that really makes sense is Corey Undlin from the Texans.
Yeah, because he does the same system. And he worked with Jim Schwarz so many years ago.
Right.
Under Jim Schwarz so many years ago.
Right. So I'm wondering, because there's like 3 or 4 of these candidates that I wouldn't exactly consider them part of the Jim Schwarz tree here.
Yeah, but do they run different systems? Is that the idea?
Yeah, and so I'm thinking, well, if he goes with one of those guys, it was a little fib told to us about keeping the same system, because if you're keeping the same system, you definitely want to make sure you're picking from that wide nine Jim Schwarz tree.
I haven't done the research on like a Cooley, for instance, or something like that. I know his story. He went to John Carroll and worked at Akron, all these other type of guys.
Everybody went to John Carroll if you're in the NFL.
It's kind of wild. But all right, so you've looked into it, and then there are enough of these external candidates that don't do the wide nine, that don't even do a 4-3.
That make me wonder, are they really going to keep the same defensive system, or maybe they're going to be able to do like a hybrid type of a thing? So it's just a question. I'm not saying that he lied. I'm not saying that they're changing the system. I'm just
Are any of them like drastically different? Do we have any 3-4 guys in there? Like, are they drastically different?
No, they're 4-3s. But I'm just wondering if there's going to be some some tweaks. For me, two things are most important going forward. The approach in the trenches has to remain the same, with the rotating bodies and that, and then it's the man-to-man in the secondary, because that's what you have in your secondary, right?
Right.
You went ahead and you made the trade with Jacksonville, sending out Greg Newsome, getting Campbell back in return, who's a man-to-man guy. Because I remember when that trade was made, and everyone's like looking at his stats and like, man, this guy gives up a lot.
I was one of them, because in zone, he's just awful.
Right, because that's what Jacksonville was asking him to do.
And that was part of the trade, and the idea behind it is like, no, he's just been playing in the wrong system for a couple years now.
Jacksonville was doing round peg, square hole, and it wasn't working, right? He comes here now, and he looks great. Denzel Ward has always looked great, but when he's been asked to play zone, he hasn't been at his best because he's a man-to-man corner. And that's so... That for me, those are the two things. Keep the scheme up front with the 4 down linemen and the rotation the same, and keep the secondary playing man-to-man, because those are the players you have invested in significantly going forward. And if you're able to do those two things, I'm pretty open-minded with whatever you want to do. Because here's how I always come out on this when it comes to changes. You won 5 games last year. You won 3 games the year before, okay? So that's 8 wins in 2 years. It don't really matter what you were doing. It wasn't good enough on either side of the ball. And again, I thought Jim Schwarz did a great job. He was really, really good. A best defensive coordinator this team has had since coming back. Best defensive results for this team since it's been back. But, hey, you know what? Doesn't matter. You didn't get off the field against Minnesota. Carson Wentz walked your butt down the field 80 yards and beat you.
Final 2 minutes, You just had one stop is all you needed.
So I'm open to it, but when Tom Monken's like adamant that we're not changing a thing defensively.
I thought that was reassuring to fans that they weren't going to change anything defensively, and they're going to stick with the wide 9, and they're going to stick with basically what Schwarz has already brought in. And I thought in many ways that was him tipping his hand to it either being Unwin, like we talked about, who had worked under Schwarz, or one of the internal candidates, as if they had a leg up in this discussion.
Yeah, my preference is Banter or Tarver gets the gig, and then if you do go external, it's Unlin. It's got to be him. Like that's just how I feel about it.
We'll ask Albert, by the way, at 5:20. He's one of the first ones to kind of throw out a couple of names as far as the replacement here. But it would be interesting if they go with a different defense, or they go someone that is completely out of left field. Then we will be able to say Monken lied to us. And I think in many ways it would upset a lot of fans to move away from what the defensive philosophy is. I'm not the biggest scheme guy in the world in general. I always think you can kind of turn that upside down. But clearly,
you're
with
a
Schwarz,
players over scheme guy.
I am a players over scheme guy. I'm a player over plays guy in general too.
I'm the same way, but I do feel like the scheme and the players have to marry together. Like they've got to fit. You can't ask your players to do stuff they're just that's not. You have to. Their scheme has to play to your players' strengths
for sure. And I think when there's good enough players, they can always play in any scheme that you put them in anyway. Though, but I think like Campbell's a great example that you bring up. There are certain players that thrive in other systems better than others. So but I don't know that I would make that necessarily the end all be all when it comes to who you hire as a replacement. Now, why isn't this job more attractive is the question I want to know as well. Now, we kind of kicked this around yesterday a little bit, and I was making the case that although it's a big shadow to live in, I don't know that the NFL world looks at it as, all right, let me put it this way. You don't want to replace certain people in the Tonight Show, for instance, because those are big shoes to fill, right? Like replacing, Carson, for instance. You don't want to be the guy that replaces the guy. You want to be the guy that replaces the guy to replace the guy. has Jim Schwarz casted that large of a shadow that in the NFL world, you're like, I'm never going to be able to live up to the standards that he's put here. I don't know that nationally people look at it that way, but locally, we hang on to some of these coaches and what they've accomplished for a long time. Yeah. See Bill Callahan.
Well, and we have to, because that's all there is to hang on to. But that's the difference, right? I mean, it's just so few and far between. But success.
Shouldn't we be getting better candidates from the perspective of, although the team isn't very good, the idea that you have so many great players on this roster, whether that's Myles Garrett, whether that's Schlesinger, I can go top to bottom. I mean, with three levels of this defense for Pro Bowlers. Yeah, there's so many good players on this team. This should be a dream job for many guys, yet it doesn't appear to be that way.
Well, the other day, the morning show guys asked me about Sean McDermott. And I'm like, well, he wasn't even interested in the head coaching job. Why would he be interested in a coordinator job, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just, for me, that's just being realistic about it. I think that, part of it is, I know fans don't want to hear this, and the Browns organization, quite frankly, doesn't want to hear it, but it's true. The Browns do not have a great reputation around the National Football League. The fact that Kevin Stefanski got fired by them tells you that. Kevin
that was after 6 years, though.
No, hang on. He was here for 6 years, but he won 8 games the last 2 years.
And still kept his job. If anything, I would say that's encouraging.
Well, no. What my point is, the Browns' offense was one of the worst in the NFL. And everyone except for Arizona wanted to talk to him. There were 4 or 5 teams that wanted to talk to him a second time.
I know, but that should be encouraging to some of these guys that they're not just going to just flippantly fire you.
No, my point is that the Browns' lack of success and the offensive ineptitude the last 2 years were not held against Kevin Stefanski. And I got to be honest with you, in most normal circumstances, it is, and it does. Being fired by the Browns is not a negative around the National Football League. The Combine in a few weeks will have the, hey, we've been fired by the Cleveland Browns party.
Which, again, though, even that shouldn't really hurt you in the long term then. If everyone gives you the old Peterlin pass when it comes to if you coach for the Browns at all.
The Peterlin pass.
Thank you very much. You'd feel like you'd get better candidates based off of the players we have and then what you could do with them, so you could have a Schwarz moment where it's like, whoa, he did that in Cleveland. But then also, if it doesn't work out, no one's really looking at you and saying I can't believe you didn't get the job done.
Well, the reason Kevin Stefanski got the 2 Coach of the Year is because he took the Browns to the playoffs twice. That's considered turning water into wine. Those are miracles being made.
Yeah, and that's why he got to be very coveted this go round because of that. It's not as if he accomplished everything. He won one playoff game, but people acted like he did turn water into wine.
And he wasn't even in the stadium for that. But
I know.
My point is that the Cleveland thing and the perception of this organization is very negative around the National Football League. And it's the Browns' own fault that that's the way it is. Yeah. And until they change the way they operate and the way they do things and the influences and everything else and the collaboration and all that other fancy stuff that they like to talk about that doesn't win them any games, until they start changing that stuff, it's going to be the same thing. So coaching in Cleveland, if you have success here, that is a massive boost on your resume. But if you fail and you get fired because you failed, it's not held against you.
All right, let's stay with this. 216-474-0092. I think Fanta's having some phone issues. We're going to try to link up with him around 4:40 or so. So John will join us a little bit later in this hour. We'll get to your phone calls. We'll get to your reaction as well. It's Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys right here on Afternoon Drive.
I drive a Ram. I own a Ram. And if you're thinking,
today, and they lost 6-5 to Sweden. Coming up today at 4:40 on Afternoon Drive, NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Jonathan and Daryl. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to the show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, back at here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterl and Daryl Ryder with you guys here on Afternoon Drive. John Fanta joining us at 4:40 now. So I want to continue our convo then about Jim Schwarz and whether or not this job is an attractive job, because I feel like when you have the type of job that is available and open, we should be getting, I'm not saying the most high profile of candidates, but I do find it peculiar that the guys that are being mentioned in this are internally guys that we've talked about previously, but it's not as if this is a bunch of heavyweights. When if you look at the roster and the players in this team, Daryl, there are a lot of heavyweights there. But it does make me wonder, is the Jim Schwarz thing gone? Is it have we set sail on the idea that Jim Schwarz can come back at all?
Yeah, no, he's I mean, there's no chance he can come back.
Zero chance. Okay, because
not only is he resigned, I mean, and by the way, I really like the fact that the Browns are, not just letting him walk away from the contract too. They're retaining his rights, so
right, yeah.
He's going to have to sit the year out if they really wanted to be petty. And there are just times where I'm just all about the pettiness.
You've established that already in the show.
They could totally pick up the team option for the second year and make them sit out 2 years if they wanted to.
All right, so Mary Kay Cabot was on earlier today with the Morning Boys, and this is what she had to say about that topic.
I know the feeling over the past 2 weeks was, no, he's our defensive coordinator, and we want him here. I don't know if that will change with time and they would consider it, but I really don't think that they want him coaching anywhere but the Cleveland Browns. You can't send a message to the NFL that, you can come here, sign a contract, tell us that you're going to be here through 2027, and then just go do what you want to do after that. It didn't work that way for Myles Garrett, and I doubt it's going to work that way for Jim Schwarz. I think that they want him to be the defensive coordinator of the Cleveland Browns, and I just don't think they're going to make it that easy on him.
So what's interesting is Mary Kay almost sets up this narrative that the door isn't closed, and there are, in fact, kind of what you're talking about in being petty. They could just be petty enough to the spot where Jim Schwarz would come back. Where I disagree, though, with Mary Kay's assessment, and I just don't know why Jim Schwarz would go through that.
Right.
I'm with you more than I am anyone else in the idea that he's gone, and we just kind of have to accept that he's gone. But the idea that Mary Kay has cracked a door open to this, I do find intriguing.
Yesterday, Jim Schwarz submitted his letter of resignation as defensive coordinator of the Cleveland Browns. We'd like to thank Jim for his contributions to our organization over the last 3 seasons.
I'm with you.
Our search for a new defensive coordinator will begin immediately. I'm pretty sure that door's been slammed shut.
I would think so, too, and that's why it was so peculiar when I heard Mary Kay today suggesting that the door has not yet been slammed shut.
And I don't want to, and I certainly don't want to put any words in Mary Kay's mouth.
Clearly somebody thinks that they still have a chance in this race is the point.
The way I took what I heard there was that if he's not going to be our defensive coordinator this year, he's not going to be anybody's.
But I wondered if that was in direct response to Jason LaCanfora, your buddy, Jason LaCanfora's report a couple days ago, suggesting that the Raiders are going to do basically whatever it takes to be able to land Jim Schwarz. Money is not an option. They're going to try to push whatever they can to make Jim Schwarz their defensive coordinator. If they want to give us the number one pick in the draft and Fernando Mendoza, I might listen to it. Within reason, obviously. Can we talk about within reason? But that idea, the idea that Mary Kay brings up that I do agree with is the idea that if they want to play hardball, they've shown in the past they are more than willing to do so. There was no part of them that was going to play ball when it came to Myles Garrett. They abruptly told Myles Garrett, listen, we're going to pay you while we do it, but we're going to make sure that you don't get to go to any other team. This is our call. You're under contract. We can readjust that with negotiations and everything, but you're under contract, and as long as you're under contract, we're not going to deal with you threatening us, basically. And I thought it was a principal move with what they did with Myles Garrett because they didn't want other people pushing them around. This would fall under that same umbrella.
Well, they offered Jim Schwarz a pay raise.
Yeah, Jim Schwarz was pissed. He didn't want it.
Right. So,
but the idea...
I understand what you're saying about it falls under the same umbrella, but the situations are a little different. They basically...
Yeah, well, it's not a one-for-one, obviously.
Right. They forced him to resign, but they also said, we're holding you to your contract. We retain your right. You can't go anywhere else. And so you're either going to be our defensive coordinator, which you have told us you're not going to be going forward, or you're going to be nobody's defensive coordinator, and you can sit back on the beach and,
Right, but my point is that I feel like they're out here regaining a little bit of power is the point. And they did this with Miles, and they're doing this now here, because when they let Bill Callahan go and coach for his son, and they did it under the idea of, like, we're just good people. We just let people out of their contracts to do whatever they want to do.
Well, they did it for Kyle Shanahan, too.
I think they started to set a bad precedent. And I think the idea was, at the time, they wanted to seem like they were the good guy in all of this, and then I think the understanding became, and it got a little muddied up, well, when you request something, the Browns just listen to you.
Well,
they just take whatever you say, and you can push them around. And I think this is their response of saying, we're not going to do that to anybody. We're done bending over backwards for people. We need to look out for ourselves now.
Well, the reason why they're not willing to let Jim Schwarz go is because his reaction was so visceral and disrespectful that they're going to stick it to him. He gave them a reason to stick it to him and prevent him from moving on immediately with his coaching career.
I also think a part of it is showing a backbone, though.
Right, but that's why I made the joke. If they really wanted to be petty, they say, we're exercising our team option, and we're going to hold you to 2 years.
I mean, everything's on the table. Is it not?
Now, do I think that the Browns are going to do that? Probably not. I think 1 year, that's fair. But the fact that he spoke in certain ways to certain folks in that building out of anger and out of frustration, and I talked about this on my Sunday show. And I used the analogy of a guy asking a girl out, and the girl says no, and then the guy blows up in anger at the girl for saying no.
Yeah.
And all you're doing is you're validating her
decision to say no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the point that I was making is that Jim Schwartz's reaction, while understandable from a professional and from a human level, perfectly understandable. I get it. I'm not going to be a hypocrite. If I were in his shoes, I probably would have had the same one, because I too am shocking. I'm an emotional guy too, so I probably would have reacted the same way. So I get it, but the problem is you got to look at it from the other side. You might feel good for those 30 seconds where you got to say what it is you wanted to say, okay, and using the language you wanted to use while saying it, and then 30 seconds later you get that felt really good. And then it's like the reality of the consequences of what you just did or what you just said starts to set in, like, that might not have been the smartest thing for me to do. It felt good in the moment because I got to say what I really wanted to say and express how I really feel, but I needed to be more diplomatic.
Even after he didn't get the job, though, they still had him in on that following Monday, and he still was able to come back, and they had conversations.
I know, because they gave him the grace.
Clearly, they left the door open here.
Right, they gave him the grace of, hey, we get it, you're here.
Well, their number one plan was clearly Jim Schwarz, a defensive coordinator.
Right.
They were just trying to rescue that, is all that is.
Right, and this is the second time he interviewed for the head job that he did not get it, and obviously the success that he had the last 3 years, he felt it merited the promotion. He looked at the field of candidates, right? And they went with Todd Monken over him. They're the same age, comparable levels of experience, right? I think, honestly, if they would have went with one of the kids, maybe that would have increased the odds that he would have, got it. Like, you went with a young offensive genius there. Okay, fine, I get it. But the Browns misread the room. And this is what they do a lot of times. They don't factor in the human element a lot. And what I mean by that is I think they took for granted that Jim would just be like, yeah, I'm just going to go along with whatever. If I get the head coach job, or if I don't get the head coach job, I'm just going to be happy and complacent with staying in my current position instead of being very, very angry that, hey, it's not like teams were knocking on his door. I know he interviewed with the Ravens. I get that. But he wasn't anywhere near close to being a finalist for that job. His agent, too, I think was doing his job on the behalf of his client. But I think his agent was pressing the issue a little too much. And the Browns, I don't think, were very comfortable with that, too, right? They wanted to go through their process and take their time. It took them 24 days to do it. But they always forget the human element in stuff. Like
I know, but in this instance, I like them not having a backbone here.
Right. Well, like Brandon Ayuk. Everyone's talking about.
Said that wrong. I like them having a backbone. I don't like them being some sort of like spineless jellyfish in the whole equation, because for years it felt like that's what they were. They were just kowtowing to anybody's thoughts and whims and anything they wanted to do. And I like between Miles and between this, they're laying down the law a little bit.
They stood their ground,
which I can appreciate.
Yeah, I can as well. But when you deal with emotion, right? And when you're making decisions based off emotion and you're reacting off emotion, bad things usually happen there. And I'm speaking from experience. I know, because I've done it. Not proud of it, but in my younger years, I made a lot of emotional decisions.
Just the younger years?
Yeah. Trust
me. There's growth there. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, trust me. We now do the positives and the negatives and all that, and I've had enough stuff blow up in my face over the years that you learn from the experience of, okay, let's not be making emotional decisions anymore. Let's try and limit the emotional reaction, because usually those aren't received very well. So while that's understandable that he reacted the way he did, I think just ultimately it wasn't received well by the organization. And they said, look, we still want you as the defensive coordinator, but if you're not going to be here, you're not going to be anywhere. We're not letting you out of your contract. We're going to hold you to it. We hold your rights. And, take the year off.
Yeah, and I buy into Lock and Four's report with the Raiders' serious nature of trying to get Jim Schwarz. And I don't think the Browns should bend for it.
Look, I
think the Browns should be as petty as you want to be in this one. Petty LaBelle. Do whatever you need to do.
Yeah, look, Jim Schwarz is a very good defensive coordinator.
It's simple. You give him the options. Coach here next year, and if you don't want that, then you're just going to be on the sidelines. You'll enjoy retirement.
But I don't think there's any chance he's coming back.
Enjoy 70 and sunny wherever you go.
I think they have moved on. They put out the statement, because here's the difference, too. When you were talking about the Miles situation, the Browns never put out a statement with Miles that they were going to honor his request or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was just, they made it very clear that they weren't going to trade him, okay? Also a little different there. The team put out this, put the whole thing out. Yeah, Jim handed in his resignation. He's done here. We wish him the best. But, also, too, we're going to make sure that he can't go anywhere else since he doesn't want to be our DC.
All right, for more on this and what I hope to be just a resounding hell yeah from John Fanta when it comes to the Cavs. Like, that's all I'm looking for. I want a celebration from John Fanta. He'll join us coming up in about 5 minutes. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
The real 0-0-0.
And in the U.S. mixed doubles curling team was in the gold medal game, but they lost 6-5 to Sweden to win the silver medal. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Jonathan and Daryl. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps, weekday mornings starting at 10.
Hi, back at it here on The Fan. Jonathan Peter and Daryl Ryder with you guys. We got the lead coming your way in 20 minutes. Albert Breer coming your way in 40 minutes. Daryl, I don't ask for much, but the idea that the James Harden home debut tomorrow night is going to have, I don't know the number on it, but they're doing a beard giveaway already. Somebody needs to get me that beard. I have said, in the past week, Daryl, I have said that and I've not been shy about it. I've looked online for James Harden beards that I want to wear as the show is going on. So I just show support, like fun little gimmick. Just have the beard. Like, it would have been awesome the day they acquired him to have the beard on and just do segments with the beard going. And now we got a beard giveaway, and I want one.
I will do my best to try and chase one of those down for you.
Thank you.
I'm actually a little disappointed that since the day of the trade, you've just not let the beard grow. I think you should let the beard grow the rest of the season.
Yeah, no chance. I'm not. It gets wild. That's not going to happen. And at 36, I finally got to the point in life where I can control the facial hair. And so I got like a nice little 5 o'clock shadow, and I have the settings all right. We get it right to where I want it to be, and I don't have to think about it. And it's so easy. And it took me only 36 years to figure out how to do that. We're not messing with that growing anything. No, I don't grow facial hair out in a great way. It looks like I'm just an unhoused human.
I'm just throwing it out there.
But I want this Harden beard.
Maybe the peer pressure will get to you, and you'll take my suggestion.
Give me that beard. All right. Let's go out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. John Fant, I don't even know if John can grow a beard. John, can you even grow a beard?
No, not going to try. It's just not going to happen. There is a better chance of Bubba Ventrone keeping his job in Cleveland which he didn't, than I would have had of growing a beard.
Yeah, you seem like a person that was just not able to grow a beard, and that's okay.
I can't either.
I don't think it would work with you, to be honest. I think you with a beard would be that's a weird development I don't even want.
Just don't think it would look the right way. It'd be very discombobulated, and I just don't look even with a little grizzledness of missing a shave. Where I take a day or two, guys, I just don't look right. It just it doesn't work. It's like Pat Shurmur's offense.
John, I feel your pain. I know exactly how you feel. I have to keep
Thank you, Daryl.
I have to keep it baby faced and clean shaven as much as possible.
And that's why you guys both look like you're 12 sometimes. And
by the way,
that's
Pat Shurmur's offense was specifically for Daryl.
Daryl's almost 50 and he looks younger than me, John. It's amazing.
I would love if I could, 10 minutes sometime on a dead summer day of Daryl's top offensive schemes for the Cleveland Browns over the last quarter century. I'd love for them to be power ranked.
It would be a very short list.
All right,
2007 would probably be number one. They still didn't get to the playoffs.
Yeah, I was like, Daryl, if you got the list, just
2020
right
during
now.
COVID would be number two. And then, the last 5 weeks of Joe Flacco there in 2023, right? Boom, done.
That is just amazing when you think about it. That is.
I was thinking more sad than amazing, but yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll throw a little Vinny Testaverde from 1994.
Sure. These are what the listeners in Cleveland are enjoying right now.
Right.
Oddly enough, there probably are people that are like, I'm loving this. This is a great
the good old days.
This is a great list.
Absolutely. Mike Pettin ran some good stuff, guys.
All right, John. I said earlier in the show, I think it was me and you, and that was about it on last Tuesday, when we talked to you in favor of a James Harden trade. We're only 2 games into this. A lot of people have since come over to our little island that we were occupying. 2 games in, you saw, obviously, he did wonderful things to win against the Kings, but last night against the 3 seed in the Nuggets and Jokic and everything that team is in Denver, I mean, you just don't win that game without James Harden. Do you feel vindicated this early on?
Well, I want to have some humility here and not come out here and say, yeah, I feel, utterly vindicated. I just think that part of the Cavaliers fan reaction was because of how much they've preached this process and this core four and growing it organically. So people appreciate that. And I can appreciate that people's vision for that, but that's not reality, guys. Ask 76ers fans how that ultimately worked out for them. The answer is it didn't. And then when they went to do some things, it was too late. And it kind of has been too late for a while for them. So, look, I think that we all can see that the Cavaliers needed a shakeup and not a minor one. And James Harden gives Donovan Mitchell an appropriate Robin, an appropriate number two. And sometimes that number two, in the NBA, the best teams have a number two who can be number one on a night. That's the reality of the situation. You look at the Thunder, there's nights where they do just go through Jalen Williams. That's a very real thing that happens. I mean, last night down the stretch, they did that. So I think what I'm fascinated by, guys, is you look at this team, and Mitchell and Harden can get cooking together. That's not a surprise. Jared Allen has played really good basketball as of late. I want to see it get validated in the playoffs. And ultimately, this whole equation needs to get validated come springtime, which we knew that whether the Cavs made the trade or didn't. Making that trade increases their chances in the now. There's no question about it. And there's no guarantees in the NBA beyond what this year is going to bring for this team and what 2 or 3 years from now is going to bring. The fact is, though, when you look at their supporting cast, Jalen Tyson has been the most revealing member of this. I don't think people had that on their bingo card in October, which that makes me think, what will happen as Schroeder, as Ellis, as others, a healthy Max Strus? What will happen when other members of the supporting cast, and there's some ifs there, can get into a rhythm, can score it even more? This team, their ceiling's been adjusted this year by this move, and that's what I think people need to realize.
John, go ahead and take your victory lap, okay? You got to take them when you get them, all right?
We can't be shy about these things, John.
You got to get it when the getting's good.
Yeah, the fact is Nick Wilson took off today because I was right and he was wrong. And I am going to relish in this so much because Wilson is so conservative and he's like, well, what's the point of the season? They can't win the championship. And my message to you, Nick Wilson, is, okay, what about getting to the NBA Finals? And then what about throwing the ball up in the air? Because at that point, I think you both would agree, we all know the Western Conference is better than the Eastern Conference. But you get to June and you get to an NBA Finals, and who knows how things could change. If there's an injury, I hope everyone stays healthy, but last year there was an injury that severely impacted the NBA Finals. And momentum, mojo, wear and tear, all that. The Cavs helped their title chances, guys. They helped their title chances. That should get people excited. And I think last night you saw they're down. They look buried at times. They look like they're going to lose. That's superstars getting it done in a superstar-run league. You have 2 superstars in Cleveland. And we're not even talking about Evan Mobley. We're not even talking about him. So the fact that you have 3, really, if things come to play, this team can go on a serious run. And so I will take my victory lap and say that Wilson is hiding.
He's not. I can assure you he's not hiding. But he is not here today. That we do know. But John, I want to ask you about what we've seen with some of these other players with the Harden emergence here. And listen, Jared Allen was putting up a 40-point performance a couple weeks ago. He's been making steps forward over the past couple weeks. But he had his first 10 field goals on Saturday against Sacramento. And then last night, 22 and 13. It's just another great game from him. And I just feel like Harden has done so much to open up his game in such a refreshing way.
In a huge way. The bigs are better with a guy like James Harden. He can find them. He takes up defensive attention. You got 2 elite bucket getters in Donovan Mitchell and James Harden who are unafraid of the moment. And they're going to take up the top attention of the opposing defense. On a scouting report, coaches are saying we can't let these guys beat us. But here's the thing. I think you're better off saying we can't let them beat us as passers because the fact is last night Harden and Mitchell combined for 17 assists, just 4 turnovers. It might come off like basic math, but the fact is you bring extra help defensively to either one of these 2 guys, and they can distribute out of it. And when Harden got traded, there was a lot of negativity around his past and the locker room issues and all that different stuff, all right? But the people that look at James Harden and the people that have been around him throughout his entire career, the one consensus they could say is he can really distribute the basketball and make plays for others. So you're right. Jared Allen is cashing in on this. Jared Allen was playing great, guys, but Jared Allen can't be the second best player on a playoff team that's going on a deep run. He just can't. And I know Mobley is not healthy here, but the fact is, like, even on a given night where Mobley's not doing the scoring, but it would just be Mitchell and Allen, you're talking about a team that could get picked off in the first round of the playoffs. Like that was the reality for this team. And what happens? Let me pose this to both of you.
Mm-hmm.
What would have happened if they stood pat and they had a first-round exit in the playoffs? Everybody and their mother would be saying, fire Kobe Altman, make sweeping changes, enough is enough. They were proactive. And oftentimes, we love to do hindsight and looking back at mistakes. The mistake would have been expecting insanity, expecting the same thing that you've been trying to do to work again.
John, what do you think the addition of Schroeder will do for this team from a depth perspective? It's one thing you bring in James Harden, swap out Darius Garland, but the way Kobe was able to fortify the bench, how much of a difference maker do you think that can be come May and June?
Well, Daryl, I thought the Cavs, and I think you would disagree if you'd like, they got bullied in recent postseasons.
Oh, yeah,
You're not getting an argument from me. I have bemoaned that each playoff exit in recent years has been a lack of mental toughness, a lack of physical toughness, and a lack of health. And so I said they needed to move on from Darius or Jarrett or both a year ago.
Yep.
So, that's just where I came out from. They have to find a way. The only way they're getting through the second round is if they become the more mentally tough and physically tough team.
Yeah, and they supplemented things with Schroeder and with Ellis. There's a good player there with Keon Ellis. They've got to work with him on some things that they got to refine. I know Cavs fans might be saying, John, how could you say that? He shot 1 of 5 last night. They're playing a long game with that move. Like Ellis was going to get moved somewhere. He is a project of a player. The Cavs can do that. They know how to develop talent. They know how to develop supplemental players. I think they've shown their pedigree to develop guys that can help a team, not maybe as the number one guy, but as somebody that can come in off the bench. Schroeder, he's not a project. He's established. He knows what a big game feel is, and he knows how to defend. He's very aware on both ends of the floor, but he's going to stand up to people. Like that guy, he's a different type of player for them. And, is he some big force of nature? No, that's not Dennis. That's not what we're talking about here. But he plays tough. And throughout his career, that's something that you could say about him. He's obviously been all over the place over the last 13 years, from Atlanta to OKC to Boston to Houston to the little thin Los Angeles. Like, the guy has made his way around the league, but that builds you. And he's a well-liked guy who does a couple of different things for your team. He's also another guy who knows how to distribute the basketball at a high level. He's averaging over 5 assists per game. So he's a good passer, but I think he understands the physical toughness that's required. You've got to have dudes. You've got to have veterans who have been around the block and know what it takes to win and also know how to meet the moment. The Cavaliers had people the last couple of years and look, still have people on their current roster that have failed to challenge people defensively, get up in them, guard. Not guard for 12 minutes, guard for 48 minutes. The best teams in the NBA, the Indiana Pacers made the NBA Finals because they swarmed you and said, we are going to make you uncomfortable from tip-off to buzzer. Schroeder's a guy who I think could play a role in that. And the fact is, like, they had to go and be – they had to be different in their approach here. Like, adding just Harden, even that, it might seem a little bit elementary here, but even that wasn't just going to be good enough. I like that they bolstered things with a couple of a guy in Schroeder who's a vet, a guy in Ellis who will develop under them. And just there's a new feel to this team. I think, and I think you guys have seen it, I think the team's energized by the Harden move.
Yeah, definitely.
They are energized by the fact that the front office said, you know what? We accept the reality. Darius Garland did a lot of good for us, but we are not in this to be a middling Eastern Conference team. We are not in this to be in purgatory.
Yeah, no doubt. John, fantastic insight as always. Next time I'll ask you about Darren Peterson because I'm fascinated. Great call with the Illini game last night, but we got to go. I appreciate you.
Thank you, fellas. Appreciate you. Next time we'll talk Todd Monken.
All right, good. All right, thank you so much. John Fanta, of course, on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. The lead comes your way next. Albert Breer in 25 minutes right here in The Fan.
can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. Albert Breer joining us in 20 minutes. Now it's time for The Lead. We start off with John Fanta, NBC Sports. He joined us last segment. We asked him if he felt vindicated in his support last week at the James Harden trade.
I think that we all can see that the Cavaliers needed a shakeup and not a minor one. And James Harden gives Donovan Mitchell an appropriate Robin, an appropriate number two. And sometimes that number two, in the NBA, the best teams have a number two who can be number one on a night. And Mitchell and Harden can get cooking together. That's not a surprise. Jared Allen has played really good basketball as of late. I want to see it get validated in the playoffs. And ultimately, this whole equation needs to get validated come springtime, which we knew that whether the Cavs made the trade or didn't. Making that trade increases their chances in the now. There's no question about it. This team, their ceiling's been adjusted this year by this move. And that's what I think people need to realize.
Victory laps for you and John.
We're humble people.
I think we need to start there.
The point is, I think John did a good job. We're humble people out here. And it's funny, though, the amount of people that you get one wrong, they'll immediately slam it down. Here's why we're right regardless, though, okay? Regardless of whether or not, and I just made this abundantly clear, because I think some people are holding on to the idea that they have to go to the Eastern Conference Finals or they have to go to the NBA Finals in order to be proven right in the James Harden discussion. That is not the case at all. John and myself were proven right the moment the deal was made because you instantly made this team better. We know with certainty you are not getting past the second round with Darius Garland. We know that. That's not disproven. That is something we have a mountain of evidence that suggests that. So by making the move, you are there. You are already winning the trade and everything that happens elsewhere because of it, because you are giving yourself a better chance for this season and in the upcoming seasons to go ahead and actually get to the Eastern Conference Finals or the NBA Finals. This is a multi-year plan and a multi-year runway that you have to play with. And so it will not be proven or disproven based off of a playoff run this year. You are already proven right because you moved off of Darius Garland. That was the hard part.
Well, I do feel like that it is conference finals or bust, and I hate speaking in absolutes because obviously things can happen.
Okay, so what does the or bust part of this mean? I'm always confused by that because
then I think in the offseason
you're not changing anything.
Well, yeah, you are.
You're probably adding LeBron James this offseason.
You're trading,
but like Harden's probably going to get his extension this offseason.
He
and
is.
Because you showcase to Donovan Mitchell what you're willing to do in order to put winning as a priority, he's likely not going to opt out because of the signs that you already showed him.
No, here's what's going to change. You're going to have to trade Evan Mobley or Jared Allen.
You think that's the result of not? So a lack of a deep postseason run means you instantly have to change either one of those.
Well, you couldn't get past the second round before after pounding your head against the brick wall in back-to-back years. So yeah, you have to make further changes to get you in a position where you can get.
I could see Jared Allen potentially being moved.
100%.
But like Jared Allen isn't the bust part of this. Like Jared Allen is still a part of the core four, whatever is left of it, whatever you want to talk about.
There is no core four now.
That's kind of my point. And so like as long as Mobley's here, as long as Harden is here, and then as long as Donovan is here, like that's your. That's like when
you realize what the summer's going to be, right? It's going to be Mobley.
What's going to be at LeBron James is going to be the summer.
No, the summer. No, that's not. That's going to
be their thought process. They fall short. They just add LeBron. They go to the finals. They just add LeBron. That's going to be the summer conversation.
I'm going to tell you right now, the Giannis conversation is going to be there this summer.
And that one might exist as well. And if it's a Giannis for Mobley swap, if that's the end result is we're swapping out Giannis for Mobley, that's not to me. That's not a. Like the or bust part of that. That's just another big swing is all that is.
But that's what I mean by bust. They're going to have to take another big swing. That's my point. If you can't get past the second round of the playoffs again, they're going to need to take another big swing in the offseason.
I'm here for big swings. So the bust part of it is where it becomes confusing because the or bust part makes it seem like we're all packing up our bags and going home. If the end result after this season is, we have to get even better at basketball and they find ways to do it, that's a fun thing. That's why, again, but this is part of why, and because of the attraction of Harden and Donovan, if that was enough to be able to swing someone like Giannis here, that is, again, another feather in the cap of making the move for Harden to begin with anyway.
No. Kenny Atkinson spoke with the media after the Cavaliers win over the Nuggets last night, talked about how the addition of James Harden has helped Donovan Mitchell.
James' arrival, I think it's given Don like a different energy. You know, I just see him. He knows we're pretty good now. He knows we got a chance.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that, and that's the beautiful thing about this. Like, Donovan is not only re-energized out of this, but I would imagine it went a long way for Donovan to understand they're not wasting his prime years. They're not wasting the years where he's averaging nearly 30 a game, and they're not just letting this go as if you have the longest runway to figure it all out either. There was an immediance to this. There was an emergency attack plan to this, and they executed it as far as I'm concerned. And so, yes, not everything is built in for this year, but they have life for this year, and that's a cool thing.
And they talked about it for multiple weeks. This wasn't an impulsive move that just came out of left field.
Yeah, they talked about Harden for 6 weeks by all accounts and what the reporting was.
Right. And Kobe Altman told us as much. Hey, we this was something that came up about 6 weeks ago. We talked about it. We mulled it over, and ultimately we decided to pull the trigger as much as they didn't want to trade Darius Garland. I think they made the right move because Darius is always getting hurt. And I think that's what I don't think it was personal for Donovan. It was business. And the business end of this thing was Darius, he's never available. I mean, I have to worry about every night, is he going to stub his toe and be out 3 weeks or 4 weeks?
Now I got a new T-shirt idea. Friendships are cool. Rings are cooler. Take that, Donovan and Darius's friendship. But that's the point. Is that he had to decide? What do I want?
I did like the way you dropped the pen on that. Though.
Do I want to be cool with these guys? Do I want to be buddies with these guys? Do I care if these guys are invited to my wedding and if they actually go or not? Which is a weird thing that Donovan seems to care about. Or do I want to win championships? He chose championships. I like that. That should be the mentality that you have. If you're Donovan Mitchell, you should think that way. And honestly, I'm a little upset it took him too long to figure it out, but he's here.
I'm going to give Kobe Altman credit. I mean, he had just been hammering that this core four, they're going to stick with them, and all these teams that stuck with their core and went on to win NBA championships and compete with NBA championships, you got to be patient. I'm glad the patience finally wore off, and they moved off the core four, and we'll see what moves they make in the offseason. I'm telling you, I think they got another big swing they're working on that does not involve LeBron James.
We'll also let the record show when I throw pens in the studio, it's never of like a look and see what I did. It's always like I got nothing out of that. Where's my reaction? I got nothing out of that. All right, David Njoku announced that he won't return to the Browns next season as he enters free agency. Former Browns quarterback Brian Hoyer joined the morning show today, talked about what this means for the offense.
The thing that makes me feel confident is I thought Harold Fannin Jr., I think that guy's a star in the making. I think Fannin Jr. is like an Antonio Gates, a little bit faster guy in the making. So, it depends on how you want to play offense. Do you want to play in 12 personnel? And you could have those guys paired together, which I think would be great. But ultimately, they're kind of the same type of player. I don't think either of them really wants to get in there and block. So you have two basically receiving tight ends. You can now make Fannin Jr. the primary target. The coach who was coming over from Baltimore, he was playing with two tight ends over there. So I don't know if he wants to, keep that. But clearly, Njoku wants to move on.
Well, and to Brian's point about the blocking thing, Njoku was very good in the blocking game, but at some point the blocking takes a toll on the body, and you just get tired of doing it. And I'm not going to sit here and say that David got tired of doing it, but I do feel like that there is a physical toll that you take there. But look, not a surprise. Going to be a free agent anyway. Fiscally, it just didn't make sense to extend him. The fact that David, right after the Super Bowl, put out there, hey, thanks, Cleveland, love you always, but it's time for me to move on. Just a couple of months after his I'm never leaving, pulling his, Jordan Belfort, right? I'm never leaving. Show goes on.
I guess you are. You are leaving.
He is now. Certainly don't miss his personality in the locker room, no question about that. But I don't think that this is that big of a deal as far as the ability of the Browns to recover without David Njoku. As much as I've come to respect David as a player, let's not act like the team MVP is bolting. It's not like they won a lot of games with him.
So I'm curious what the next place is for Njoku, and then also what they expect his role to be. Like Austin Hooper just played in a Super Bowl. Fun fact for a lot of people that didn't know that. Austin Hooper was on the Patriots this year. He just played in a Super Bowl. Yep. But look at his role there. His role was very diminished. His role was very, He wasn't a major key factor reason why they made it that far, but he did exist and he was playing in that game. And it's like, is Njoku going to have that type of role where he goes to a contender, goes to a top team, where he's kind of playing the secondary role, or will the NFL still look at him the way that he was viewed basically every year leading up to this year, which was a borderline top 8 at his position?
I have 3 words for you. Rings over roll.
That could be a T-shirt now. See, now we're in the T-shirt game. Rings over roll. Will David Njoku go ring hunting? I don't blame him if he does, but he'd be an awesome number 2 on a team, I'll tell you that much.
Listen, after spending 7 years here, I wouldn't blame him.
But you don't get the paycheck for being an Austin Hooper type on a championship team. And I got a feeling that man still thinks he's going to make a lot of money.
Yes, he does. Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com was on with Baskin and Phelps earlier today here on The Fan. She was a little surprised by Jim Schwarz resigning as defensive coordinator.
I know the feeling over the past 2 weeks was, no, he's our defensive coordinator and we want him here. I don't know if that will change with time and they would consider it, but I really don't think that they want him coaching anywhere but the Cleveland Browns. You know, you can't send a message to the NFL that, oh, you can come here, sign a contract, tell us that you're going to be here through 2027, and then just go do what you want to do after that. It didn't work that way for Myles Garrett, and I doubt it's going to work that way for Jim Schwarz. I think that they want him to be the defensive coordinator of the Cleveland Browns, and I just don't think they're going to make it that easy on him.
All right, for more on Jim Schwarz, the latest on whether or not he can actually go to the Raiders, what the Browns' plan is, and who some of the defensive coordinators the Browns should be targeting, Albert Breer, MMQB. He'll join us next right here on Afternoon Drive.
changes every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder trying to connect with Albert. Daryl, it was like really, really warm today and enjoyable.
I actually walked to work and I did not need 20 minutes to thaw out.
Well, that's nice. I feel like today was a tease, as if like we're heading in the right direction, and then the next week or so it's gonna be better than what it was. But I'm no meteorologist. I can't tell you what it's gonna end up being. But I like that it was at least not a horrendous walk to work.
I'm looking at the long-term forecast now. Gonna get a little chilly, and then it's gonna warm up right back to what it was today.
Although I guess now that I look at weather this way, I'm like, it's getting hotter out, which means my ice dams are going to melt, which means the inside of my house is just going to be a waterfall.
There's a reason I told you to get trash cans.
Oh, I don't trash cans out. We do have, they're pretty large buckets though. Like it'll be fine.
Okay.
You're very worried about, I appreciate how worried you are for me.
I'm very concerned about this.
Well, I'm very concerned too. I have a hole in my living room, Daryl. Well, this isn't great.
There's no greater danger to a home than water.
And I'm playing that one out firsthand. Trust me, it's not going any bit as well as I thought it would. Not that I saw it and was like, this is great, but it's not been great.
Might want to run a dehumidifier in there too.
That's another thing we were talking about, is running the dehumidifier. Yes. Yeah, there's
try and prevent the mold from getting going.
I really think you missed your calling. I really think you really should have been one of these home TV fix-it guys.
My problem is the four eyes don't work as well as they used to.
Okay.
I have found reading a tape measure to be extremely challenging these days.
Just reading a tape measure?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
When you're looking at the 16ths and the 30 seconds of an inch.
Yeah.
It's been challenging recently. So maybe I did find the right calling, and I'm good at giving the advice, not taking the advice.
All right, maybe. All right, let's go out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Albert Breer joins us. Nick out today. It's Jonathan and Daryl with you guys here on The Fan. Hello, Albert. How you doing today?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, all right, so I guess we should start with any updates on defensive coordinators and the situation for the Browns. You have given a couple different names out there. What are you hearing the most when it comes to the Browns potentially filling that spot after Jim Schwarz announced his resignation?
Yeah, they've interviewed a few guys now. Jason Carver, their linebackers coach. Ephraim Banda, their safeties coach. Corey Unlin, I think, would be, as I see it, at least probably the leader in the clubhouse. He has experience having been in the Jim Schwarz scheme in Philadelphia, and has background with Todd Monken going back to Jacksonville. That was a long time ago, but they've stayed in touch. So Corey Unlin's sort of the name that I've had circled the whole time. So we'll see what happens, but I think the idea is to get somebody in there who's not going to turn over the apple cart on all the defensive players, and those three guys certainly would be guys that wouldn't change everything if they were named defensive coordinator.
Yeah, Albert, Rams assistant head coach / pass game coordinator Aubrey Pleasant, Charlie Bolin, Jonathan Cooley, or a couple other names, Mike Rutenberg from the Falcons also. Yep. All these guys have been tied to this job. Now, Todd Monken had said, hey, we are not changing the scheme. We're going to run it back with that because those are the players that we have here, and we want to keep doing what they do best. But considering this current pool, it sounds to me like there's some names in there where maybe a tweak or a change to the scheme, if those guys get hired, could be in the offing.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to, shove everything down a new defensive coordinator's throat wholesale. And there are going to be differences from one coach to the next. These guys don't come off an assembly line, so there are going to be some tweaks that are made for sure. And then there's the natural evolution, how things go over the course of a season, how a coach adjusts to his personnel, how the personnel looks different next year from what it was last year, you know. So I think there's going to be some natural change. But I also, I think for Todd, part of it is, you know, an understanding that they have good momentum on that side of the ball. And, you know, he really does, I think, want to build a good connection with guys like Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, and get the most out of them, you know. And so I think the feeling is the best way to do that is not to change everything.
Albert, I feel like you have a really good read on some of this stuff. Like, for instance, we're like, will Mike McDaniel, would he choose the Browns job over a coordinator job? And you're like, no, guys, he's going to choose a coordinator job. And then like Shieldhouse, we're like, well, would we take the Browns job or a coordinator job? You're like, I think he might actually take a coordinator job. That might be better for him. And so I want to ask you about this defensive coordinator job. I feel like with all the players on this roster, it should be very desirable. You have Pro Bowlers at 3 levels of the defense, Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, a young player in Schlesinger. Like, there's talent everywhere, yet it doesn't feel like the most desirable job. Why is that?
I think that there's a perception out there that there will be a lot of hands in the pot. And whether that's fair or not, like, I do think Cleveland's one of those places where there'd be a concern from a coach that you might run into a little bit of, hey, there's a certain way that we do things, and we're going to stick to that. You know what I mean? Versus, here you go, here's your grease board, here's your projector, it's your show. You know what I mean? Like, so I think that would be the one thing that I would look at. Like, I think Todd Monken's well respected in the industry, and you know, I like you said, the talent's good there. But I would say like the recent history of the franchise really is where maybe you get dinged a little bit.
Albert Breer, Monday Morning Quarterback, joining us on the Make a Right Call, Kyle Wright hotline. Albert, how petty should the Browns get with Jim Schwarz here? They've pretty much made it clear, at least for this year, you're either going to be our defensive coordinator or you're not going to go anywhere else. Do you see that changing? Could he ultimately end up somewhere else here for 2026?
So I know the Raiders have sniffed around on it, right? So I'm not sure that's going to happen. And I'm starting to wonder, guys, too, if part of this might be Schwartz himself, where, you know, I think he wants to coach this year, no doubt. But I think what in his head maybe he's weighing here is, do I go to a place like Vegas or Arizona for the year, or do I sit out the year and then Philly comes open next year if Vic finally retires, which there were a lot of people who felt like that was going to happen this year, you know, where I have a strong relationship with the general manager, Howie Roseman, where I know I'm going to have resources, and where if I have a good year or two, I can become a head coach. So I think that's probably part of the equation for him, is like, do I really want to go lock myself in somewhere now and then be unable to go anywhere else next year? Or do I want to give myself the flexibility of waiting a year and then being kind of the most desirable defensive coordinator out there, with the potential that a job in Philadelphia comes open that I would really covet?
Albert, off of this Super Bowl, I felt like the prevailing thought for people was like, oh, well, if you have a dominant defense, you can have someone like Sam Darnold win, and you can not only get to the Super Bowl, but you can win a Super Bowl. My argument against that has been like, watch the NFC title game. Like, Sam Darnold had to be great in that game, and he was. And so I feel like he deserves I feel like he deserves more credit than what he's been given. And like, that offensive side of the ball was the third scoring offense in the NFL. Like, if you think you can do that here with the Browns, get any quarterback in here and make it work, like, you need more than that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really talented team, guys. Like, that is like, let me ask you this. Watching that game, did you feel like the Patriots were lucky it wasn't like 28-0 at the half?
Yeah,
absolutely.
That game felt like the first 3 quarters felt like it was about to explode into a blowout. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way I felt watching it. It just did not – the talent level wasn't the same. And I'd caution anybody saying that, and that they are so good around the quarterback, and the quarterback has played really well, you know? I mean, look, you can say whatever you want about Sam. He's won 14 games 2 years in a row with 2 different teams, you know? And this year he had a signature performance in the playoffs. I'd say, you know, it proves that you can win with a very good quarterback who may not be great, but I don't think that this means you can win with just any quarterback, and I question anybody who sees it that way. I think Sam has grown into becoming a quarterback who, just has a good understanding of the game management part of that, has a good understanding of what his team needs from him. Which I think, 2 nights ago, what we saw was a quarterback who knew the terms of engagement. And the terms of engagement in that game were don't turn the ball over, make a few big throws, manage the game, manage the offense. And, I think that's what he did, I think the difference between Sam Darnold and Drake May in that game was Drake May had to be great in that game, and that meant the Patriots had to take chances and he had to do more. I think the Seahawks knew going in they didn't need great quarterback play in that game. And if they could get on top of them, depending on what kind of game it was, that they could wind up being in a position where, we're better off just keeping this game a rock fight. And I think Sam operated not great, and he'll tell you himself he missed some throws. The throw to JSN, was a big one, of course, but he very rarely put the ball in harm's way. I'd say there was that particular throw, a little late on it, and Gonzalez had a shot at it, but that would have been a spectacular interception. Other than that, how many throws did he make where you were that would have been a pick? And there was a sack he took where, and I don't know if you guys saw this, it kind of reminded me of Jeff Hostetler in the Super Bowl 35 years ago, where he got sacked, and I think 8 out of 10 quarterbacks would have fumbled it. Mm-hmm. But he was able to, with his hand, with how strong his hands are, he was able to hold on to the ball in that spot, and just taking the sack rather than fumbling helped his team win the game. So I think Sam did a lot of little things that helped his team stay in position to win the game, even though I think he'd admit to you that he wasn't at the top of his game as far as throwing the ball.
Albert, with the Seahawks parade tomorrow, the season of optimism begins here in Cleveland once again. Looking forward to the draft. Yeah.
Selling T-shirts, Albert.
Yeah,
no, we're
I
not.
don't know. As you guys know, I got a lot of friends in Cleveland. I don't know how optimistic they are right now.
I say that a little tongue-in-cheek, but, the offseason is what Browns fans have to look forward to, because usually the season just is nothing but despair and disappointment. But the point is there anything that Browns fan can take away from, what Seattle has done to get back on top, that they can look at this team here in Cleveland and say, you know what? There's hope. There's tangible reason to believe that, one day here in the near future, the Browns are going to be able to at least compete to climb that mountain.
Sure. I think what it is Seattle, this started by stacking draft classes, right? And it really goes back to the Russell Wilson trade. And, their ability to come out of the 2 drafts that were affected by the Russell Wilson trade with a haul that included Jackson Smith-Njigba, Charles Cross, Devin Witherspoon, Derek Hall, Boye Mafe, Abe Lucas, Kenneth Walker. If you look at the 2 drafts that they had, it really, really good. You know what I mean? If I was a Browns fan, you could look at that and say, well, maybe this year's draft class with Schlesinger and Graham and Judkins and Fannin, Sampson, maybe that draft class can be the front end of it. And if we can start to stack a couple of those, then we'll really be in business. So I really think, at the end, that's what this is all about, right? The Seahawks were able to go out and spend on DeMarcus Lawrence, on Cooper Kupp, on Leonard Williams again, paying him again, because the core of their team was all these young guys who weren't making anything, Mm-hmm. And so I think that's really it. You know what I mean? It's if you hit on draft picks and keep hitting on draft picks, all right, now the core of your team is these young guys who are on rookie contracts. Now you can start to fill the roster out. And, and now you're off and running. So I don't think it's impossible to look at something like that. Look, Leonard Williams, I believe, was maybe the best defensive player they had on a really good defense. So you look at that, it's like, could they build around Myles Garrett the same way that the Seahawks built around Leonard Williams? And maybe Myles Garrett is able to sustain his success into his 30s the way Leonard Williams did. I mean, that would be where your hope would be.
Albert, another thought that came out of this was everyone's like, oh, the NFC is just so much better than the AFC. And I think that was true for the postseason. But if I wanted to make an argument that this was just a weird year for the AFC with all the top quarterbacks just getting injured and other oddities across the board, like, is that fair, or is there really a separation gap between the NFC and the AFC now?
I mean, I think this year there was, but I think that was really, like you said, a direct result of the quarterbacks, you know. I think Buffalo would have put up the best fight against Seattle of any of the teams in the AFC. Maybe I'm out to lunch on that. I don't know. But, like, I think
that's right.
I personally think that the Bills would have been the biggest challenge for Seattle. And they have Josh Allen. And they have some room to operate now. So I think, like, even this year, like, it was a funky year because New England took advantage of their schedule. Then Buffalo had to go on the road in the playoffs, you know. And they have to go up to Denver, and that's tough, you know. Cincinnati misses Joe Burrow for half the year. Lamar Jackson out for an extended period of time with Baltimore. The Chiefs had a ton of injuries, and then Mahomes goes down at the end. And really, like, they were, I would just say, like, it was like kind of like a lot of things caught up to them. But one, those four teams with those four quarterbacks should be in business. Houston is really good if they can straighten out their quarterback situation. The Chargers, when they get their tackles back, I think are going to be right back in it. So, and then you have the Patriots, and you have, you know, the Steelers. I mean, it's just there's still a lot of really good teams in the AFC, and I could see it slipping right back next year. I don't view it as like, oh yeah, like in the foreseeable future, it's going to be hard to get out of the NFC and the AFC. I still think, like, long term, when you're looking about the next 5 to 10 years, I think more times than not, it's going to be harder to get out of the AFC than it is to get out of the NFC.
Albert, fantastic insight as always. We appreciate you giving us a few minutes, and we'll catch up with you later. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
You too. Good stuff right there with Albert, mmqb.com on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say, in particular with the quarterbacks and Sam Darnold. And also, one analyst says it might just be Deshaun versus Shador for week 1. Do we agree? That and more to come. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020.
can to make sure your project never stalls. Better pricing, local experts, and quality that speaks for itself. Visit the Warrensville Heights showroom today and see why hundreds of your peers have already made the switch. Choice Cabinet, your new favorite partner. ChoiceCabinet.com or visit one of their business partners.
Catch the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday from 7 till 9 p.m. right here and on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I'd caution anybody saying that and that they are so good around the quarterback, and the quarterback has played really well. Look, you can say whatever you want about Stan. He's won 14 games 2 years in a row with two different teams, you know? And this year, he had a signature performance in the playoffs. I'd say, you know, it proves that you can win with a very good quarterback who may not be great, but I don't think that this means you can win with just any quarterback, you know, and I question anybody who sees it that way. I think the difference between Sam Darnold and Drake May in that game was Drake May had to be great in that game, and that meant the Patriots had to take chances and he had to do more. I think the Seahawks knew going in they didn't need great quarterback play in that game.
That was Albert Breer. He joined us last segment. I think he's dead on, Daryl. And like part of that idea is I think a lot of people left thinking that's defense wins championships. That's how you get it done in the NFL. For that one game, yes, that was the answer. Sam Darnold was electric in the NFC title game. They had the third scoring offense in the NFL as far as points scored the entire season. JSN, Walker, Darnold, like they had players everywhere on that offensive side of the ball. Great offensive line. Like they had so many things working. One of the takeaways, if you're trying to ask how can the Browns become the Seahawks, the answer isn't acquiring what is a potentially good but not great quarterback and then letting your defense do the work. The answer is being great everywhere because that's what Seattle is.
Yeah, and what struck me with what Albert had to say about the Super Bowl was the talent disparity, right? You could see it, and you're talking about a team that worked its way through the AFC and got to the Super Bowl, and yet it felt like there was just this Grand Canyon chasm worth of talent between the two teams. And the only thing that was keeping New England in that game was the fact that the Seahawks were having to kick field goals there in the first half. Otherwise, I mean, that should have been a 21 or a 28-0 game at halftime.
Well, New England got a little lucky in their road to get there anyway, if we're being honest about it. I mean, you take on a Houston team with a great defense, but they have more quarterback problems. I don't know what happens with C.J. Stroud. I really don't. In a 2-year stretch, we've turned from thinking C.J. Stroud is awesome to I heard people suggesting earlier today that C.J. Stroud might end up being on the chopping block this offseason. I wouldn't bet your money on that happening, but they have a quarterback problem. And then you take on Jared Stidham in the AFC title game, and there's another walking right past a competitor moment. And so it's like, it just became really painfully easy for them to find their way into the Super Bowl, and it got exposed. In many ways, it got exposed when you have a Seattle team that is just top to bottom. You have 10 different guys in that team that you can make an argument can make a Pro Bowl in any given year.
And I got bad news for the rest of the NFL. They've got like $70 million in salary cap room this offseason to play with.
Like John Schneider legitimately might be one of the best executives in the NFL, and he's just been able to turn over this thing and do it so quickly. And so I would just caution Browns fans that think you can have a great defense the way that we had last year and then just add basically any Jamoke and he can play the role of Sam Darnold because I just don't think that's accurate. I don't think you can do that, and I think you got to give more credit to Sam Darnold in this venture.
Well, yeah. I mean, you win 28 regular season games over the last 2 seasons. You're doing something right. Now, is he or did he play like at an elite level? No, but he was above average enough to where they were able to win a Super Bowl.
Well, he understood what they were asking him to do.
Yeah.
Like, and in that game, they didn't ask him to put on the cape and be the hero. They just asked him, don't turn the ball over.
I'm gonna use 2 words that make everybody cringe, but I think it's accurate. Game manager.
Yeah.
Manage the game the way it needed to, and it worked for him.
I mean, it's been a month since he turned the ball over. Like that was the easy script. They asked him for one game the entire postseason
and here's the funny
to be
part.
Great, and that was the Rams game, and that was it.
The Seahawks were among the league leaders in turnovers.
Yeah, I know.
This season. Like that. That's what's interesting about this whole situation is that Darnold and the Seahawks offense were giving it away like Halloween candy during the regular season. Then they got to the playoffs and they got stingy all of a sudden. 0 turnovers. Just absolutely insane.
I can see the narrative now, though, like 4 or 5 months from now, Browns fans sitting around being like, well, if we add this quarterback's as good as Sam Darnold. No, he's not. No, he's not. I'm sorry. No, he's not. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah.
Yes, if you could put any one of those quarterbacks into that spot for the Super Bowl and tell them don't turn over the ball, that's a different conversation. They don't get to the Super Bowl without Sam Darnold, though.
No, 100%.
NFC title game alone proved all of that. And there is a funny moment. So I was watching. I told you yesterday my daughter's into the Muppets right now.
Okay.
I just cut past a couple of days. She just did the Sabrina Carpenter Muppet thing where they do Islands in the Stream, the Kenny Rogers, Dolly Parton song.
Okay.
There's only a whole half-hour special. So I put it on. She likes Carman a lot. We're having a lot of fun, right? And so I put it on. And there's obviously like the Disneyland commercial that's got Sam Darnold and Walker, and they're like, we're going to Disneyland, like one of those type things.
Don't show her the video of them spinning around in the teacups.
Well, I didn't show her that. Although I did see that. That looked very uncomfortable for both of them, if we're being honest. That was just an awkward moment. But so it's like, how they lead up into that is like some big, great moment in the game, and it's just a simple check down pass that Darnold throws to Kenneth Walker, and that's all they could throw is the highlight. It wasn't so in years past you'd see like Brady throwing like a 40-yard bomb and connecting, and like all these big dynamic awesome plays, and the best Disney on the fly could do is like one simple check down pass that went for like 12 yards.
You know what? Kevin Stefanski's offense just might work and win a Super Bowl after all.
I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like of all the highlights in that game, because you wanted to incorporate both of them, you got like a 12-yard check down. That started. I'm telling you, Darnold didn't throw the ball more than 3 yards in the air in this pass, and this was the big whoa, this got you to Disney.
You know what?
Happiest place on earth.
Check down Charlie's going to be holding that Vince Lombardi trophy at the parade tomorrow.
I was like, someone hates Sam Darnold at Disney. Someone wanted to make sure that they knew we're not going to give you a good highlight at all. All right, leave that there. We come on back. NBA fight last night, Pistons versus the Hornets. Is the toughness still a concern for the Cavs? 216-474-0092. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys. Afternoon Drive right here in the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Catch the latest Browns news all offseason long. Stream us on the Odyssey app and on your smart speaker by telling Alexa to play 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Missed a moment in your show? Use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Pito and Daryl Ryder here with you guys on Afternoon Drive. Daryl, did you notice outside the candy bowl has been replenished?
No, we have a diabetes problem in this.
We might have that regardless of the candy bowl outside, but what do you mean? Go ahead.
So Sunday, I come in for the Sunday show, and I'm walking out, and so I help myself to one piece of candy for the road.
Just one piece?
One piece.
I've been taking like 4 a night.
No, I
They're tiny. It's a little butterscotch. It's not even like a big deal. Makes me feel like I'm at grandma's house or something.
But there was but the point is there was a crown of candy on the bowl. Like it was piled on.
I think it was overflowing, yeah.
I walk in this afternoon, bowl is empty.
Yeah.
There is a serious problem amongst our all of our coworkers who I love and respect dearly, but like I think that either somebody is using that for lunch.
Yeah. Oh, that's a bad
dinner.
lunch. That's a bad dinner.
But like,
so you think we got a butterscotch thief is the point? Because like no one, if everyone's taking like a piece or two here and there, the bowl should still have some in there.
Right.
Are you suspecting that somebody's just taking like the whole bowl and I don't know, putting it into like their book bag or something on the way out?
I don't know.
Just dumping the whole entire thing. Who needs butterscotch candies that bad?
I don't know, but I took a picture of the empty bowl today because I was stunned.
Because not only is it filled now, it's back with the butterscotch, which I appreciate. I don't know why. It's like a grandma treat, but I love it. But there's also then like some peppermint candies in there as well.
My concern is that there might be a candy budget here, and it might be getting blown through too fast.
You think this is the company putting this out there?
I don't know.
think at all. I think this is Paula putting this out there.
Well, whoever's doing it.
My bet is on Paula.
Well, then, you know.
She supplies like 95% of the food that gets out here anyway.
Right. I mean, the issue is that her budget then is going to get strained because she can't be refilling that thing every other day. Like I said, I walked out Sunday at noon. Bowl was full. Completely full.
Yeah.
I come in Tuesday at 12:30. Bowl is empty. You know what? I'm going to post on X. I'm going to post a picture of the bowl. It's a sizable bowl. We're not talking like a cereal bowl.
Yeah.
It's a sizable bowl.
All right.
This thing
So give us the people you think might have robbed this candy bowl.
I don't have names.
What do you mean you don't have names?
I don't
want
have
hard
names.
accusations, Daryl. What are we talking about?
Well,
don't just bring an empty candy bowl to the equation and not Sherlock Holmes this thing up and crack the case.
Well, look, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure out between Sunday at noon and Tuesday at 12:30 that between there, somebody consumed an excessive amount of candy.
Well, but also between there, or now at least after 12:30 on Tuesday, somebody has refilled the bowl. And so this is almost like a magic candy bowl of sorts. If the person is stealing the candy and then recognizes that no matter what happens, the bowl is always going to get filled back up to the brim, they might look at this as like a never-ending bowl of candy.
So I'm reminded of
Mac not making sense to you here? That's a valid point.
No, you are making sense.
You make sense, man.
This reminds me, there is a member in the Cleveland media community, and I realize I'm going real deep into the weeds here because I don't want to.
I'm going to start guessing names.
No,
is it Chadell?
No, this is not a mainstream media person.
Again, is it Chadell?
No, but this person would help themselves to like the Cavs locker room buffet.
Well, I mean,
like
it's just, big dog's got to eat, am I right?
This person
I love that, by the way. I love the food that's meant for the players that's out there sitting there. I love the idea of this person just going through and then just being like, I'll help myself to a plate. It's like when I one
of the more stunning things I've ever seen in my career, by the way.
Well, so when I was at the 2018 finals, and that is the one that the Warriors won on the home court here in Cleveland. And I'll never forget this. You probably went to the Cavs locker room because you had actual work to do, right?
Yeah.
I didn't. I had no actual work to do. I just wanted to go to finals games. Is all I was. The only point of me being there was to go to finals games. And so, like, I kind of like in 2016, I went to the Cubs locker room after that thing was done. And,
of course, you did.
Well, I mean, that was a lifetime thing. That's a little bit different. But like in 2018, I was like, I'm going to go to the.
Did you grab one of the champagne bottles?
It might have been 2017. No, but the point of the story is, I'm in there in the Warriors locker room, and Cavs visiting locker room at that time, very tiny, very cramped, very everything. Tight. The foreign press started grabbing champagne bottles and started drinking it and acting as if they had won the NBA Finals. And I was,
fantastic.
Me and people, we didn't know what to do with it. But, like, there's a part of me of, like, they're not going to get thrown out for this. They're just going to sit over there and drink $100 bottles of champagne. I guess it is what it is. Nobody was going to tell these guys what to do. I would never do it because they would take my pass and I would never be invited back in. But these guys were getting away with it.
I'm getting text messages from colleagues right now.
They were getting away with it.
Correctly identifying the individual that I'm referring to. This person also will conveniently show up after the start of the game. They'll hit the free food, and we don't. It's about 50-50. We see this person post game sometimes, not see them post game too. So, but I am getting text messages.
Sounds like this person's getting a free meal. Why aren't people coming over and being like, you can't eat that?
Well, it's just
is it if this person has
it's an ethical thing. It's a way you're supposed to carry yourself as a professional thing.
I think it's wild that somebody is doing this, but the joke might also be on us. Because this person's getting a free meal, it sounds like, every night. And not the peasant stuff that we get to eat, like the good stuff. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
I'll say this. I've also seen...
Now, here's where I draw a line, though.
I've seen refrigerators deposited into backpacks by this person, too.
I don't know why people risk their jobs over, like, an $8 meal. That's the part that always confused me. And this goes to the butterscotch candy thing as well. Not that anyone's getting fired, but if you saw somebody just unload all the butterscotch into their backpack, let's say, what does that save you? Like $3 worth of candy?
Right.
Like $4 worth of candy? It's such a... Mac, you're giving me a look as if you're the one that put it in your backpack. Now I'm getting worried.
No, I hate butterscotch.
But it's like $4 worth of candy.
But who here is eating...
Why is that worth anyone even ridiculing you?
Who here is eating a whole bowl of candy like that, though? That's the thing.
Well, they're not eating it. They're going to go put it in their house, and they're going to preserve it.
Has to be, because like I said, that's a day and a half that thing got empty.
Here's what I've learned. Some people just do not understand they think the value of like $7 is worth costing themselves everything for. And it's kind of like, in a not too dissimilar way, it's like when Emmanuel Clase makes $5 million a year, but is willing to throw it all away for, I don't know, $20,000 in bets. It's like, wait, hold on, this math isn't mathing. This doesn't make any sense. This isn't worth it. Kind of the same line of thinking.
You know what? Here's what this all comes down to. Same thing with the story, but it's abusing the privilege. Let's not abuse the privilege. That's I think.
Well, this magic candy bowl has gotten filled up to the top, and I don't know who to suspect first, but I got a lot of people that I want you to start naming names.
Well, you might want me to start naming names, but I'm not going to be cavalier about it. Like you got to have some evidence to support it.
All right, Sherlock Holmes, we're going to get you on the case. We can get you.
Shall I ask?
We can get you a little dog too, and then you can really try to sniff it out and see if you get any answers for us.
Shall I ask the IT department if I can review the security footage from the lobby?
No, but I bet Keith will.
I bet you Keith already knows.
These are the type of things that I think he'd be very invested in finding out if somebody stole all of it or if it went piece by piece.
He would have photo evidence ready to post.
Not that anything would happen with this person, but yes.
Just social ridicule.
If you could post this online of, let's say, I don't know, Andy Baskin just unloading a bunch of butterscotches into his backpack, that's content like you wouldn't believe. You can't buy content that good. Not that Baskin would do that. It's more of a Jeff Phelps move, if we're being honest.
But I feel like that's almost like too easy of an answer.
I mean, my concern is that we're going to get to June, and I'm going to, be walking out of here and just needing a little extra sugar kick for the walk home, and the bowl's no longer going to be there because somebody had to keep emptying that thing on a 36-hour basis.
Or somebody accidentally got too many butterscotch at Halloween, and they were just emptying it out.
It's good butterscotch. I've had a few pieces. It's pretty good butterscotch. Yeah. All right, something happened in the NBA last night. It was Pistons versus Hornets, and this is courtesy of the Hornets call. Big fight. A lot of people angry. A lot of people. It's a weird thing in the NBA where sometimes you get these big brawls, but there were punches thrown in this one. This was courtesy of Hornets TV.
And Duran is fouled, and oh my goodness! And Musa's upset. Musa's really upset. see Musa. Oh, my goodness. Now Miles and Duran and Beef Stew. This is out of control.
All right, Daryl. Now, you saw that fight last night.
I did.
And you were wondering if the toughness is still a concern for the Cavs. And I was thinking about this fight myself, and I think the Cavs are so much better prepared for something like that to go down than, let's say, a year ago at this time. Schroeder, for instance, I don't think people are really understanding what a crazy person we have with Schroeder. The man 2.5 weeks ago tried to go into the Lakers locker room to fight Luka Doncic and had to have security hold him back. I think he's a certifiable crazy person, and I love it.
They had to have Charlotte police stand between the locker rooms last night after the game because the locker rooms are so close together. I think we had a situation. There was another situation like that happened. I think it was at Staples Center, too, where there was a fight and the police had to make sure they stayed between the locker rooms so nothing had happened. We've had players go into visiting the opposing locker rooms to try and continue the on-the-court activities and things like that. But Isaiah Stewart's probably going to get suspended for coming off the bench.
He's hobbling with he's got all sorts of ice packs on and all sorts of stuff.
The ice packs on his knees.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't care. This is what I'm made for. They got me in here to be the goon. I'm going to be the goon.
Yeah, I mean, he almost tripped over the towel, too, that he still had wrapped around his leg. And look, kudos for defending your guy and whatnot, but there were a couple of fights. There was that one. There was one between, I think, the Hawks and the Timberwolves that broke out as well.
Which, by the way, I don't mind at this part of the season a couple fights breaking out. I know some people get bothered by fights breaking out. I don't mind it at this point of the season. I like the idea that they care.
Yeah, as long as it's not near the stands where the spectators get involved.
Yeah, we don't need malice in the palace.
Right.
That's obviously not great for the NBA. And it's interesting because, we have all these faux fights in baseball where, people, they pretend to charge the mound and they never actually get there. We very rarely see it in the NFL, but every now and again you'll get a Mason Rudolph, Myles Garrett situation. Every now and again. It's very rare, though.
Well,
they have helmets. It happens more in training camp settings.
I think Jose Ramirez is the first baseball player to make contact on a punch thrown when he dropped Tim Anderson. I think that is the first one in Major League history because that's always the funny thing when they do charge the mound. They just everyone wrestles and swing and miss and chase each other around and cuss at each other.
That's going to be in his Hall of Fame montage, by the way. We'll have him knocking out Tim Anderson. At least the one I put together for him.
You know what? His statue outside Progressive Field should be him standing right over Tim Anderson.
I'll create him 2 statues, okay? One of him actually swinging and doing something, and another one in a different part. We could do Kobe Bryant of the Staples Center, where they have 6 different statues celebrating Kobe.
Well,
we can have 4 Jose statues if you want.
Yeah, one has to be the helmet fell off and is behind him.
One's got to be a serious one though.
Yeah.
Some actually doing baseball.
Doing something baseball related?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's the gimmick that 92.3 The Fan needs to have, though. Maybe we build our own statue for Jose, and it's him knocking out Tim Anderson, and that's the hook.
I don't know. I kind of feel like him knocking out Tim Anderson had a lot of baseball in it for me.
It had a lot of boxing in it, I'll tell you that much. But we typically don't see it as much. And with the NBA, I think a lot of Cavs fans get worried that in these type of situations we would just fold. I don't think they're built that way now. I just don't. I think the Schroeder acquisition was big for that.
Harden too. I don't think anyone's going to be messing with Harden. Do you?
I don't get the idea that James Harden is really entering any of those arenas.
No, I'm saying though, I don't think he's going to get wrapped up in a major physical altercation.
Yeah, that's not his game. I've never looked at him and thought that's somebody that's going to really throw down.
But I also don't think he's someone that teams would target to go after either.
No,
in that way. That's my point.
No, we didn't need
we saw
much
last year with was it game 3 or 4 with the Pistons? Fight broke out between the Cavs and the Pistons. I'm sorry, the Pacers rather. And Jared Allen was standing on the side, just watching everything develop. And
that was the DeAndre Hunter show.
Yeah. And I'm just okay, well, that explains why the Cavs are
That was such a fake fight, though. That was such we're trying not to show our weaknesses, and so we're going to muddy this up a little bit to showcase to people that we can be tough. That was a fake fight.
I still think back to the J.R. Smith fight against the Celtics in the postseason.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't mess with J.R.
Him and Kendrick Perkins getting into it in there.
Saw a TikTok of JR yesterday. He's golfing now.
Yes.
And it was just this. He went on this whole diatribe about golfers that play slow. And it was just, I agreed 100%. You can't play slow as a golfer. You can't. But it was JR just going off on the idea of slow golfers. I'm like, there's a lot of hate in that man's heart. Like that man wanted to do a lot of fighting in his career. But anyway, this is fun. I like NBA fights because they show me that they care at this part of the season. But it feels like for a lot of teams out there right now, that seems to be the struggle, whether or not they can even care enough to get in these fights. Detroit is itching to get in these, though, and that's what makes it a little bit different. Like Beef Stew wanted to get in that fight. He was not settling for anything short of that. All right, 216-474-0092. Hit us up on Twitter as always. But I want to switch back to the NFL. Was this just a weird year for the AFC? How dominant is the NFC in the NFC versus AFC discussions? I'll make my claim for the AFC side of things next. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
I drive.
nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan Offseason Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and myself as we recap all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason in free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan, stream us on the Odyssey app, and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Offseason Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
I think that was really a direct result of the quarterbacks, you know. I think Buffalo would have put up the best fight against Seattle of any of these. For the AFC, maybe I'm out to lunch on that, I don't know. Like, even this year, like, it was a funky year because New England took advantage of their schedule, then Buffalo had to go on the road in the playoffs, you know, and they have to go up to Denver, and that's tough. Cincinnati misses Joe Burrow for half the year. Lamar Jackson out for an extended period of time with Baltimore. The Chiefs had a ton of injuries, and then Mahomes goes down at the end. There's still a lot of good, really good teams in the AFC, and I can see this flipping right back next year. I don't view it as like, oh yeah, like in the foreseeable future, it's going to be hard to get out of the NFC and the AFC. I still think, like, long term, when you're looking about the next 5 to 10 years, I think more times than not, it's going to be hard to get out of the AFC than it is to get out of the NFC.
That was Albert Breer. He joined us about an hour ago. You can obviously use the rewind function to go back and listen to that. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder here with you guys on Afternoon Drive. But, Daryl, I do find it interesting because a lot of people are questioning what type of year this was, as it seems like the NFC has just become the better conference. But I think at the top you might be able to make that argument in some capacity. I think the Rams are still one of the best teams in the NFL, if not the best team in the NFL. And the Seahawks, who just won the Super Bowl, deserve either the 1 spot or the 2 spot as well. But I think how we should look at this is a little bit different than how people are currently looking at it. My thought process is the AFC, when healthy, is still the much better conference based off of the quarterbacks. But it was just a down year for those quarterbacks. Lamar, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, even Josh Allen in many respects. You can talk about a down year that he had and obviously flaming out in the postseason. But it felt like a year that the AFC, when healthy at their best, still should be considered better than the NFC.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking right now at the playoff participants this year. Look, I think the Chiefs will, in some way, shape, or form, find a way to rebound next year. I don't know that they're Super Bowl contenders, but when you have Patrick Mahomes, that's a cheat code. I don't foresee them, missing the playoffs 2 years in a row. I think the Chargers have a little staying power. I think Denver.
Definitely.
I think the Broncos have a potential to have some staying power. So the AFC West might actually become the best division here in the conference.
They've been threatening with that for a while now. It feels like it's a good year for them to start to make that the narrative because you're going to have Kubiak and Fernando Mendoza in year 1, and the other 3 teams you mentioned are all going to win double-digit games, assuming the Chiefs get right back in pace from where they were.
Right. Jacksonville, Houston, maybe some staying power there, but I feel like one of those will be out this year.
I wonder if Jacksonville's going to have a little bit of a comeback down to earth. I thought they outperformed a lot of expectations last year. Wouldn't surprise me if they came back down just a little bit. Houston's still going to have one of the best defenses in the NFL. It's just figuring out what C.J. Stroud is.
Right, 100%. The AFC North, you got 3 new coaches. Browns are non-competitive. We know that. Maybe Cincinnati bounces back if they can somehow find a defense that provides more resistance than a wet
North
paper
is
bag.
somehow kind of like bringing down the conference.
Yeah, it really is, right? I mean, the Steelers have no staying power. They're still living on a prayer, hoping they can squeeze another year out of Aaron Rodgers, right? And then, Baltimore changed things up. New England, because of Drake May, I think there's potential there. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, the Bills, because they have Josh Allen, who, again, is a bit of a cheat code. But outside of that, that to me is I don't see a lot of dramatic changes in the quote-unquote field for the AFC next year. You look at the NFC, I think the Bears are right to fall off next season. I don't know if...
I think they're going to attack that defense, and I wonder if they're going to be a really good team next year.
Yeah, I know some folks are picking them to be a contender next year, but
I think this is where this conversation kind of stems from. It's teams like the Bears that are living in the NFC, and for years it felt like the AFC was the belle of the ball, and it's where every good quarterback resigned, and it's where every good team was kind of living in. You see what the Bears have done in taking a step forward. You see there's all sorts of different teams. We talk about the NFC West, and you go from the Seahawks and the Rams and the 49ers and how stacked they are. And it feels like there's definitely a lot better teams now in the NFC, but it's just better teams relative to 2 years ago.
Right. And, the NFC South is the equivalent of the AFC North. There's really nothing there. I mean, the Panthers won that division below 500 at 8-9. I mean, Tampa Bay finished 8-9 too, but lost the tiebreaker as did
even within
Atlanta.
that, you still have Baker Mayfield in that conference. Right. Bryce Young looked better this year than he's ever looked in the NFL. Atlanta with Stefanski, we don't know what's happening there. Shuck with the Saints. It's not a great division by no stretch of the measure. But I would still take what is existing with the quarterbacks in the AFC over any equation we can come up with the NFC taking steps forward.
I would agree with you. I think the AFC has the better lot of quarterbacks between the two conferences. But
so I feel like that's it, though. We closed the gap a little bit as far as the distance that should have been there. But are we overrating some of these AFC quarterbacks now? I mean, we're now 3 years removed from watching Joe Burrow actually play in a playoff game.
Well, we're waiting for Justin Herbert to break through.
Another
in
good
the
point.
AFC.
Yeah, exactly right. There's so many quarterbacks that we perceive to be really good in the AFC that do we start to question after this year? We're now, because again, Joe Burrow is one of these guys. I think it's the defense more than it is anything else, but that is if I can't feel like you're a threat as a full team, then I also have to lump your quarterback in there as well. Chargers. You mentioned Herbert. Herbert's still great in many facets of the game.
I'd take him here in a heartbeat.
But it took 2 injuries, including Joe Alt, for instance, on that offensive line for us to turn him into basically mush.
Well, and look at how things played out. Going into the postseason, it seemed that all the stars were aligning that Josh Allen was going to finally break through and get to the Super Bowl. Instead, they get taken out by the Broncos.
And then Mahomes is human for the past couple years now. Even with a Super Bowl appearance, he's been human for the past couple years. Lamar caused enough infighting to make John Harbaugh go to the Giants, and then we don't know the future of him, especially as he enters his older part of his career as a running quarterback. There's a part of me that thinks it's wild to think the NFC is better, and there's another side of it that just wonders if I've been overrating these quarterbacks in the AFC for too long.
Well, and when you talk about Lamar, similar to the Steelers, I think every year I've just been trying to predict the Steelers' demise just to predict their demise, and they won't go away. They're like a cockroach. But when I look at Lamar, I start to think that after watching what happened to him this past season, Jonathan, it's what I had thought when he was younger, and that was at some point the hits were going to take its toll. At some point, the dynamic part in his game, which is the ability to use his feet and really put defenses on skates, that was going to go, and it did go away this year. It caught up a little bit to him. Now, we'll see if he can get healthy in the offseason and kind of recapture that in 2026. But I still feel like with Lamar and the way he plays and all the contact he has absorbed all the years, and he has sought out some of that contact, I just feel like at some point the check is going to come due with him. Certainly don't wish him to get hurt, but that's just look, father time and, health and longevity, those are undefeated. At some point, everybody gets old. And I just wonder if Lamar is getting older a little faster just because of all this contact he puts himself in position to take.
Yeah, it's odd. I mean, for years, when you did the top quarterback lists, it was 6 out of the top 7 would all be from the AFC.
Yeah.
And now I feel like that's changing, and it's going to start to change just a little bit more when you add guys like Caleb Williams in the mix on the NFC side of things. But I do think it's a weird year. At the end of this, I think it's a weird year, and the AFC is going to end up being a much tougher conference than what the NFC is. But I'm running out of concrete reasons to back that up by. I'm almost just looking more at names with the quarterbacks than I am production based off of some of these guys, and that's never a good trap to fall into. When you can have a situation with Bo Nix in Denver where all of a sudden he looks like one of the better quarterbacks in the conference, then what legs am I really standing on when it comes to that? And I don't think he's actually one of the best quarterbacks in the conference, but the idea that Denver had a real chance to make it to the Super Bowl this year, it begs the question about whether or not Denver can be one of these teams long term, and I think a lot of people think that they can.
Yeah, and
if Denver's what I'm offering up, I'm not offering up a great team.
No, I know, and I guess the good thing for Browns fan right now is that there's no clear-cut dynasty in the making. It doesn't feel like. It feels like there is a little parity now in both conferences, right? It looked like I mean, and that's just the way it was for a couple of years. It was Kansas City and Philadelphia, and then everybody else, come get us type of a thing, right? Kansas City made it to 3 straight Super Bowls. Obviously, Philly. I
think that's a hard part for Browns fans for this last season, is that when you do the autopsy on it and you look back at it, this was a very gettable year by a lot of metrics and a lot of standards.
Not only just from a Super Bowl standpoint, the division.
We talked earlier about the Patriots and that cakewalk that they had in the postseason to make their way through.
And it's just
I joked a lot about the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers, and no deep playoff run was ever going to come. But the way we look at this and the way this all played out, it's like all you had to be was basically the Steelers' talent level in order to see yourself through a deep postseason run.
Right. Even when this division,
it's weird to say.
Even when this division is down, the Browns just can't find it within them to be competitive. That's what's frustrating. 1989. Mm-hmm. That's the last time the Browns won a division.
It's the year I was born.
Okay.
That's why I never forget that stat.
Okay. How old are you now?
I'm 36. I'm turning 37 in April.
Okay, so 36, 37 years.
It's a long time.
Since the Browns have won a division.
Mac wants the 6-7 thing.
36, 37.
We're taking a break from that. I tried to get Nick to retire it, but he won't do it. And I think he just knows because I have fun saying 8-9 afterwards. I think that's all that. Nick will be doing the 6-7 bit, I think, in like the year, 2042.
What did I say last week that I accidentally... Oh, we were talking about wins, and I said the Browns might finish with 6-7 wins, and he tried to... And that's not what I was going for. It's 6 or 7, not 6-7. Like, he thought I was trying to drop a...
No, it's just to spite me. Don't worry.
Is that what it is?
Well, it's because I tried calling the 6-7 thing dead prematurely.
Okay.
And so now I think Nick is failing to ever want to admit that it's actually dead now. It is dead, though. We need to make that abundantly clear. I might have called it a little bit early. This thing's been dead for a little bit, though.
Can we just admit it's dumb?
Well, that was always dumb. That's never
dumb.
changing. It was always dumb.
Like, at least with, like, most, like, pop culture things that go viral, become a bit, like, you can explain it to me. I've asked 100 people about 6-7. No, Google can't even explain it to me, what it means. Google.
But do you want the heart of the explanation?
No, I don't. I just don't care anymore. I'm over it.
Because there is a real reason why. And it's actually got a weird sports connection, too.
A couple of months ago, I was curious. Now I just don't care. I'm over
LaMelo
it.
Ball, 6'7". That's where the whole thing started based off of his height.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
Okay. I'm accepting your premise.
Now,
okay.
Now, do you think I made that up, or do you think that's real?
I just don't care if you made it up. I actually hope you did.
Okay. I know I didn't. I swear that's the real reason.
There's part of me that hopes you did make it up.
No, I didn't. I wish I did.
Sorry.
I didn't.
I pulled the grumpy old man routine that usually is on from 10 to 2.
Look up the height of LaMelo Ball. Go ahead.
Good.
I'll do it right now.
I believe you. I believe you.
I know you're not happy and just going to have to live with it.
Why are you getting on the midday show? What's going on
I
there?
don't know. I just like
What's up with the grumpy man bit that you have going against these two?
They're two of my favorite human beings, but they just, every once in a while, they get in that mode. You can't deny it.
I'm not denying anything.
Okay.
Bunch of Muppets over there in the midday with that,
Wait a minute.
Oh, what? Who said that?
Wait a minute.
Oh, what? Who said that? I know I'm just making noises. All right, Daryl. One more segment left to go in case we missed it. It happens next right here on The Fan.
apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
All-star coverage across Odyssey Sports is powered by Factor. Factor meals make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Final segment of the show before we get you off to Jake Volnick. We also have Coach Riz tonight, right, Daryl? We got the 2-hour special you guys do.
Yes.
I would imagine you are not staying for hours 6 and 7 of your shift today.
I think 5 hours is long enough
I think
for
so
our
too.
listeners.
Yeah, I think not for our listeners, just in general for yourself. I think that's a full day of work.
I'll be back with those guys who are great to work with every Tuesday night. I'll be back with them next week.
I do love it. Love Coach Riz. Oh, I just remembered I did not respond to Coach Riz's. He texted me Sunday morning being like, so what are your thoughts for the Super Bowl? And then I thought about, my big plan is I was going to wait until the Super Bowl ended and then text him the exact score and be like, this is what I think. And then I just forgot about it, and now I just remembered until this moment. So when I see Coach, I might be like, I think the Seahawks got this one. Maybe Seattle in the Super Bowl. Maybe that's my way of clearing up the air there. By the way, a little bit of news to pass along for you guys. Mary Kay has confirmed the report that was put out there from My Sports Update. The Browns are hiring Byron Storer as their new special teams coach. Byron Storer. I know Jake Volnick was really worried about that in the back, so to confirm for him, Byron Storer is the guy. He was the assistant special teams coach with the Packers. Outside of that, I could not pick out this guy if he walked into the room right now.
And you know what? His name's not Bubba Ventrone, so an immediate upgrade.
He was a fullback at some point in life, and that is really about it. He's been at a couple different spots. He's been in Las Vegas. He's been in Tampa Bay with the Buccaneers a million years ago, and most recently, since 2022, he was with the Packers. How do they find some of these guys sometimes? I never know.
Hey, listen, they had the Browns have an extensive research department, and Todd Monken's been around a while, got a deep Rolodex. That's how they find these people.
All right, well, we'll give him a chance. Byron Storer. I'm going to say it like one more time, so maybe I have it down by the time we actually have to talk about him in some sort of way.
Hey, listen, the Rams, Sean McVay. Again, remember we were talking earlier in the show about how the Browns thing doesn't get used against anybody?
Yeah.
Well, clearly the Browns thing didn't get used against Bubba Ventrone, who ran some of the worst special teams in the National Football League, aside from the Los Angeles Rams, who fired their guy in the middle of the season.
And that's what's funny about it.
And that's where he's at.
Is the Rams stunk in the special teams. It cost him 3 games throughout the regular season, and you can make an argument it cost him the NFC title game as well with the muffed punt. Like, it's a wild display of confidence in Bubba Ventrone, but that was also kind of a different reflection on sometimes if people in the media like to push you as a person, you'll end up in different jobs in different places. All right, let's get to in case we missed it. All right, go ahead, Daryl. You lead us off here.
Yeah, everybody knows the Washington Post is getting blown up, and they closed their sports department last week. Today at a press conference in Washington with the Commanders, with Dan Quinn, they left 3 seats open in the media room for those Post reporters that lost their job. We've seen the Washington Nationals pay tribute to their beat writers who are not going to be at spring training now. We have seen the Washington Wizards. Their organization has honored and paid tribute to the coverage that their organization received from former Post reporters. We know the stories about Post reporters, not sports reporters, but actual reporters, war correspondents being left by Jeff Bezos. No flight home, no way to get home, losing their jobs. They're stuck in these countries, in these war zones right now because they lost their jobs. Listen, I'll say this. Everybody I know in our sphere, like writers, make us better in our jobs. These beat writers,
definitely
make us.
I mean, think about who we just went to. Mary Kay Cabot was the confirming source on that. Like she's great at her job. These newspapers matter.
So this is, I know a lot of people have been downplaying and whatnot on social media the loss of the Washington Post sports department, but this is a growing trend around the country. There are teams I think the Minnesota Timberwolves, I don't believe they have anyone that covers them on the road.
Well, I know Fedor talked about it last night.
Yeah, Chris Fedor,
for the Cavs, like if he's not there, they don't have anybody for a lot of these road games.
Right. If Chris Fedor wasn't there last night, we don't have any of the quotes or the whatnot.
Yeah, a lot of the times Fedor's the only one that's there as far as the Cavs beat is concerned on some of these road trips.
Yeah,
very well represented at home. Obviously, a lot of people end up going, but on the road, it's just not the same case.
But yeah, so this is a growing trend across sports right now.
Okay,
that road games aren't being covered, or they're only being covered by one person and whatnot. So. If the Washington,
well, this is like a beacon of the sports industry too.
Right.
Like, I mean, that was one of the places you aspired to if you wanted to be a writer to work.
Pardon the interruption.
I know, and Kornheiser and Wilbon didn't mention it at all. By the way, they took a lot of flack for that, and I think they should have taken a lot of flack for that.
Yeah.
They should have talked about it on their show.
So salute to the folks in the industry, the writers, across the industry, the talented writers that have lost their jobs, not just at the Washington Post, but these other outlets. I mean, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette closing the doors.
Yep.
This is becoming an epidemic now in our media industry. These long heralded, established, and entities, the bedrock of our industry. A lot of jobs are being lost. So thoughts with those folks, but nice to see, the Wizards, the Commanders, and the Nationals recognize those folks and their importance to coverage of their teams.
All right, last up today, Justin Verlander and the Tigers agreed on a one-year deal, $13 million, $11 million in deferred money in total. And so they're going to have to add to Skubal being a back-to-back Cy Young winner, they're going to add a Cy Young winner in Justin Verlander. They made the big move, obviously, for Framber Valdez already this offseason. I like this move. And Verlander was still good last year. Yeah. That's the thing. Like he had a stretch of the last half of the season where he was still good at pitching, and so this isn't just let's bring back or let's give a bunch of money to Miguel Cabrera so we can trot him out there to hit milestones. This is something that actually helps the Tigers while also being something that if you're a Tigers fan, you're going to watch every Verlander start and not even debate whether or not you're watching this. Like these are the type of moves that are easy for some of these clubs to make that I'm happy that the Tigers did, even though I want the Tigers to stink. I like this. I like this for Tigers fans. I think this was a good move.
Is this his farewell tour with the Tigers?
I mean, that's what it should be.
Is this his
LeBron? But it's not charity. This isn't him turning into a mascot. Right. He is still really good at pitching, and so there's a part of me that's intrigued from what he can deliver them on a pitching standpoint, and then also cross that with the idea that they're going to sell out every game that he starts this year.
Right.
Not even a question. And that's just sometimes it's cool for the fans when these things can align. All right. Thank you to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Thank you to Jake Murrin as well, Katie Pollock, all their hard work. Daryl, we had fun. Thanks for joining me today.
I'll be Cavaliers, the home debut of the Beard.
All right. Look forward to that. And obviously, we'll get your reaction as you join Afternoon Drive again on Thursday. I'll be back again tomorrow. Nick should be in by all accounts. We'll talk to you guys then. Enjoy your evening.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.